Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku became the blind devil? Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Many years ago, even before the narrator came into the world, something began in China. A radiant baby was born, and from that moment children with extraordinary abilities began to appear across the globe with no clear explanation. Over the years, those abilities became commonplace and fulfilled many dreams. Society evolved into one of superhumans, and the powers were called quirks. 80% of the population had a quirk that gave them a unique gift. The world became chaotic as some people used their powers for harm, but from that chaos also rose a profession that many had once only dreamed of. The government created a system in which a select, trained group of superhumans would defend peace, save lives, and maintain order. They became known as heroes. The narrator clarified that this story was not about an ordinary hero, not about someone invincible, but about a unique hero who would become feared by villains and a symbol of hope for the world. This hero would not fear death nor danger and would be willing to help anyone without retreat. This was the story of a hero without fear. Somewhere in Japan, in a park filled with daylight, a small boy lay on the ground crying. A green-haired boy with fair skin and freckles stood nearby, nervous and crying as he tried to help. Two other boys flanked a blonde boy whose quirk produced explosive power. The blonde taunted the green-haired child, mocking him for not having a quirk and suggesting that trying to be a hero without one was foolish. The green-haired boy defended another child, but despite his efforts the trio forced him down with rough, aggressive actions and explosive displays that left him shaken and singed. The boy he had defended walked away without offering thanks. The narrator revealed his name, Izuku Midoriya. Unlike most children, he had been born without a quirk. While 80% of people had powers, 20% never manifested any. Where it had once been rare to see someone with a quirk, it eventually became rare to see someone without one, and those without were often marginalized and treated harshly. Izuku thought that those moments of cruelty were the worst he might face, but he did not yet know his life would soon change forever. A few days later, young Izuku walked with his mother down a city street on their way to see a doctor who might determine what quirk he possessed. He was excited to learn what power he might have. Izuku expressed his excitement and played with an action figure in his hand, declaring that he wanted to know his quirk so he could become a hero like his idol. From the time he could remember, he had admired heroes for their courage and refusal to give up, but above all he had admired the number one hero, the symbol of peace known as All Might. Izuku shouted his admiration aloud, brimming with emotion. His mother Inko Midoriya, a slender woman with the same hair color as her son and a gentle, maternal demeanor, smiled warmly at his excitement and said she was sure whatever quirk he had would be wonderful. Despite her smile, Inko felt anxious. She worried that her son's dreams might not come true, and she sensed that something about this day would change everything. As they walked, the city stirred with excitement. People were buzzing because a professional hero was fighting a villain nearby. A bystander announced that All Might was battling a villain a few blocks away, and others clamored about wanting photos or autographs. Hearing that All Might was close, Izuku broke free from his mother's hand and ran toward the center of the commotion, eager to see his hero in person. Inko called after him in alarm and began to chase, but the crowd was thick and her view was obstructed. Inko searched frantically for nearly half an hour through the pressing crowd, even after All Might had already left following his victory over the villain. She pleaded silently for her son to be safe and continued to call his name in increasing fear. Then a sudden chain of crashes echoed down the block. A truck carrying several barrels had collided with a pole and set off a pileup of vehicles. Inko looked toward the source of the noise and ran toward the scene, praying that Izuku had not been nearby. She moved through the crowd and urged people aside with urgency. For a moment the crowd hesitated, then Inko pushed forward toward the crash site, desperate to find her son. A short neutral sentence bridged the search and the sudden commotion. People had gathered around a small area near the truck crash. Something had unsettled and alarmed everyone. Inko ran faster until she reached the scene, and then her worst nightmare became reality. Inko, in shock, knelt over her only son. Izuku lay on the ground drenched in a strange substance and writhing in pain. His stuffed toy lay beside him, soaked in the same liquid. A firefighter tried to reassure the boy, but the child continued to cry out and twist in pain. Inko wrapped her arms around him, staring past the rescuers with a look that froze them, a mixture of despair and fierce protectiveness. She sobbed that he was her son and held him tightly while pleading for help. Izuku, barely conscious, murmured that he could hear his mother. Inko begged him not to move and kept trying to calm him while calling desperately for a doctor. As she looked around at the wreckage, Inko noticed the containers on the truck. One of them was leaking, and the label read dangerous materials, caution. The leaking substance matched what covered her son. An elderly man with a cane explained that the boy had pushed him out of the truck's path and had saved his life, leaving the crowd filled with sorrow at the cost of the child's heroism. Inko held Izuku and apologized over and over, grief-stricken. Izuku weakly pressed his hands to his eyes and cried that it burned. Inko tried to rinse the chemical from his face, but he trembled. The pain was intense and his eyes stung as if on fire. Izuku told his mother that he could not see. Hearing that, Inko froze in terror. The boy groped blindly at his mother's face, panic overtaking them both as Izuku realized he was blind. Emergency services arrived quickly, but the damage had already been done. Izuku later remembered that day as the last time he could see his mother's face. He had acted like a hero to save a life, but it had cost him his sight. He believed at first that his life and his dream were over, but that day would also bring something else that would change his life. Hours later at Mizudafu Central Hospital, Izuku lay on a bed with his eyes bandaged and connected to a pulse monitor. The steady drip of the 4 awakened him. Startled, he sat up as the beeping of the monitor and the drip seemed to form a rhythm. When he ran his fingers over the bandage, his touch registered every fiber and detail of the cloth with surprising clarity. As he moved about the room, the sounds around him multiplied. He could hear the movement of gurneys, nurses speaking, people walking in distant hallways, cars rushing outside, and sirens in the distance. Overwhelmed, he crawled into a corner and tried to shut it all out. Gradually, he focused inward on the beat of his own heart until the distant noises faded into the background. He wondered if these new sensations were the beginning of a power. He rose from the floor and made his way to the window, feeling the warmth of the sun on his skin. He could not see the light, but he could sense its heat. In that moment he heard his mother's voice at the reception, and the memory of that day flowed back into the present. It saddened her. Minutes later, Mrs. Inko entered the hospital room where her son was staying. She found the little boy standing in front of the window and felt a deep sorrow at the sight of her only child in that condition. Inko asked how he was feeling, trying to sound calm despite her grief. The boy turned toward his mother. Even without sight he could sense the sadness in her voice. Izuku said with a serious tone that he would never be able to see again. Inko was taken aback by his words. She had intended to break the news gently and with care. She asked how he knew. Izuku explained that he had overheard her conversation with the doctor and had also heard something else. Inko lowered her gaze, realizing that if he had heard their talk he already knew the worst. Izuku said sadly that he did not possess any power. The little boy felt the urge to cry and to scream in pain and sorrow. He had not only lost his sight. Worse, he lacked the power that had been his dream of becoming a hero. Inko apologized, telling Izuku how truly sorry she was, and sat on the bed, overwhelmed with grief. Despite all the pain and the loss of his dream, the green-haired child approached his mother, wrapped his arms around her, and hugged her warmly, surprising her. Izuku reassured her that it was okay. Inko could not hold back. She hugged her child tightly and let her sorrow out, blaming herself for everything: the absence of a power in her son, the accident, the permanent blindness, and how it had destroyed his dream. She cried and repeatedly apologized to Izuku. He continued to embrace her. A small tear slipped from between the bandages over his eyes, revealing his sadness. Unbeknownst to him, something had awakened inside that would one day restore his dream, but that would not happen for some time. 2 months later, Izuku's life had changed suddenly. Since he could not see, the hospital staff had advised his mother to enroll him in a special course to learn Braille. Over the next 2 months, he learned to read with his fingers. What would take many people months or even a year to learn came to him in a matter of days. His sense of touch seemed astonishingly refined, allowing him to feel the ridges of ink on a page and discern letters. It was remarkable, but what surprised him most was what would come after. After finishing the Braille course, the little boy was taken back to kindergarten. The doctors and the teachers had convinced his mother that it was important for him to learn to socialize despite his condition. Inko announced that they had arrived and smiled faintly. Walking behind his mother, Izuku used a white cane and wore black sunglasses at his mother's request, so others would not be uncomfortable with his steady gaze. Izuku said he could hear the other children entering. Inko remained amazed at his heightened hearing. Since losing his sight, he had become more serious but also more aware of his surroundings. She knelt, put her hands on his shoulders, and told him that things were different now and that she was sorry they had to be this way. She urged him to get up and move forward, saying that things would not return to how they were before, but that did not mean he could not still live his life. She hugged him and told him not to worry about what others thought. To her, he was strong, a hero, and like any hero he had to get back up and never give up. Izuku pressed his hand to his mother's and squeezed. He acknowledged that she was right and resolved to try. Inko called him her little hero, kissed his forehead, and told him to ask his teacher for help if he needed it. Izuku said he would and began to walk into the preschool. The teachers wanted to escort him to his classroom, but Izuku declined. He wanted to prove he could do it alone, that he did not need help, and that, like heroes, he could stand and move forward. Later, during recess, all the children went out to play except Izuku, who sat quietly in a corner listening to them have fun. In truth, he was practicing. He thought he still did not understand what this new ability was, but he knew it had helped him since losing his sight, and he hoped that with practice he could use it like a power. He breathed deeply and concentrated on the sounds around him. He could sense objects and people nearby. Although he could not see, he could feel their size, their gender, and how close or far they were. Each sound seemed to release a pulse, as if it were a kind of radar. He thought of it as a radar. A few meters away, his blonde, ash-haired friend watched him with disdain. The other children began to murmur about what had happened to the green-haired boy. Some felt pity, others were uncomfortable around someone who could not see. Bakugo, however, did not care. He sneered internally that Deku had once been useless without a power, and now he was useless and blind. The other children glared at the ash-blonde boy. They might once have joined the blonde in teasing the green-haired boy for not having a quirk, but now he was blind, and that was not something to mock. Bakugo spoke with contempt and asked if anyone thought he would pity the blind boy. He told Deku to think again, annoyed. The ash-blonde picked up a ball he had been playing with and prepared to throw it at the green-haired child. He said with a mocking tone that this would be something Izuku would not see coming. One of the children protested that Bakugo should not do that because Izuku could not see, but Bakugo snapped back that if Izuku could not see, then he should not have come in the first place. The other children wanted to stop him, but Bakugo's glare intimidated them into staying on the sidelines. Bakugo muttered that he would not pity Izuku and called him a Deku. Unbeknownst to Bakugo, Izuku had heard him and thought sadly about why Katsuki was being so harsh. While the caregivers were distracted watching the other children, Bakugo seized the moment and, with Izuku's back turned, threw the ball at him. The sound of the ball striking something confirmed it had hit its target, but when the children and teachers saw what had happened, they were speechless. Bakugo reacted in surprise. Everyone watched as Izuku had stopped the ball instantly with his hand without even turning around. He remained seated and caught the ball in a reflexive motion. Izuku wondered in astonishment what had just happened. He had not needed to hear it, he had felt it throughout his body. He sensed the air Katsuki exhaled when he launched the ball, the sound of the air being cut by the ball, and even smelled the rubber approaching. The teachers' and children's astonishment ended when Bakugo erupted in anger. He accused Izuku of lying about being blind and grabbed several balls, telling him to try to dodge them. The teachers tried to intervene, but Bakugo was faster and hurled all the balls forcefully at Izuku. To everyone's surprise, Izuku caught 2 balls without difficulty and used his cane to deflect and repel the others in an agile display. The children and teachers were left speechless. Bakugo lashed out, telling Izuku not to dodge them. A caregiver reprimanded Katsuki and led him away. He would be punished for the rest of recess. Another caregiver approached Izuku, who still seemed stunned by his own actions, and asked whether he truly could not see. In response, Izuku removed his glasses and showed the other children and the teachers that his eyes appeared lifeless, his pupils unresponsive to light and his gaze fixed. He said that he could not see, addressing the teacher seriously. The teacher tested him with a flashlight, passing light in front of his eyes. There was no reaction, confirming that the child was completely blind. The teacher apologized for asking but asked whether Izuku's ability to sense the ball had been his quirk. The other children grew excited, thinking their classmate might have a quirk that warned him of danger even while blind. They peppered him with questions about sensing danger, seeing with his quirk, and having super reflexes. Izuku, however, remained bewildered. It felt as if his remaining senses had been heightened. The teacher calmed everyone and told Izuku she would need to speak with his mother and suggested he get a medical recheck. She encouraged him that he might have awakened a quirk. Although glad on the surface, Izuku hesitated. Doctors had previously said he would never have a quirk, so if this was not a quirk, what could it be? Hours later at Mizurufu Hospital, after Inko picked Izuku up from the preschool, she had been informed about the playground incident and the small possibility that her son had awakened a quirk. Following the caregiver's advice, she brought him back to the doctor for another checkup. The doctor asked Izuku how he had been feeling and whether he had any discomfort, pain, or dizziness while checking the child's pupils. Izuku said he felt fine but did not understand this strange ability. The doctor asked when Izuku had started sensing things and what he felt. Izuku replied that it had begun after the accident that had left him blind. He described his hearing as if it could pick up hundreds of sounds over great distances and said his sense of smell and touch felt enlarged, as if his remaining senses had become stronger. The doctor took notes, then Inko asked whether her son had awakened a quirk. The doctor spoke honestly and admitted that in all his years of practice, he had never encountered anything like Izuku's case and had no clear explanation for what the boy possessed. That confession surprised both Izuku and his mother. The doctor reminded them that previous tests had shown Izuku did not possess a quirk because of the condition with the joint in his little toe, and after the accident that left him permanently blind, it had been assumed he would never develop one. Yet according to the preschool staff's testimony and what they had just witnessed, it was obvious the boy had something unique. Izuku asked whether that meant he had a quirk. The doctor had no definitive answer. The studies continued to show no quirk, but the observations suggested an extraordinary ability that warranted further investigation. It was not a gift, but it was certainly not ordinary. The doctor admitted he did not know. He had never before heard of someone awakening an ability after suffering an accident like Izuku's, and he did not want to form a theory without evidence. Inko asked what he meant. The doctor suggested that Izuku might have developed a kind of sixth sense or ability as a result of losing one of his primary senses, with the remaining senses sharpening in response. He clarified that, because there was no classification for what Izuku possessed, they could register it as a gift for now. Inko reacted with astonishment at the idea that her son might have a unique gift. The doctor explained plainly that Izuku did have a unique ability that helped him cope with blindness and gave him enhanced perception of his surroundings, making him something like a human radar. Inko asked what the doctor would call this ability. The doctor classified it as echolocation, an ability that allowed perception without sight by amplifying the other four senses. Izuku felt surprised, excited, and happier than he had in a long time. If it was a gift, even one unlike any other, it was still a gift. He asked hopefully whether he could become a hero. The doctor grew silent for a moment, and Izuku heard the doctor's heartbeat, a steady rhythm that faintly echoed an old memory of when his dream had been shattered. The doctor told him that he understood Izuku's excitement, but feared that despite the gift, he would not be able to fulfill that dream. Both Izuku and Inko reacted in shock. The doctor explained that even with a unique gift, the reality was that Izuku remained blind, and he had never known of a hero who did not need sight or other senses for their work. He told Izuku, with regret, that he did not believe Izuku would be able to become a hero because of his blindness. Izuku bowed his head. This was the second time his dream had been broken by reality. Even with a gift, he believed he could never be a hero simply because he was blind. He thought the word blind with frustration. Inko thanked the doctor. The doctor reminded them it was his job and tried to encourage Izuku by saying he had a gift that could help in any profession he chose, even suggesting law as a possible path where Izuku's ability could be useful. Izuku replied with reserved thanks, and then he and his mother left the office feeling a measure of sadness. Despite the doctor's words, Izuku could not accept that it was the end. He promised himself that he would still become a hero. It did not matter how difficult it would be, he would practice, become strong, and one day be the first blind hero, proving to the world that his condition was not a limitation. With that resolve, the young Izuku set a goal: learn to master this power, grow strong, and never give up, because a true hero always rises again. 5 years later, Izuku reflected on the promise he had made to himself and his mother: to live without fear, never to back down, and to defend the innocent and those who could not protect themselves, just as he once could not. He had lost his sight but gained something else. His remaining 4 senses had sharpened to a superhuman degree, and most surprising of all, his ears emitted a radar-like awareness. That, however, was only the beginning. On the rooftops of apartments in Mizudafu, 9-year-old Izuku balanced upside down on his hands at the very edge of a roof, showing no trace of fear. He seemed to be enjoying himself. From above the streets, his developed sense of touch gave him strength and balance. He moved between rooftops with acrobatic ease, running and leaping. When he reached a rusted beam over a stack of boxes, he tapped it with his cane and felt its vibration, orienting himself to the space. The rooftops had become his playground. The freckled boy slipped along the beam and landed safely on the ground with a shout of exhilaration. He had transformed from a nervous, frightened child into someone stronger, more determined, and more resilient. He could no longer be the same wide-eyed admirer of heroes. If he wanted to be one, he had to prove it. Walking through the streets, Izuku stopped at a crosswalk when he sensed an elderly man about to step into danger. Before a car could strike him, Izuku's cane tapped the man's arm to halt him and prevent an accident. The old man, startled, looked to see who had saved him and found a blind boy standing there. Izuku advised him to be more careful and to look before crossing, smiling with a playful tone. The old man was astonished and wondered aloud how the boy had done it. Izuku moved on, using his cane to navigate, leaving the man still impressed. Izuku knew that being a good citizen was not enough if he wanted to become a hero. He had to face his fears and confront those who would harm others or him. Passing through the park where he had once played when he could still see, Izuku heard a raised voice demanding money and threatening someone with a beating. He immediately recognized who was speaking. Years had not changed the aggressive tone. Izuku called out to Kaken and questioned when he would grow up. The green-haired boy approached the scene where Bakugo had been threatening another child, surrounded by his bully friends who always followed their childhood leader. The frightened boy pleaded that he had no money and that his mother would not give him any. Bakugo smirked arrogantly and told him he should have thought of that sooner. The first bully urged Bakugo to break the boy's face, and the second bully suggested putting the idiot in his place. Izuku stepped forward and asked Kaken when he would stop bothering others and when he would mature and stop being so reckless. The gray-haired leader glared contemptuously at his former friend, who was wearing sunglasses and carrying a blind man's cane. Bakugo warned Izuku not to get involved and challenged him to a fight. He left the threatened boy and, with his friends at his back, squared off against Izuku, who showed no sign of fear. The first bully jeered about Izuku's eyes, and the second bully reached toward Izuku's face as if to check his glasses. Bakugo shoved Izuku and demanded to know if he had something to say, daring him to fight. Izuku made no sign of being provoked. Instead, he stood his ground. When Bakugo became more aggressive, Izuku drew his cane and pointed it at Bakugo's face as a calm challenge. Izuku accepted the confrontation with a confident smile. Surprised and enraged, Bakugo activated his explosive quirk and swung at Izuku. Izuku sensed the attack, used his cane to block Bakugo's arm, and then, with steady, practiced movements, struck Bakugo repeatedly in the face with the cane. The blows left Bakugo staggered and bruised. Bakugo tried to counter with more explosions, but Izuku dodged with surprising speed and agility. He continued to press the attack with precise cane strikes, forcing Bakugo to reel. Bakugo lunged in a fury, intending to end the fight, but Izuku anticipated the move, dropped low, and swept Bakugo's leg, sending him crashing to the ground and unable to continue. Izuku looked challengingly at the remaining bullies and asked if anyone else intended to fight. The first bully charged, but Izuku spun aside, struck his face with the cane, and followed with a sweeping kick that sent him down, wounded and stunned. The last bully froze in fear. Izuku performed an inverted flip and delivered a controlled kick to his chin, knocking him off his feet. The three bullies were left defeated and astonished by Izuku's skill. Izuku approached the boy who had been threatened and offered his hand to help him up. The boy thanked him in amazement. Izuku helped him to his feet and suggested he go home. Bakugo remained on the ground, glaring at Izuku with burning anger and threatening vengeance. Izuku put his cane near Bakugo's face as a warning and told him firmly that this should be the last time he was found threatening another child. He admitted that he might once have been afraid of Bakugo, but he was not afraid anymore. He would not let anyone intimidate him or others. Bakugo muttered angrily and his friends dragged him away. Izuku watched them go, smiling with quiet victory. He had faced his fears and would no longer allow others to be bullied. In truth, Izuku had been terrified during the fight, but he knew that if he wanted to pursue his dream he could not live feeling inferior. He had to show his strength and stop living in fear. Defeating Bakugo and his gang had given him the confidence to believe nothing could frighten him now. That moment was only the beginning. When he thought he could not grow any more as a hero, he would meet someone who would mark the start of his journey and leave a lasting impact on him. A few weeks later, after school, Izuku walked through the park where he had played as a child. He came for the memory of the times when he could still see and to make sure Kaken could not bother other children. His mother worried that he walked alone and blind, but Izuku had learned to navigate the streets using the echolocation he had developed. As he walked, he listened to the arguments of people, children playing, and elders feeding the birds and noted the absence of Bakugo. He thought his warning must have been clear. A voice spoke sarcastically from nearby, saying that others might call the park a pretty sight, but that was not their case, addressing him as a child. Izuku was alarmed for a second. He could not sense the presence of the man who sat down beside him. It felt as if the man had appeared out of nowhere, and Izuku had never before lost track of someone's location. Izuku asked who the man was, surprised. The stranger said that questions could wait, and with the heat that day, he felt like having an ice cream and invited Izuku to join him. Despite his doubts and the fact that the man was a stranger, Izuku did not detect any ill intent in the man's words or any sign that he was lying. Izuku said he did not have much cash on him. The man replied that he would pay. The stranger kept his promise, catching the attention of the nearest ice cream vendor and ordering 2 cones, one for himself and one for the green-haired boy. Although wary, Izuku accepted the man's generosity and took the creamy treat. Izuku wondered aloud what kind of encounter this was. The stranger asked if Izuku liked ice cream. Izuku replied that he did, a little sarcastically. The man told him to be quiet and eat while he asked the questions. Izuku had wanted to answer, but curiosity about what the man wanted to say kept him quiet while he ate and listened. The man began by telling Izuku that the first thing he needed to understand was that no one felt sorry for him and that no one ever would. The man said that when it came to being born lucky, Izuku had basically won the lottery. Izuku reacted with a sarcastic question about whether the man was serious. The man pointed his cane at Izuku and reminded him about the questions. Izuku apologized and fell silent. The man then asked how old Izuku had been when he became blind. Izuku answered that he had been 4 years old. The man feigned surprise and said that Izuku had had 4 full years to see movies, blue skies, and things he could no longer see. The man explained that he had been born blind and asked if he ever heard him complaining about it. Izuku said no. The man asked how old Izuku was now. Izuku answered that he was 9. The man painted a scene. Izuku had been 4, walking about minding his own business when a truck struck him. The man described it as a sudden, violent moment in a blunt, matter-of-fact way. Izuku responded lightheartedly that the truck had not killed him. The man sarcastically congratulated the miracle of Izuku surviving the truck and suggested that the chemical exposure had affected his eyes. Izuku sighed and said that he could still hear things: cars, fights, cats meowing, sometimes from blocks away. He explained that he could sense things, know where objects were and when they moved, and that he had become more agile, stronger, and more flexible, but he could not see. The man listened, fascinated, but kept his reaction controlled and continued. He asked if Izuku knew what those abilities were called and answered that they were real gifts, not the kind of flashy powers people sought for fame. He said these were true gifts given by the world to those who deserved them, a special kind that few had or deserved. Izuku admitted that he had never thought of his abilities that way, at least not at first. The man told him bluntly that the reason for that was his own lack of perspective. Izuku protested that he was not stupid and claimed to be clever. The man challenged that cleverness was not just about reading Braille with his fingers. Being clever meant making the right decision at the right time, like the choice Izuku was facing now. The man asked what Izuku intended to do. That question surprised Izuku even more, because he did not remember telling the man his name or surname. The man had clearly learned his name somehow. The man asked whether Izuku would spend his life crying and rocking himself to sleep, or whether he would dig deep and find what it took to play with the cards life had dealt him. Izuku considered the man's words. Part of the man's point was true. Izuku had not fully thought about what to do with his life now. He still held on to his dream of becoming a hero, but he knew he needed other options too. The man invited Izuku to respond. Despite lingering doubts about the stranger's intentions, Izuku realized he could not do it alone, not without someone who had already walked similar steps and knew what it took to face life without sight. Izuku answered that he would accept the offer, speaking with determination. The mysterious man smiled slightly and told Izuku that it was a good choice. Later, Izuku reflected that on that day he had met a teacher who would show him everything he knew and everything Izuku did not. Those lessons would be his first steps toward becoming a true hero, but they would also bring new problems that would affect his future. The mysterious man and the young Izuku reached an understanding. The man would teach Izuku to use and refine his abilities and to unlock the full potential of the gift life had given him. Unbeknownst to them, those first lessons would set Izuku on the path to his dreams and reveal harsh truths he would have to face. Several days had passed since Izuku met the strange man. He was peculiar and, like Izuku, blind, but there was something different about him. Izuku did not know the man's true intentions, but he did not mind. All he wanted was to learn how to defend himself from the world, from bullies, and from life's hardships. For that reason, he agreed to train under the man. The sessions were harsh, relentless, and exhausting. Many times Izuku wanted to give up. He was only a child. Still, despite the suffering and fatigue, he endured the training. He needed to show the world that even blind, he could become a great hero. He did not know then that the man would only be passing through his life. In an abandoned warehouse basement, the young Izuku trained with the mysterious man, and the routine was brutal. Izuku winced and complained that the training was hurting him as the man held him from behind and immobilized him without mercy, despite Izuku being a child. The older man challenged him to force him to make him stop. Izuku, struggling to breathe, protested that he could not. The older man coldly told him to surrender. Izuku answered with anger and proclaimed that the Midoriya never surrendered. The master released his student, sending him to the floor, then raised his cane and stood firmly before his apprentice. The man challenged Izuku to defeat him, saying he had all day and could repeat the exercise as needed. If Izuku could not land a single blow, how did he expect to face the world? Izuku rose from the floor, adjusted his sunglasses, and showed his displeasure. He accused the man of being nothing but a bully. The man replied that the world was full of bullies and asked what Izuku planned to do about it. Izuku launched himself at the man, throwing 2 hooks and a kick, but the older man easily avoided them. The man commented that he had felt only a breeze. Furious, Izuku attacked again with punches and circular kicks, trying to land a hit. The older man blocked and parried every strike with his cane, appearing almost indifferent to the fight. He acknowledged Izuku's spirit but said it was not enough. Using his cane, the man struck Izuku in the back, sending him to the floor. Izuku gasped for air, almost exhausted. The man insisted that Izuku needed to control his anger. Izuku retorted that the man had instructed him that rage was a weapon. The man corrected him, explaining that anger could spark something but that blind rage became an out-of-control fire and therefore useless, comparing Izuku to someone lying on the floor. Angered by the man's words, Izuku stood and resumed the fight, but his attacks became uncontrolled and uncoordinated. Seeing this, the master decided to end the exercise. He used his cane to strike beneath Izuku's chin and delivered a blow that knocked him unconscious and down for the third time. Izuku groaned on the floor from the pain. The man coldly remarked that he had thought the Midoriya never surrendered. Lying on the floor, Izuku began to reflect, not only on the physical pain but on how he had ended up there. He blamed himself and felt guilt, thinking that if he had stayed closer to his mother and not run off to see his hero, none of this would have happened. Tears formed as he held himself responsible. The man questioned who Izuku blamed. Izuku responded that he blamed himself and his mother, insisting that if he had not run off to see his hero, he might not be blind now and his mother would not feel guilty and sad. The older man listened without showing pity, and he continued in a blunt, serious tone that there was no way to see that hero now and that everyone paid for their choices. He suggested that maybe if Izuku had stayed with his mother, something worse could have happened, but the one certainty was that Izuku could never see again. The boy felt crushed by the man's words. The man then added that he was there now, and even if Izuku's mother was at his side, neither she nor anyone else could truly understand what Izuku experienced every day. The man said he did understand and that was why he was training him. Izuku listened carefully, reflecting on each of the man's words. The man ordered him to get up and declared that it was time to stop taking punches and start giving them. Izuku hesitated for a moment but realized the man was right. There was no turning back. Wallowing in the past would not help. The only option was to stand up and keep moving forward. The man repeated his command, now filled with determination. Izuku summoned his willpower despite fear and insecurity and remembered his promise to never back down, never give up, live without regrets, and live without fear. He vowed to never live in fear. He rose once more, without wavering, accepting that this was his new life and that he would have to learn to live with it and use it to his advantage. The man urged him to show proof that the training was not a waste of time. With renewed resolve, Izuku attacked again with spins, leaps, precise kicks, and strikes, this time almost trapping his master against a wall. The old man, impressed by the initiative and passion, managed to block those blows and restrain Izuku again, but he acknowledged that Izuku had made progress. The master praised the improvement and told Izuku to stop for the day, advising him to return home to his mother before she started to worry. Izuku agreed that he would go home. Izuku thanked the old man seriously. The old man asked why, and Izuku answered gratefully that it was for everything. The old man said nothing more and walked away, leaving Izuku alone to remember the day he had met his mentor and the rest of the conversation they had that day. Several days earlier, in the same park where he had first met his mentor, young Izuku was eating an ice cream with the mysterious man who had appeared in his life. Izuku explained seriously that nobody, not even his mother, had bought him ice cream since he lost his sight. The old man asked what it tasted like. Izuku replied that it was vanilla. The old man chuckled and said sarcastically that anyone can taste vanilla, then urged him to pay closer attention and use his gifts. Although puzzled by the old man's insistence, Izuku kept his doubts to himself and listened as the older man began to sniff the ice cream. The old man noted analytically that it contained sugar grains, a vanilla pod, and milk from 3 different dairies in the country. He tasted it and reacted with disgust, remarking that there were various chemical additives and traces of the vendor's unclean hands. He added that he had spent the morning working in his garden and could still smell the planted soil. Izuku was astonished that all this could be analyzed from a single sniff and a small taste. The old man told Izuku that the world around him was vast and that he only needed the courage to let it in. He urged him to try. Izuku, who had trained his other senses for years, realized the old man was encouraging him to develop the super senses he had not yet explored. When the old man pointed to a passing dog, Izuku followed his advice and used his heightened perception. Izuku discovered that the dog was hungry and tempted by the hot dogs held by a man walking against the wind. The old man appeared impressed but reserved, testing how far the boy's ability could reach. When the old man asked about a nearby girl walking with her partner, Izuku focused and sensed that the girl's skin was warm and her heart was racing. He wondered aloud if she was ill. The old man answered with a sardonic note that the girl was in love. Izuku, still a child, did not fully understand and ignored the comment. The old man then directed attention to an elderly man feeding pigeons. Izuku concentrated and felt something wrong. He said with sorrow that the old man was going to die. The mentor told him seriously that there was nothing Izuku could do for him. Izuku lowered his gaze. The old man observed that the world was not all flowers and joy and advised that the only way for people like them to survive was to grab hold of life firmly and never let go. Izuku kept the ice cream wrapper and thought about the old man's words. He asked hesitantly if his question would earn him a beating. The old man replied wryly that it depended on the question. Izuku asked how the old man had found him and how he knew about him. The old man said matter-of-factly that doctors, the Braille instructors, and his school teachers assumed it had been their idea, but maybe it had been one of the old man's gifts or just luck. Izuku laughed and said that was not a proper answer. The old man smiled and admitted that the boy learned quickly. When Izuku asked whether the old man would help him, the older man corrected him that he would train him, teach him to control his gift, make it useful, and teach him to fight. Izuku confessed seriously that his mother never wanted him to fight, though he had been fighting for months without her knowing. The old man approved that this had been well done but warned that Izuku's mother was not there now and he would need skills for war. When Izuku asked what war, the old man replied that they would get to that when he was ready. Izuku joked that he did not even know the old man's name and asked what he should call him. At the time, Izuku believed this would be a great opportunity to pursue his dream. The mention of a war puzzled him. He assumed it referred to villains or a terrorist organization, but it seemed to mean something larger. The mentor's name would turn out to be Stick. Back in the present, Izuku recalled that Stick was stronger than he had first thought. He acknowledged that Stick's training was exactly what he needed and resolved with determination to do whatever it took to become a hero. Over the next several months, Stick trained Izuku physically, mentally, and psychologically. He taught Izuku to use his senses as tools and his body as a weapon. The training sessions grew more intense, and the fights became brutal and demanding. Izuku often fell, was thrown, and came away battered and sore from punishing drills and strenuous sparring. Despite the pain and the hardships, his motivation, belief, and dream kept him going. Even though Stick did not trust or believe in heroes, that did not stop Izuku from chasing his dream. Stick became more than a teacher, he was almost a father figure, and that bond would later prove to be Izuku's greatest mistake. At a hidden training ground, as on most days after classes, Izuku met his mentor to practice combat and sharpen his senses. His super senses expanded, making him faster, more agile, and better coordinated, truly a warrior in the making. Stick attacked with two sticks held like batons, urging Izuku to be faster. The blind master struck with methodical force, and Izuku evaded with quick, precise movements, executing flips and acrobatic leaps. When Stick tossed his weapons at him, Izuku flipped through the air, caught the sticks cleanly, and landed in a ready fighting stance. Stick then instructed him to rest. Stick commanded, and the green-haired boy obeyed like any pupil to his sensei. Stick asked sternly who governed the body, and Izuku answered firmly that his mind did. The old man resumed the attack using his hands this time, and Izuku blocked the strikes with the sticks. He rolled along the ground, waiting for the next move. Stick asked seriously what Izuku's strongest weapon was, and Izuku replied immediately that his body was that weapon. As the assault continued, Izuku blocked each blow from the old man, repelling and evading punches and circular kicks, using his size and agility to his advantage. Stick stopped the final strike by catching the wooden sticks, and the two of them struggled. Stick shouted about balance between mind and body, and Izuku declared without hesitation that the mind controls the body controls their opponents, and those opponents cannot control anything when they are defeated. Stick nodded with approval. The combat ended and they separated, keeping their distance. Stick warned seriously that fighting was only the beginning and that Izuku had to learn to control the feelings buried deep inside. Izuku asked how he should do that. Stick answered that the answer was meditation. Izuku laughed and teased that he meant the thing where you pretend not to sleep, and Stick chuckled and confirmed that was it. Stick explained that meditation would make him much stronger, more focused, and would even help wounds heal faster. Izuku asked if Stick could do that, and Stick replied with sarcasm that was how he had stayed alive. Izuku resolved to learn the practice just like his master. Stick agreed and said they would start with knives the next day, joking for Izuku to try not to get stabbed. Even when it did not seem so, Izuku could feel that his master was more than just a trainer. That day, though, he would learn a harsh lesson. Izuku called Stick over and presented a small handmade bracelet fashioned from the wrapper of the ice cream Stick had bought when they first met. Izuku explained kindly that he had made it and asked if Stick remembered that moment. Stick showed no emotion at first, but this time something in him was different. He took the bracelet, squeezed it until it crumpled, and threw it aside. Stick declared coldly that Izuku's training was finished and that he could no longer help him. Izuku was dumbfounded and asked why. Stick said bluntly that he was not a fool and knew why Izuku had accepted his training, to chase the fantasy of becoming a hero. Stick admitted that he had hoped time would make Izuku see reality and abandon that dream. He told Izuku that society would not accept a hero who could not see that Izuku had greater potential for something else, and that no matter what he did it seemed Izuku remained clinging to a dream of being accepted just as he was. Stick warned that the world would never accept someone simply for being different. Izuku said angrily that the only reason he had accepted the training was to become stronger and to prove to everyone that even blind he could be a hero. He vowed to protect those who could not protect themselves and to defend justice, even if that meant breaking the law. If the world would not accept a blind hero, he would become something else, a symbol of justice. Stick told him he had expected too much, then left. Left alone, Izuku felt the sting of betrayal but refused to give Stick the satisfaction of seeing him cry. He had learned what he needed from his master, the rest would depend on him. He believed he had potential even if the world refused to recognize him. Nothing would stop him from helping people. He would protect the helpless and defend justice by any means necessary. If people would not accept a blind hero, he would become the symbol they could not ignore, blind justice. Izuku learned that even those who extend a hand can turn their backs, but that truth did not make him abandon his dream. He decided that if he could not be a conventional hero, he would become something else, someone who would save lives and be remembered, even without recognition. 5 years later, inside an apartment building, Izuku Midoriya, now about 14, woke from a long sleep. He rubbed his eyes and removed 2 earplugs he wore to blunt his heightened hearing so he could sleep. He rose, stretched, walked to his stereo, turned it on, and began listening to music to drown out the sounds outside. He finished his shower and left the bathroom, walking to his closet. Inside, various outfits hung on hangers, each with a small plaque engraved in Braille. He ran his fingers along the plaques until he found the one that labeled his secondary school uniform. Izuku thought that he would soon need a new closet plaque, since only 1 year remained until graduation, and he smiled to himself. He dressed quickly, then gathered his things. A hands-free phone adapted for the visually impaired, his wallet with bills folded in different ways to recognize their values by touch, his white cane, and the crimson-red glasses he now wore. From the kitchen, Inko called that breakfast was ready. Izuku turned off his stereo and left his room to eat. At the table, Inko asked whether he was nervous about the first day of classes. Izuku responded with sarcasm that he was never nervous and added more seriously that he hoped Bakugo would not be in his class. Inko asked what had happened between them, remembering that they had been very good friends as children. Izuku explained that Bakugo had refused to be friends with a blind person, like many of his classmates had done. He said it did not bother him, one true friend was enough, and he smiled. The alarm warned that he was running late for school. Izuku finished eating, took his cane and backpack, and went to the door. He told his mother he would see her later, and Inko wished him a good day. Outside, Izuku used his cane to guide him, though he did not always strictly need it. It was part of his routine. People on the street sometimes stared, and occasionally he overheard comments. A child passing by asked his mother why the young man used a cane if he did not appear injured. The mother replied kindly that he could not see well and needed the cane. Izuku was used to being the subject of curious conversations, finding them simultaneously amusing and annoying. He thought it ironic that in a world of extraordinary powers, people were often most surprised by someone without a power or without sight. He walked to the train station, rode the train toward school, and finished the last stretch on foot. At the school gate, he sensed someone approaching in a careless manner. He announced that he knew someone was there and teased that this was the 5th time this week someone had tried to surprise him. A brown-haired, robust boy with American features stepped out from his hiding place, looking a little disappointed that he had not succeeded. Foggy Nelson, Izuku's best friend since starting secondary school, asked how Izuku always knew. Izuku explained that he had heard Foggy's heartbeat and joked that Foggy should exercise more. He also said he had smelled the cheap hair gel Foggy used and suggested conditioner instead. Foggy mocked Izuku's bushy hair in return. The bell rang then, and Foggy said they should hurry in before they got in trouble. Izuku reminded him that Foggy had been distracted the last time, trying to flirt with a girl who had rejected him. Foggy insisted there had only been a pause between them. Foggy helped Izuku into the building and toward his classroom, not because Izuku did not know the way but because Foggy liked to help a friend and, he admitted with a grin, because it made a good impression on the girls. Izuku thought about Foggy as they walked. Foggy Nelson had moved from the United States with his family and, like Izuku, had no special power. It had never bothered Foggy. He was charismatic and determined to become a lawyer after witnessing a lot of crime in his hometown as a child. His family had moved to Japan seeking safety and a chance for Foggy to pursue his dream. Since they met, they had become close friends. Foggy constantly tried to convince Izuku to study law with him. Izuku admitted that the idea was not bad, but he remained committed to his own dream of becoming a hero, while keeping the idea of law as a sensible backup. Hours later, after classes, Izuku and Foggy sat in a cafe near the school. They spent the afternoon talking while Foggy read the city newspaper. Foggy excitedly pointed out a headline about a gang arrested near a bar and said witnesses claimed that a vigilante from Yuzutafu had been responsible. Izuku laughed and called the vigilante an urban myth. Foggy defended the reports, saying both the authorities and professional heroes referred to the person as a vigilante. Izuku compared it to myths about crocodiles in New York sewers, and Foggy took offense, insisting he had seen them and that it was a real story. Foggy then mentioned he had an illustration of what the vigilante looked like. Izuku asked what the image showed. The image in the magazine showed a dark figure like the night, almost a ninja, wearing a mask and leaping across the rooftops of the city. Foggy commented that he had seen better drawings, sounding disappointed. Izuku asked for the honey. Foggy, resuming the conversation, insisted that they should enroll together in law school. Foggy said that with Izuku's ability to listen and perceive, he could become a great lawyer, and he reached for the honey. Izuku sighed and answered that they had already talked about it. He explained with determination that in a year he would prepare for the UA entrance exam. He wanted to try the hero course exam, and even if he did not get in he could enter the academic course and perhaps study law later. Foggy, still serious, swapped the honey for mustard and handed it to Izuku. Although he could not see, Izuku guessed what his friend intended and poured the mustard into his coffee. Foggy teased that Izuku had a moral sense and sense of justice he probably should not have. Izuku replied wryly that this was another reason he would not make a good lawyer. Before they could continue, Izuku felt a presence approaching. Foggy looked around and asked where it was coming from. Izuku said it would enter through the door and that it would arrive in a second. A girl of their age walked in, and Foggy thought she was attractive. Izuku would probably agree if he could see. Izuku asked what she looked like. Foggy, still surprised, lied that she was hideous, which made Izuku laugh, knowing immediately that Foggy was lying and that the girl must be beautiful. Foggy warned, half joking, that he did not know if she had some sort of quirk defect, and as a future lawyer he recommended not getting too close. Ignoring Foggy's warning, Izuku switched his coffee with Foggy's and, using his cane, stood and walked toward the girl. She was reading a magazine when she felt something bump her leg. Izuku apologized and pretended he did not know where he was going. The girl replied without taking her eyes off the magazine that it was no problem. Izuku asked, still pretending, if she would be kind enough to tell him where the honey was. She answered plainly that it was right in front of him. Foggy could not help but laugh at Izuku's shy blind boy routine, which worked to a degree, especially with girls. Izuku asked the girl to be more specific, and she raised her eyes in irritation. When Izuku said that he was blind, she immediately felt ashamed of her earlier irritability, set the magazine aside, and handed him the honey while apologizing with a flushed face. Izuku said it was all right and smiled. At that moment Foggy spat his coffee in surprise after taking a sip, realizing he had been given mustard. Izuku and the girl watched with mild amusement while Foggy glared at Izuku. The girl asked if Foggy was a friend of Izuku's, and Izuku joked that he had never seen him in his life. The girl laughed lightly at that. Izuku politely introduced himself and offered his hand. The girl took his hand and said she was pleased to meet him. She then began to leave without giving her name. Izuku, having not heard her name, asked for it. The girl turned back briefly to say that she had not told him and then left with a sarcastic tone. Izuku was left speechless, not because of what she did but because of her attitude, something he had never felt before. Foggy told Izuku that some people lacked compassion for disabled kids, sounding apologetic for his friend. Izuku answered with a smile. Instead of staying, Izuku decided to leave the cafe. Foggy asked where he was going. Izuku said he would take a walk. Foggy reminded him about the tutoring Izuku had promised for understanding Japanese, and Izuku told him not to worry and asked him to go to his house. He would catch up later, then left the cafe. Using his heightened senses, Izuku followed the scent trail the girl had left. He walked several blocks until he reached the last place where he had picked up her scent, Muzutafu Central Park, the place where he had played as a child. He could hear children playing around him. When he arrived, he sensed someone nearby and stopped. The girl from the cafe stood in front of him, as if she had expected him to follow. Izuku greeted the park as being nice. The girl asked sharply what he wanted. Izuku said he only wanted to know her name and that he did not seek trouble. She warned him that she did not like being followed and that he should leave. Izuku sensed the roughness in her words, which would push most people away, but it did not deter him. Izuku apologized sincerely and said he only wanted to get to know her. He reached for her hand and said there was no need to be aggressive. The girl made it clear she did not like being touched. She attempted to twist his arm, but Izuku felt the movement in time and countered with a quick maneuver, placing himself calmly in front of her. He asked gently if she could simply tell him her name so they could resolve the situation without further confrontation. In response, the brown-haired girl tried to strike him, but the green-haired young man avoided the blow. Izuku then attempted to immobilize her, but she rolled away nimbly and freed herself, delivering a clean kick that he easily dodged. They both took a breath and stepped back to measure each other. The girl stared intently at Izuku, while he watched her with obvious interest. Achiko teased that they were drawing attention with a sarcastic tone. Izuku replied sarcastically that neither of them had used their quirk or any weapon that would summon the police. Achiko answered no, maintaining her dry amusement. Izuku relaxed and observed that people would likely take it for a street performance and not worry. Children and adults began to gather, curious at first thinking it was a scuffle between youths. When no quirks or dangerous objects appeared, the crowd assumed they were watching a street show. Achiko, intrigued, asked if Izuku really was blind to how obvious their spectacle was. Izuku countered with a sarcastic question about whether she would tell him her name. Achiko found Izuku's attitude entertaining. He was not like most boys. The onlookers grew more interested as the two prepared to continue. Izuku announced with determination that the show should begin, and Achiko agreed in kind. Izuku tossed his staff into the air and removed his jacket, while Achiko shrugged off her leather vest and flung it aside. He caught his staff as it fell. Achiko assumed a fighting stance and Izuku planted himself with his staff in hand, gesturing a challenge with a grin. Achiko launched a direct strike followed by 2 straight kicks, but Izuku blocked them with his staff and, with a quick motion, pointed it toward her. He mocked lightly that this was all she had. Achiko replied that he had asked for it. She deflected the staff with a sweep of her hand, executed a backward roll, and ran toward a seesaw. Izuku followed, but she darted across a different seesaw and tried to strike with the opposite end. He barely avoided the hit and used his strength to drop the end, sending Achiko flying into his arms. He caught her, bringing his face close to hers. He teased whether she was holding back. She admitted breathlessly that she was. Izuku told her not to restrain herself, and she smiled, flipping backward and nearly grazing his chin with a kick. Both leapt onto the seesaws and balanced opposite each other, performing an impressive display. Izuku joked about whether every boy had to go through this to learn her name. Achiko shot back that he had not even asked for her phone number yet. They leaped and shifted across the playground, maintaining equilibrium, and the crowd cheered. Even the children picked who to root for, dividing their support. Izuku pointed out that the audience thought it was a show, and Achiko remarked sarcastically that eventually the performance would have to end. Izuku agreed. Achiko attacked with a flurry of blows that Izuku blocked with his staff. In a swift move she kicked the staff out of his hands, sending it skittering toward a park bench. Izuku flipped and dove to retrieve it, but Achiko intervened with a kick that kept him from reaching it. She followed with direct strikes that he parried with sharp punches. Their skills matched closely, each met the other's moves with calculated defense. Deciding to end the confrontation, Izuku grabbed one of Achiko's arms. She resisted with the other, but he seized that one as well and locked her into a hold. He asked, panting, for her to stop hitting him. Achiko smiled at his ability and pretended to concede. Then, in a quick, pragmatic move, she stepped on his foot, forcing him to loosen his grip. She took advantage of the opening, elbowed his torso, and sent him stumbling into the bench. She raised her foot in a gesture of victory. Izuku laughed and acknowledged that she had won. Achiko, triumphant, reminded him that he had asked her name earlier. Izuku, tired but curious, urged her to tell him. She offered her hand and said with pride that her name was Achiko Uraraka. Achiko was a short-haired, brown-eyed young woman with a round face and a gentle blush on her cheeks, dressed in sporty clothing. Izuku smiled despite the loss. At least he had learned the name of the mysterious girl. Izuku said it was a pleasure to meet her, and Achiko reciprocated, adding that he had made a good first impression. She laughed and remarked that his technique had been strong, though that last move had been dirty. Achiko joked about how anything goes in love and war. Izuku asked, half joking, what war or love she meant. Achiko replied enigmatically that he would have to find out another day. The mood lightened and Izuku chuckled at her uniqueness. Achiko said it had been a pleasure and that she had to leave, hoping they might meet again someday. Izuku declared with mock drama that he would look forward to their fated reunion. Achiko smiled at his theatricality and, before walking away, placed a brief, tender peck on his cheek. Izuku was taken by surprise and brushed his palm across his cheek, stunned at the first time a girl had kissed him like that. As Izuku marveled at the sensation, Foggy's voice came from nearby, admitting amusement and a bit of envy, and teasing that he had been told to wait at home. Izuku laughed and said his charm was simply natural. Foggy mentioned that he had wanted to see Izuku's strategy against the brown-haired girl, and added with genuine surprise that the plan had worked, noting the farewell kiss as proof. They walked off together, talking and laughing, the informal duel already woven into the lively afternoon memory of the park. Foggy teased that Izuku would like that, then he laughed and said enough joking, reminding him that he still owed a Japanese tutoring session. Izuku replied sarcastically that Foggy should take him home instead. Foggy pointed out with a grin that, although Izuku claimed to be blind, he had seen him walk home alone without trouble and asked how he explained that. Izuku answered casually that he had a good memory. The American boy stopped arguing and began guiding his friend back home, even though Izuku did not strictly need it. As they left, a brown-haired girl watched the green-haired boy from a distance with keen interest. Ochako noted to herself that she had finally found Izuku Midoriya and smiled, certain they would meet again sooner than he expected. She walked away, leaving questions about her intentions behind. Hours later at the Midoriya home, after several hours of tutoring, Foggy reached his limit and said his goodbyes. Izuku prepared to have dinner with his mother. Inko asked how his first day had gone. Izuku described it as mostly ordinary, though he mentioned with interest the girl who knew martial arts. Inko asked why he had declined Foggy's invitation to visit his house, noting that Foggy seemed like a good kid and a good friend. Izuku explained that he had told Foggy he needed to do homework and that he did not want to trouble his friend's parents, joking that having a blind boy at the table might make some people uncomfortable. Inko denied that and said his presence did not bother anyone, adding that he was sociable, just a little. She meant to say frank, and Izuku caught the hesitation. Izuku knew his mother had been nervous. One of his abilities tied to his heightened senses let him detect subtle changes in heartbeats and emotions, making it difficult for others to deceive him unless he wanted them to. He thanked his mother for dinner, stood up, and said he would do his homework and then sleep. Inko reminded him not to stay up too late. Izuku said he never did, though he did not mean it. Once his mother had turned out the lights and gone to her room, Izuku locked his door and began to work. He removed his glasses and set down his cane, opened a hidden compartment in his closet, and took out a small box. He noted to himself that it was not flashy, but it helped him operate at night. He left his uniform on the bed and took the box with him out of the room. Near the Muzutafu loading docks, 2 black vans had pulled up beside cargo containers. A group of men forced several terrified women out of the vehicles and toward a container, threatening them as they moved. One of the men announced that he expected to earn money from them and brandished an electric baton to intimidate the women. The sight frightened them, and one of the men, fed up with their screams, struck a woman and left her unconscious before shoving the others into the container and closing it. As the men continued to inspect the area, one of the women inside the container pointed toward the top of a nearby stack of containers. At first the men assumed it was a distraction, but something then fell from above, knocking one of them to the ground and making him drop his baton. The women inside the container looked out in a mixture of surprise and fear. A young figure dressed in black stood before them, telling them to stay inside the container until he gave the all-clear. The men reacted with alarm. One called out to the others to pursue, another demanded that he not be allowed to escape, and another urged violence. They rushed the figure in black and attacked with their batons. The boy moved with practiced agility, evading the blows and disarming several attackers. Using swift defensive maneuvers, he turned their own weapons against them, knocking a couple of them out and subduing others without inflicting graphic harm. One of the criminals tried to tackle him, but the boy leapt back and used a takedown move to send the attacker down. He then used a precise strike to incapacitate another assailant, leaving him unconscious. 2 more attackers rushed forward. The boy seized the batons they wielded and used them to disable them, sending them to the ground. A remaining criminal retrieved a gun and threatened the boy, but Izuku heard the intention clearly and reacted instantly. He dropped low to avoid the first shots, rolled through the open space, and darted among the containers with parkour-like motion, blending into the shadows and keeping the gunman off balance. The gunman moved between the containers, waving the weapon wildly, trying to locate the boy. He returned to the container where the women had been held, unaware that the boy was behind him. The boy seized one of the abandoned batons and threw it. The baton ricocheted off the container door and struck the criminal, knocking him to the ground as the women inside watched in relieved astonishment. The gunman let out a pained cry as he fell. He fell to the ground in pain. The green-haired masked figure moved toward the container where the frightened women hid. He grabbed another baton and threw it at a man who had been sitting and eating. The man tumbled into the water. Izuku urged the women to move to the center, stay in the light, and signal the first police officer they saw. He slammed the container to force them into action. The women, frozen with fear at the sight of the mysterious young man, finally came out carrying an unconscious companion. Despite their terror, they were grateful to the man in black who had saved them. The criminal remained conscious and, with his last bullet, aimed at one of the girls, prepared to kill. The traffickers snarled that they would not all escape alive. Before he could fire, the mysterious boy flipped through the air, delivered a quick, precise kick that stunned the criminal, and knocked the weapon away with another strike. He grabbed the criminal by the collar and made him look up at the covered face. The criminal, terrified, demanded to know who he was. Izuku declared coldly that he was Justice. Then, in a swift, anime-style confrontation, He struck the criminal repeatedly until the man collapsed unconscious. His gloves were scuffed from the fight, but no graphic detail remained. Once they were all subdued, the masked boy gathered the unconscious traffickers and shoved them back into the container where they had tried to hide the women. Time passed. Police arrived at the docks after receiving an anonymous call. They found the locked container, forced it open, and discovered the group of traffickers beaten and bruised. One of them showed clear facial injuries and swelling. One officer noted that their mysterious vigilante had been busy again. The police moved to take the traffickers into custody. As they were led away, one criminal, still in shock, muttered that the attacker had not been human and described him as a merciless demon. The officer dismissed the rambling and continued processing the suspects. Unseen, only a few blocks away on a rooftop, the same figure in black watched as the criminals were taken away. Satisfied, he melted into the night. Hours later, having spent almost the entire night patrolling and stopping crime, the boy returned home just before dawn. On the rooftop he removed the black headband, revealing a shock of green hair, and caught his breath. He told himself that it had been another night of taking down criminal scum. He climbed down the fire escape to his apartment window and checked that his mother was still sleeping by listening to her soft snores. He entered his room carefully. He reflected that those traffickers were the fourth group he had stopped that week and that whoever organized them was persistent. He removed his vigilante clothing, revealing cuts, bruises, and old graze wounds that showed this was not the first time he had done this work. He stored the suit in a secret compartment, showered to wash off the grime and sweat, took painkillers from the medicine cabinet, and then prepared for sleep. He put in earplugs to muffle the world, stared blankly for a moment, and then closed his eyes. This was his life now. By day he was Izuku Midoriya, a blind second-year high school student whose dream was to become the first blind hero. By night he was a vigilante, a hidden protector in the shadows whose goal was to keep the people of Mizutofu safe and to punish the criminals who threatened the city. These were his beginnings as a hero, but he did not know that in a year his life would change again, pushing him further toward his dream while bringing new dangers. The beginning of a hero and the first steps of a vigilante Izuku Midoriya's life was about to change even more, as new friends and future enemies would soon knock at the vigilante's door. To be continued. A year had passed. Izuku was now 15 and in his final year of secondary school. During that time, his nocturnal exploits as Mizutofu's vigilante had made him more notorious than many licensed heroes. The police and pro-heroes labeled him a vigilante who, despite performing heroic acts, used excessive force and struck criminals brutally. To Izuku, that severity was the only way to send a clear message that he would show no mercy to scum. His reputation earned him the local nickname, the Devil of Mizutofu, a title he thought exaggerated but effective at instilling fear in criminals and respect from civilians. Even while balancing school by day and vigilantism by night, he still dreamed of becoming a hero and attending UA. What he did not expect was that an opportunity would soon present itself. It was an ordinary day in Mizutofu when a purse thief began causing chaos by transforming into a giant monster. Local heroes arrived and cordoned off the area as they worked to subdue the suspect. Among the crowd, a green-haired boy with red glasses and a cane stood close by, listening intently to the commotion. Izuku noted the voices and builds of the responders and identified them as the local heroes Death Arms, Kamui Woods, and Rescue Hero Backdraft. Some nearby civilians were astonished that a blind boy could recognize three heroes without seeing them. One of the civilians asked how he had known, and another wondered whether he had a quirk that let him see without eyes. Izuku chuckled softly and told them he had simply guessed, adding that it was logical the local heroes would respond first. The civilians felt sheepish for asking what now seemed like an obvious question. When a well-meaning passerby offered directions to school, Izuku declined help, saying he could navigate the city on his own and did not need assistance. He thanked them and continued on his way, amused by the exchange. As he walked, he reflected inwardly that he had not really guessed. He had listened and felt the heroes' presences with his heightened senses. He had encountered several of them during his nightly patrols and never forgot a voice or a presence, especially those of heroes. From a distance he could hear the conflict unfolding and sense the heroes were close to defeating the criminal, with Kamui Woods poised to land the finishing blow. Suddenly, someone else crashed into the scene with a powerful flying kick that toppled the villain. Izuku felt another presence on the battlefield and realized the newcomer towered several meters tall. Izuku assumed a new heroine was making her debut and noted that she appeared to possess a growth quirk. The woman introduced herself as Mount Lady and expressed hope that she had given everyone a good show. Fans and onlookers erupted in excitement, and photographers hurried to capture images. Izuku observed the crowd's excited reactions with mild disgust at their behavior. He pulled a small handheld recorder from his pocket and began taking audio notes on the heroes he could analyze, paying special attention to the giant heroine. A nearby man noticed the recorder and asked if Izuku was taking notes because he wanted to be a hero, then made a thoughtless remark suggesting that such a career might not be ideal for someone in Izuku's condition. Izuku answered that he was aware of his blindness and that he did not need anyone's opinion about how he spent his free time, nor did he appreciate being reminded of his disability. The man apologized, and Izuku turned off the recorder. He had grown used to hearing the same doubts from everyone. Izuku walked away, leaving the remorseful civilian behind. He was tired of people assuming his dream was impossible simply because he was blind. He wished he could show them and tell them to their faces that the blind boy they underestimated was the devil of Mizudafu, though he knew doing so might ruin everything he had worked for. He sighed and steeled himself. Just a little more, and he would show everyone what he was truly capable of, he thought, motivated. The green-haired student continued on his way to school. Aldra High School. Class began with the teacher announcing that, as third-year students, it was time to think about their futures. The teacher said he would hand out planning documents, then casually tossed the papers into the air and remarked that everyone wanted to be a hero. The students erupted in excitement and began showing off their abilities, which the teacher tolerated despite rules against it. Bakugo, the explosive blonde, arrogantly told the teacher not to lump everyone together and insisted that the others were useless extras. Some students protested at Bakugo's attitude. Izuku listened to the commotion and, as always, expected his former childhood friend to be the first to boast. He thought that Bakugo was nothing if not arrogant and foolish. The teacher recalled that Bakugo wanted to attend UA, and his question drew the attention of the whole class. Several classmates reacted with disbelief, noting that UA was for the top 0.2% and accepted very few students. Bakugo declared with superiority that he had performed perfectly on the test, that he alone could go to UA, and that he would surpass all might to become the #1 hero, exulting that his name would be among the best. Izuku only smiled quietly at those words, thinking he would surprise Bakugo soon enough. The teacher then remembered that Izuku also wanted to go to UA, which stunned Bakugo and left the classroom watching the blind, green-haired student who maintained a serious, mysterious expression. Some students laughed and others said UA would never accept a blind student. A classmate suggested that it would be too dangerous for Izuku to try. Another conceded that Izuku possessed a useful gift for his condition but doubted it would be enough to become a hero. Tired of the taunts, Izuku stood and faced those speaking against him. He explained firmly that there was no rule at UA prohibiting a visually impaired student from taking the entrance exam and that there were no precedents that would deny him the chance. Before he could continue, he jumped back to avoid a sudden explosion from Bakugo that destroyed Izuku's desk. Bakugo growled at the sight that his attack had been evaded. Bakugo angrily called Izuku a marginalized blind boy and challenged him to dare to defy him. Izuku brushed the dust off and confronted Bakugo without showing any sign of intimidation. He stated that his dream had always been to enter UA, whether blind or not, and that nothing would stop him from pursuing it. Izuku told Bakugo that if he did not like it, he could go to another hero school, because Izuku would not give up on taking the UA entrance exam and would not know if he could become a hero unless he tried. Bakugo furiously demanded to know what Izuku meant by trying, and scoffed at the idea that a blind student could do anything, unleashing more explosive energy from his hands. Izuku remained unmoved and coldly said he did not owe Bakugo any explanations and turned his back. Bakugo prepared to attack, but in a swift move Izuku drew his cane and pointed it at Bakugo's face as a warning. Izuku made it clear that Bakugo should not attempt anything and reminded him that he would beat him again as he had 6 years earlier. Bakugo growled in frustration. The teacher ordered them to separate and warned Bakugo that another callous incident would be added to his permanent record, telling him that if he wanted to attend UA he had better behave for the rest of the semester. Bakugo left, still resentful and remembering the day years ago when Izuku without help had fought and left him and his friends on the ground while defending another child. Bakugo muttered that it was not over, but Izuku calmly replied that it had ended long ago. The teacher asked someone to bring another desk for Midoriya so class could continue. A reluctant student complied, and the lesson resumed while Bakugo remained furious about what had happened. Hours later, after classes had ended and the other students had left, Izuku stayed behind with his best friend Foggy to listen to reports about that morning's incident. Foggy, looking at his phone, marveled that the incident was on every headline. Izuku joked that he had not been a witness but could still listen to the news. Foggy acknowledged that Izuku could not use a phone but could at least hear the broadcast. Izuku explained with a laugh that living so long without sight had taught him to identify and classify everything he heard and felt around him. Foggy noted that not everyone had the advantage of a quirk that let them perceive the world without using their eyes and that augmented his other senses. Izuku agreed with a wry response, then said he wanted to go home as soon as possible to save his audio notes. Suddenly Izuku felt someone take the small recorder from his hands. The green-haired boy did not have to guess who it was. He could smell the metallic tang of ash nearby. Katsuki Bakugo stepped forward and warned Izuku sharply that they were not done talking. Izuku stood and faced Bakugo, saying firmly that there was nothing to discuss. Foggy stepped back. He did not like fights, but he knew Izuku well enough to trust that the blind boy could handle himself. It had been Izuku who had helped Foggy against a group of bullies on the first day of school, and that was how their friendship had begun. One of the thugs, curious, asked Katsuki what the recorder was. Katsuki held the recorder up. The label indicated it was analyzing heroes for the future. The thugs mocked the idea. Izuku demanded the recorder back and called them a trio of idiots. Their mockery turned to anger, and they moved as if to strike him. Bakugo threatened to smash the recorder. In a blink Izuku swung his cane, knocked the hand holding the recorder and sent it flying into the air, then landed a measured blow to Bakugo's face with the cane. Izuku followed with a sweeping kick that sent Bakugo to the ground, and then stood over him as a warning. Bakugo erupted with a threat, but Izuku leveled his cane at Bakugo's face to make it clear he would not hesitate to defend himself. He retrieved his recorder from where it had fallen and stated seriously that he would not allow Bakugo or any of his friends to hurt or bully the defenseless while he was there. Bakugo's two friends moved to attack, but Izuku removed his glasses and fixed them with a cold, steady stare that made the two thugs tremble. Izuku asked them coldly if they had a problem. The thugs backed away without another word, and Izuku released Bakugo, who rose up furious and glaring. Bakugo declared that many top heroes had school stories and insisted he would be the only student from their mediocre school to get into UA, arrogantly warning Izuku not to even try the entrance exam. Izuku challenged him, pointing out that if Bakugo attacked a disabled student it would go on his permanent record and ruin any chance of entering UA or any other hero school. Bakugo ground his teeth. The truth stung him. Izuku warned Bakugo not to make threats he could not keep and said he intended to take the UA exam, promising to knock Bakugo down again if he tried to stop him. The tension between them crackled. Foggy and the other thugs could almost feel the sparks. Bakugo spat that UA would never accept a blind Deku and that Izuku would never be a real hero. With that, Bakugo left the classroom followed by his friends, who preferred to avoid more trouble. Foggy sighed and told Izuku that Bakugo seriously needed help, that there was something off in his head. Izuku replied that what Bakugo really needed was someone to show him the harsh truth. No matter how powerful he thought he was, there would always be someone stronger, and his arrogance would be humbled eventually, likely after a fierce defeat. Foggy fell silent. The two friends packed their things and left school as they always did, planning to meet later at the cafe near the school. Later, after spending a couple of hours with his best friend, Izuku walked home through the city, turning Bakugo's cold words over in his mind. He resolved that he did not care what others thought. He would keep his head high and move forward. He would become a hero no matter what. Entering a dark tunnel, Izuku set aside his thoughts as he sensed another presence. He could hear and even smell someone approaching. He tightened his grip on his cane and prepared himself. The presence felt threatening. A villain formed of green mud lunged at him. Izuku flipped and darted backward, evading the initial assault and using his cane to parry the villain's flailing tendrils. The villain sneered and mocked him for being a blind child, calling him an excellent body to go unnoticed. The mud creature renewed its attack, trying to seize Izuku, but the blind boy moved with practiced agility through the tunnel and kept avoiding the grasping limbs. The villain shouted in disbelief at how Izuku could dodge and demanded that he stop. Izuku replied that he truly was blind, but that did not mean he could not defend himself, especially against someone as despicable as the mud creature. Angered further, the villain abandoned the idea of taking Izuku's body and lunged with the intent to kill. Izuku braced to counterattack. Izuku landed a precise strike that staggered the mud villain and forced it to reel. But the creature retaliated with renewed ferocity, but before it could finish its move, an unknown voice behind them shouted the name of a powerful attack, Texas Smash. The villain screamed and the confrontation hung on a knife edge. A terrified scream echoed through the tunnel. A powerful gust of air struck the mud villain and shattered it into scattered globs that splashed harmlessly across the walls. Izuku was stunned. He recognized the voice and the strange feeling that accompanied it. He realized in an instant that the hero before him was the very figure who had inspired him as a child. All Might arrived with his usual energetic presence and checked on the young green-haired boy. He watched the blind youth closely and for a moment his face registered surprise that he immediately tried to hide. All Might expressed relief that Izuku was unharmed, apologized for dragging him into the fight, and admitted he had been excited about a day off in a new place. He thanked Izuku for his help and flashed his wide, reassuring smile. Izuku nervously responded that it had been nothing and, gathering his courage, introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya. On hearing the name, All Might's confident expression shifted to one of shock and remorse. He thought he recognized the boy from long ago and could hardly believe the coincidence of meeting him again, in a situation similar to their last encounter. All Might quickly moved to contain the mud villain, producing a soda bottle to seal the remains. Izuku offered to help, and when All Might hesitated because of Izuku's blindness, Izuku insisted that being blind did not make him incapable. He reminded the hero that he had survived the villain's attack without sight and that he was more than able to take care of himself and assist others. The earnestness and independence in Izuku's voice left All Might momentarily speechless, and he decided to accept the help. Izuku assisted the #1 hero in gathering and sealing the mud remains into the bottle, surprising All Might with how naturally the blind boy worked. After securing the villain, All Might announced he would take the bottled menace to the police and prepare to depart. Izuku suddenly felt the need to ask questions, but All Might, eager to leave, called for continued support and leapt into the air. As All Might flew, he could not stop thinking about Izuku. Something from years past gnawed at him. Partway through his flight, he felt an extra weight on his leg. Looking down, he discovered Izuku hanging on, clutching him tightly. All Might was startled and told the boy to let go, worried by the intensity of the grip, but Izuku clung on and explained that if he released his hold he would fall. Realizing the truth, All Might allowed him to stay. They landed on a rooftop a short time later, and Izuku gratefully found solid ground beneath his feet. All Might suggested that people below could help Izuku get down and reiterated his need to leave quickly. Izuku, remembering his personal promise to live without fear and to protect those who could not protect themselves, summoned his courage and asked whether someone who was blind could become a hero like All Might. The question stopped All Might in his tracks. Suddenly, All Might's strong presence began to waver. A faint vapor rose from his form, and the enormous, towering aura that had filled the space collapsed into someone who looked far thinner and weaker. Izuku was shocked and declared that All Might had shrunk. He could no longer sense that immense strength. All Might's strength visibly faltered. He coughed weakly and wiped his mouth, his expression heavy. He asked Izuku quietly to keep what he had just seen a secret and admitted that years earlier he had suffered a near-fatal injury that damaged his breathing and left lasting effects. Because of those injuries and the surgeries that followed, he could only maintain his heroic form for a limited time each day, 3 hours at most. Izuku stood speechless, feeling the weight of the hero's frailty even though he could not see it. But despite that, All Might remained determined. All Might said with a serious tone that the world needed the symbol of peace, a pillar for society, and in response to Izuku's question he admitted heavily that even with a quirk or not, he could not say that someone who was blind could be a hero. Izuku could not believe what the hero he admired was telling him. He wanted to reveal that he was actually an anonymous hero at night to prove him wrong, but he knew that would only bring trouble, and that All Might would answer as everyone else had. He wished, for once, that someone would truly believe in him. All Might suggested encouragingly that if Izuku wanted to help others he could choose a less risky profession in which he could enforce the law. He said that becoming a lawyer was an option and that, despite their reputation, lawyers make sure the law is upheld and help people in need. Izuku remained silent with a serious look that All Might could feel, even if he did not fully understand the boy's situation. All Might said solemnly that it was not wrong to dream but that the young man needed to be realistic, then left through the rooftop exit, leaving Izuku alone. Izuku did not move after hearing his hero's words, but his resolve did not change. He now knew he could not rely on anyone to support his dream. As he watched, the symbol of peace left the building. All Might then searched his pockets and realized the container that had held the villain was missing. He feared the worst. Elsewhere, Bakugo and his friends were walking near an alley where the bottle that had contained the villain lay on the ground. One of the toughs asked Katsuki if he and Midoriya were childhood friends, noting that Midoriya had been rougher with them in their earlier fight. Bakugo said it was Midoriya's fault for meddling and kicked the bottle. The two friends recalled rumors that Midoriya was not as defenseless as he seemed and that he might know martial arts. They also remembered how, after losing his sight, Midoriya had stopped being afraid and had started challenging Bakugo constantly, always getting in his way and defending others despite his condition. Bakugo remembered the humiliation of being bested the first time Midoriya challenged him and let anger flare. He exploded a can in frustration and called Midoriya a fool who dreamed like a child, saying that Midoriya always interfered. The three began to walk away, not noticing that the bottle had cracked and the villain made of mud had started to reform. One of the toughs suggested going to the arcade to change the mood, but Bakugo snapped that they could not risk getting in trouble. The two friends were startled and pointed behind them when a voice declared sinisterly the presence of a perfect body with a powerful quirk. The two henchmen ran away in fear while Bakugo froze, experiencing fear for the first time as the mud villain lunged toward him. The encounter played out like a tense, anime-style battle, with Bakugo forced to react quickly to avoid harm. Back on the rooftop, Izuku kept thinking about All Might's words. He said sadly that even the hero he admired had told him it was impossible, but he declared firmly that he did not care. He resolved to pursue his dream no matter what people said, and if society would not accept Izuku Midoriya as a hero, then the devil of Mizudafu would prove them wrong. He would not back down and would keep fighting for what he believed in, even if it meant being an anonymous hero without recognition. Izuku caught the smell of smoke and heard sirens, police, and firefighters. He went to the rooftop railing, breathed deeply, and focused his hearing. He realized with concern that a villain was on the loose. Despite knowing he should not confront a threat in broad daylight, he judged that moving across the rooftops would be the quickest way to reach the source. He began running with all his strength and, impressively, leapt across building tops, using parkour to close the distance to the smoke. In the commercial district, panic spread as people ran and emergency services cordoned off the area. The number one hero, moving in his thin, skeletal form, pushed to reach the scene as quickly as possible, but his mind kept returning to a haunting memory. He remembered meeting the boy who had lost his sight during one of his battles with a villain years ago. He felt guilty for his carelessness. During that fight he had caused a chemical spill that injured an innocent child and left him blind. All Might had learned later that the incident had occurred and had always been tormented by the thought that his actions had harmed someone so young and vulnerable. He had tried to make amends but knew nothing he could say would undo the past. Ever since, whenever he saved people or stopped villains, the memory of that boy who had lost his sight because of his lack of responsibility was never far from his thoughts, and he had sworn never to let such a thing happen again. All Might thought again that this was why he could not tell the boy that he could be a hero like him. Izuku reflected with heavy regret that he had failed someone as a hero that day and could never fully make amends for the harm he had caused. He convinced himself that the only thing he could do was pull that person away from that life and pray that no one else would have to suffer for his mistakes. The number one hero continued toward the scene, closing the distance and hoping it was not too late. Nearby, heroes had gathered where a mud-made villain held a student hostage. The student had been struggling to use his power to free himself, but his attempts only sparked fires and more destruction. Fire and the villain's resistance kept the heroes from getting close. While some heroes evacuated civilians and tried to control the blaze, a crowd had formed to witness the chaos. No one noticed a young man moving across the rooftops and dropping down closer to the scene. Izuku, out of breath from running, focused his senses to understand what was happening and suddenly recognized a recent presence. He realized the villain in front of him was the same one the number one hero had once contained in a bottle. He remembered feeling something fall when he grabbed the hero's pocket earlier, and now feared it might be his fault this villain was loose. A woman in the crowd asked aloud why the heroes had not acted, and a man answered that the villain appeared to be holding a student hostage. Izuku worried over who the student might be and thought that any other person could be in grave danger. Then he heard a faint groan that many would miss, but Izuku clearly recognized as the voice of the student in trouble. Bakugo weakly called for help, and Izuku's attention snapped to him. He felt a surge of regret and disbelief that it was Bakugo in peril. Moving unseen, Izuku descended the nearest fire escape and pushed through the crowd, where murmurs asked where All Might was and why no hero had helped the blonde. Frustrated that the heroes present could not act, Izuku clenched his fists and decided not to stand by. He discarded his glasses and dropped his cane, then ran into the burning area, causing surprise among both heroes and civilians. Death Arms tried to stop him, calling for him to halt, but Izuku ignored the protests and charged at the mud villain, who recognized him immediately and bristled with annoyance. Izuku reminded himself that acting might risk exposing his vigilante identity, but his body moved before he fully processed the danger. The villain unleashed a sudden explosive attack using Bakugo's power, but Izuku dodged quickly, ricocheted off a wall, and launched himself forward. Without his cane, he had to improvise. Using his echolocation, he detected flaming wooden planks nearby. He slid across the ground, grabbed a burning board, and hurled it with precise aim. The board struck the villain's face, causing the mud to contract and briefly reveal Bakugo's head, who began to breathe again. The villain recoiled, shouting about his eyes, and Izuku seized the moment to grab Bakugo and pull him free from the mud. Bakugo, startled and irritated, demanded to know what Izuku was doing. Izuku answered that he was trying to save him because he had heard Bakugo call for help. Heroes and civilians watched the exchange with surprise, and a tall, blonde, gaunt man also took notice as the scene escalated. The mud villain warned them not to interfere and launched a powerful strike. Izuku braced to evade and counter, but a massive impact struck the area instead and a curtain of smoke rose. When the smoke cleared, Izuku realized he had not been hit. Rather, someone else had taken the blow and shielded them. Izuku recognized the voice of the number one hero and felt both surprise and relief. The muscular blonde hero had restrained the villain with all his strength. He admitted to giving advice that had not been followed and then gathered his strength for a final blow. The number one hero declared that professionals sometimes had to risk everything and delivered a decisive strike. A powerful gust of air surged outward, the mud villain shattered into harmless fragments of mud that scattered across the area, and both Izuku and Bakugo were safe. The crowd erupted in cheers for the number one hero's strength and presence. Later, authorities collected the scattered fragments of mud while the crowd continued to praise the number one hero. Izuku received a stern reprimand from the heroes for his reckless approach, and by luck they did not notice that he had been without his glasses or cane, otherwise the consequences might have been worse. Bakugo was praised for his power, and Izuku, used to going without recognition, let the scolding pass. As long as everyone was safe and unhurt, he felt he could remain an unrecognized vigilante, believing that one day people might remember what he had done. As people crowded around the number one hero, Izuku slipped away through the throng, gathered his glasses and cane, and left without being noticed, or so he believed. Near his home, Izuku walked the streets a few kilometers away, turning over everything that had happened that day. He had wanted to apologize to All Might, but reporters had started interviewing him, and Izuku thought he had barely escaped before anyone realized he was blind. He braced himself for the scolding he expected from his mother for coming home late. Bakugo appeared, having apparently also evaded the press. Bakugo snapped that he had never asked for help and that he could have handled things alone, insisting angrily that nothing had changed and demanding to know if Izuku wanted him to owe a debt. Izuku replied sharply that he only wished Bakugo would be quiet for once and stop acting so arrogant, that he had not needed thanks because he had acted because it was the right thing to do. Izuku added that he did not intend to bring up what had happened and that it would be better if neither of them told anyone. Bakugo wanted to continue arguing, but when Izuku refused to engage and made it clear he would keep silent, Bakugo snapped another insult and turned away, walking in the opposite direction. Despite the harsh words, Izuku could tell what Bakugo's tone really meant. He smiled and observed that Bakugo had been hiding gratitude behind cruel words, classic behavior from him. The realization comforted Izuku. Bakugo had been thankful in his own way. Thinking it best to head home, Izuku sighed, anticipating his mother's reprimand for coming in so late. He stopped short when he sensed someone trying to surprise him from a nearby corner. All Might appeared suddenly. Izuku was startled to see the hero again so many times that day and wondered how he had escaped the journalists. All Might announced his presence with energy, but then suddenly his posture faltered. He reverted to his thinner form and staggered, coughing and looking exhausted. Izuku, grateful that he could not see such a sudden change, steadied himself and waited as the older hero recovered. When All Might had gathered himself, he spoke seriously to Izuku, thanking him, correcting him, and offering a suggestion. He explained that if Izuku had not been there and had not spoken up about himself, All Might would have been just a man in a suit who could only speak. He expressed sincere gratitude for Izuku's courage. Izuku insisted it had been his fault, saying he had hampered All Might's work and allowed the villain to escape, and that he regretted causing the events that followed. All Might countered that despite Izuku's belief in his mistake, he had risked himself to correct the error and save an innocent person even though he was blind. All Might affirmed that Izuku had acted like a true hero, moving before thought, and that his courage had compelled the hero to take action. He reflected that many top heroes have school stories but most share the trait of their bodies moving before their minds. All Might admitted some regret for earlier words and then, with sincerity and pride, told Izuku that he could become a hero. Izuku was overwhelmed by happiness and emotion. For the first time in years, tears of joy came to him because someone he admired believed in him. All Might went further and stated that Izuku was worthy of inheriting his power. Izuku felt a surge of confusion mixed with curiosity and anticipation. Something extraordinary was about to happen in his life again. That day marked the beginning of his path from being a simple vigilante to becoming a true hero. He knew the road would not be easy and would be filled with obstacles and adversity, but he had made a promise to live without fear, protect the defenseless, never give up, and always rise again. This was the start of his journey as the Justice Devil. To be continued. The blonde looked intently at the green-haired boy, who felt the hero's serious, determined gaze. All Might announced that he had been searching for a successor and believed he had finally found one. He observed that the boy was blind and a lover of heroes, but also determined, tenacious, brave, and pure of heart. He admitted with pride that although other heroes could have acted, the boy had been more heroic than any of them. Izuku did not know what to say. He had acted as he did on nights spent as a vigilante, always doing what was right, protecting the defenseless, holding to the promise he had made years ago to protect the helpless and to live without fear. All Might asked the young man if he accepted inheriting his power. For the first time in his life, Izuku felt fear. Not because of the risks or dangers of being a hero, but because he had promised to become a hero on his own and to prove everyone wrong. The offer was tempting, but doubts remained. Did he really need that power to be a hero when he had managed so far without it? Yet if the greatest hero believed he was worthy of inheriting his power and had chosen a blind boy as his heir, perhaps this was a genuine chance to become a unique kind of hero, a blind hero with the greatest power of all. Izuku stood before the symbol of peace and removed his red glasses, showing the hero his empty, lightless eyes. Despite their vacant expression, his gaze reflected determination and courage. Izuku answered without hesitation that he would do it. All Might smiled with pride. He praised the immediate, confident response and expressed that it was exactly what he expected from a determined young man. Izuku understood that receiving the power would not be easy. That moment marked the beginning of his path to becoming a hero. From then on they would work together. For a year he would train his body, his strength, his endurance, and his abilities to become a worthy successor of One for All. 2 days later, in the morning at Dagoba Beach, the two met to begin training. All Might explained that the beach had once been beautiful and popular, but over time the tide had brought in trash, and people had started neglecting it until it became a dump. He spoke about it with a serious tone. Izuku replied that he could not share the same sadness, since he had not seen a beach in years. All Might apologized, having momentarily forgotten. Izuku laughed and said he was used to it, then asked what they would do there and whether they would really train. All Might confirmed that the beach would be where Izuku would train his body, increase his strength and endurance. Before beginning, he needed to know everything about Izuku's ability, since he was intrigued by how Izuku used it. Izuku began to explain. He recounted how his ability had awakened after the accident that left him permanently blind and how he had trained with an old man named Stick, omitting several details about the man's motives and why he had left. He added that Stick had helped him gain control over his ability, which surprised the muscular blonde hero. All Might remarked that the old man had helped him control the ability. Izuku said that one day the old man had disappeared and he had not seen him again. Since then he had kept himself in shape, practicing what he had been taught, which is why he had strong control over his ability, called echolocation. All Might responded with curiosity about echolocation. Izuku explained more clearly that his other 4 senses functioned with overhuman acuity. His hearing could pick up sounds from miles away, and he could emit waves like a kind of radar, granting him the ability to perceive his surroundings without using sight. All Might found the concept impressive and mused that if others in Izuku's situation could awaken such a power, blind people might be more respected and recognized. Izuku cautioned that he would not recommend undergoing the same process he had endured. He could hardly believe he had survived exposure to the chemicals involved, so he did not think it was something everyone should try. All Might apologized for his curiosity. Izuku added that there was more. Because his hearing was so acute, he could tell when someone was lying by hearing the rhythm of their heartbeat. He could recognize a person from their heartbeat or their voice and never forgot a sound. All Might was left speechless. His future successor was certainly full of unique and surprising abilities. All Might steered the conversation back to training. He declared that during the next 10 months Izuku would clean all the trash from the beach. Izuku froze at the idea. Although he could not see, he could sense, hear, and smell the enormous amount of debris, scrap, and waste littering the shore. To demonstrate the seriousness of the task, All Might crushed a large refrigerator with his strength, sending a gust of wind across the sand. He said that restoring the horizon to this place would be Izuku's first step toward becoming a hero. Izuku reacted with shock at the scope of the assignment, unable to believe he was expected to clean the entire beach. All Might looked at him with determination and asked if Midoriya wanted to attend UA High School. Izuku replied that he did, because All Might and other recognized heroes had studied there. All Might acknowledged Izuku's ambition but reminded him that there had never before been a blind hero. He spoke seriously about how difficult entering UA was. Izuku stated that the entrance exam was in 10 months and that he intended to become All Might's successor. All Might responded with enthusiasm and said that this plan was where his so-called American dream came in. All Might handed Izuku a notebook and said energetically that it was a training plan to help him clean the beach and that he would have to follow it exactly. Izuku, surprised, explained that there was a problem. The plan was written in ink and he could only read Braille. All Might looked embarrassed, apologized with his head bowed, and flew off to find a solution. Izuku tried to stifle a laugh and admitted to himself that it was not entirely true. He could read ink with his developed sense of touch, but the situation had been so funny that he had decided to let All Might make the effort. 15 minutes later, All Might returned to the beach carrying the notebook transcribed into Braille and resumed his monologue. Izuku read the entire plan with his fingers. The diet, the sleep schedule, the hours of exercise, the martial combat training. The regimen was harsh, demanding, and exhausting, designed to push him to the point of collapse. Izuku declared with firm determination that he would work harder than anyone else and that if he did not, they would not succeed. He vowed to become the first blind hero and the greatest the world had ever seen. All Might praised his spirit and urged him to begin immediately. Izuku responded with motivated enthusiasm. Izuku later recalled that this was the beginning of 10 months that felt like hell. Although he had trained from an early age, this program took his body to a new level. The days were long and draining, mornings full of exercise, a strict diet, endless drills, and nights spent patrolling as a vigilante. Those months were almost unbearable. During that time, something unexpected happened that would profoundly alter his path to becoming a hero. The past would eventually catch up to him. 5 months later at Dagoba Beach, Izuku had improved physically, mentally, and emotionally. He had kept a steady routine of training, school, and patrols, but that day he would face a trial that would leave a mark on his life. All Might urged Izuku to show more, questioning whether that was all he could do. Izuku attacked with a series of strikes, kicks, and flips, attempting to flank his mentor. He moved swiftly, sliding between All Might's legs and delivering a kick to the back of his knees to bring him to one knee. All Might laughed heartily and acknowledged that Izuku had improved, but said he still needed more strength. With a quick counter, All Might delivered a sweeping blow that Izuku could not avoid in time. Izuku braced and was tossed through the air, landing and tumbling along the sand before coming to rest, defeated again. He pushed himself up with difficulty and admitted that he still needed to improve his strength and speed. All Might approached with his characteristic smile and told Izuku that he had been progressing. 5 months earlier, Izuku could not have landed a single hit on him. Now he could connect. The compliment brought a bright smile to Izuku's face while All Might regarded his future successor with an analytical gaze. Noticing All Might's attention, Izuku asked if something was wrong and said he could feel the look. All Might laughed and said that it was nothing, only that since they began training his hand-to-hand fighting style had been impressive. Then All Might asked whether Izuku knew how to fight with melee weapons, noting that he had seen him practice with the staff he always carried. Izuku explained that he had trained with combat staffs before, bow staffs, wooden nunchaku, and other wooden sticks, but he had stopped after his master disappeared. Since then he had only used his staff when necessary. All Might considered Izuku's words and suggested that perhaps he needed to broaden his arsenal. He told Izuku to wait for a moment and leapt into the air, leaving him to continue cleaning the beach. 20 minutes later, All Might returned, kicking up sand as he landed, and admitted that he had borrowed a few things from a colleague. He carried a large, wide case on his back. Izuku ran his hand inside and immediately recognized the familiar shapes. All Might told him honestly that it had not been easy to acquire them, but a fellow hero who practiced martial arts had given them, and he hoped these tools would help Izuku on his journey to becoming a hero. Izuku removed the contents of the case: wooden practice sticks, wooden nunchaku, and a retractable metal bow staff. Izuku held the wooden sticks with a look of awe. All Might encouraged him in a playful tone to try them. Izuku hesitated for a moment because the combat weapons reminded him of his days with stick. He thought that one reason he had stopped using them was that they brought back memories of those moments. Still, he reminded himself that All Might had gone to the trouble of getting them for him because he trusted him, and he resolved not to disappoint his mentor. He gripped the sticks firmly, vaulted backward, and began to execute flips and acrobatic strikes with the wooden weapons. All Might watched in quiet surprise at his successor's skill. Izuku then unfolded the bow staff and spun it with surprising speed and force, striking several piles of trash before finishing in a combat pose. He followed with a rapid nunchaku demonstration, showing impressive coordination and ending with a final strike that knocked over another trash pile. He panted but smiled, confident that he still had the skill. All Might observed him with pride and murmured that he had undoubtedly chosen correctly, and Izuku could not help but return a genuine smile. All Might energetically reminded him to keep practicing and maintain his regimen, and Izuku responded that he would continue to work hard. Training ended for the day and the two parted ways, each taking their own path. Izuku did not know that this night would hold an unexpected confrontation. Hours later, around 11 at night on the rooftops of Mizudafu, Izuku patrolled as the Devil of Mizudafu in his black outfit and headband, carrying the wooden sticks his mentor had given him. He admitted to himself that he had missed using them. The night seemed unusually calm. He positioned himself near the rooftop edge and listened to the city. Cars on the streets, people talking, distant stray animals. Nothing appeared to require the devil's intervention, and he thought he might be able to return home earlier than usual. A sudden click cut through the quiet. Izuku froze when he heard the sound of a weapon being ped. It was not the sound of an ordinary gun. He realized the noise must be a sniper being readied from a rooftop toward the center of the city. The city never truly had peaceful nights, he thought, and set off across the rooftops, using parkour to follow the sound and reach the shooter. On the top of a corporate building, a dark figure with a concealed face had assembled a sniper rifle with its scope fixed and magazine in place. The marksman took aim at a private office in the high-rise across the way. The intended target appeared to be a businessman filing documents, unaware of the danger. The shooter muttered that it was nothing personal and that this was just business, then fired. The bullet did not find the target because the barrel had been deflected at the moment of firing, sending the round elsewhere on the building. The shooter stared in disbelief and realized a wooden stick had interfered with the shot. Another stick struck the shooter's face, forcing a hurried retreat into a defensive stance as they searched for the source of interference. From the shadows, the Devil of Mizudafu emerged, clearly displeased. As he approached and listened more carefully, he recognized the voice and thought it sounded like a girl. Doubting the recognition for a moment, he nevertheless considered the possibility that it was someone he knew. The shooter scorned him for ruining what she called an important job and said that, because her intended prey had escaped, she was owed compensation. She cracked her knuckles and declared that compensation would be to kill him. Izuku set aside his doubts and adopted a combat stance. He warned her not to try, but she mocked him, saying she disliked anything cute. She launched herself at him with a flurry of spinning kicks. He blocked the kicks and answered with straight punches aimed at the assailant's face, but she evaded his strikes with ease and replied with a hook to his stomach and a knee that struck his face. Izuku growled in irritation and challenged her, and she said she was only just getting warmed up. The assassin resumed the assault, moving with arrogance as she ran toward the vigilante and launched a spinning kick. The vigilante ducked, swept her legs, and then tried to pin her with his leg, but she rolled across the rooftop to avoid the follow-up and answered with a quick left hook to the face. The vigilante countered immediately with a flurry of spinning kicks and acrobatic flips, finishing with a straight kick to her abdomen that forced her to step back, appearing hurt. The assassin muttered a curse and acknowledged that he was skilled. Izuku replied with a mocking remark that she was not bad either and then added sharply that it was a shame she worked as a hired killer. The assassin retorted playfully, asking who had claimed she did it. For money. The vigilante charged at the assassin, throwing a combination of hooks and an acrobatic kick, but she blocked successfully and sprinted forward, launching several flying kicks. The vigilante managed to stop most of them, but she landed a rapid, precise barrage against his midsection that winded him, finishing with a powerful palm strike to his chest that sent him to the ground. Izuku coughed and recovered his breath, swearing under his breath as he steadied himself. The assassin warned that he should not have meddled in her affairs and stated seriously that she usually did not kill anyone except her target. Then she seized the vigilante by the throat and declared, with clear irritation, that she would make an exception for him. She looked ready to deliver a fatal blow, but Izuku suddenly realized something. The way she moved, the sound of her voice, the impression of her age, and even the rhythm of her heartbeat confirmed what he feared. She was the same girl he had known years before. He barely managed to say her name, questioning whether she was Achiko. At the sound of that name, the assassin froze, her murderous intent faltering as confusion and fear took over. She stammered that she did not know that name and insisted he was mistaken. Seizing the moment while her guard was down, Izuku struck her arm with his forearm, forcing her to release her grip. He followed with a spinning kick to her abdomen that knocked her to the ground. Izuku, stunned, asked again whether she was really Achiko Uraraka. Moonlight spilled across the rooftop and revealed the assassin's appearance. The woman Izuku recognized from nearly 2 years earlier wore a black, sleeveless full-body suit and a strip of red cloth covering part of her face. She snapped that he did not know her and claimed not to be the person he remembered. With a serious tone, she drew 2 objects from behind her back and announced that she called herself Electra. At that instant, she produced a pair of 3-pronged daggers and moved them with astonishing speed, taking up a combat stance. Izuku urged her to stop, saying he did not want to hurt her and trying to reason with her. She replied with a calm apology but then explained that now that he knew that name, she could not let him live. She raised the daggers toward him, her demeanor cold and resolute. Left with no choice, Izuku drew his wooden sticks and assumed a fighting stance, preparing to continue the combat under the pale moonlight. Izuku set his wooden batons toward the assassin and made it clear he would not let her go until she told him who she truly was. Achiko answered coldly that she was not the person he was thinking of. The assassin lunged at the vigilante, unleashing a flurry of moves and slashes with her sais. Izuku blocked and evaded with his wooden batons, meeting her blows with precise parries. She grew frustrated and attacked wildly, but he matched her at every turn. Izuku thought fiercely that if she was the same girl from nearly 2 years ago, he could not understand how she had become an assassin. He had felt no hidden intent in her words back then. If it had been an act, he would have known immediately. The vigilante countered with a rapid series of baton strikes, deflecting the sais and landing a glancing reverse to push her back. Izuku demanded answers and insisted she stop. Achiko refused and said the conversation was over, producing 3 small throwing weapons. Thanks to Izuku's heightened senses, he managed to evade the 3 ninja stars she hurled, but the distraction was enough for her to slip away. He was not about to let her escape easily. Izuku accepted the chase and began leaping across the rooftops. The assassin sprinted to put distance between them. Despite her skill, she had not expected him to recognize her or to be able to stand against her. Escape felt like the only option. Izuku shouted for her to stop. She glanced back, irritated, and began throwing more stars to slow him down. She taunted him that he was more stubborn than a mule. Izuku ran through the rain of projectiles, deflecting and blocking them with his batons without breaking stride, to her surprise. They reached the end of the rooftops with no more terrain to cross. Achiko halted, and one of Izuku's thrown batons struck her. He followed with a flying kick, which she ducked, then she countered with a reverse that he blocked. He answered with a punch that she narrowly evaded, then she kicked his ribs before taking a step back. She warned that she did not like being followed or touched, brandishing her sais. Izuku tried to cut through the charade with sarcasm, asking her to tell him what she wanted and end it. Those words sounded strangely familiar to the assassin, but she pushed the thought aside and resumed the fight. She flipped toward him and aimed a strike at his throat, but he slipped away just in time, replying with an acrobatic kick that knocked one of her sais away. She reached for it, but Izuku restrained her from behind. Furious, she tried to stab him with her remaining sai, but he deflected the attempt with a baton and, in a bold move, tossed the last weapon aside, leaving her unarmed. She struggled to break free. Izuku told her to stop hurting him. Those words echoed in her mind. She had heard them before from someone important. She elbowed him in the stomach and face and managed to break free. Rolling across the rooftop, she grabbed her weapons, turned, and charged with both sais raised to strike. Her blades were halted inches from his body by the vigilante's batons as they locked in a tense struggle. Neither would back down. Izuku ordered her to stop, using her given name in an attempt to reach her. Still angry and desperate, she looked straight at him, and then everything froze for a moment. During the scuffle, a tear in his mask had revealed a patch of hair green and disheveled. She stopped instantly, dropping her weapons and staring at him in shock. Izuku asked if she had finally decided to listen to reason and repeated his question about who she was. The assassin whispered his name in disbelief. He stood speechless. She recognized him. Her heart raced. She was shocked as much as he was. Izuku asked if she recognized him. She was confused, scared, and nervous in a way she had never felt before, and she could not find the words. Instead, she said it was incredible. He affirmed that she was the same girl he had met 2 years ago in a cafe and then lost without a trace. Her silence, and the quickening of her pulse, confirmed his suspicion. Izuku demanded answers. Why she had tried to kill that man and who had hired her. She backed toward the rooftop ledge, still stunned by the revelation that he had been the boy from the cafe. He was more than a blind kid who could fight. He was the person she had imagined. She insisted he was wrong, produced a small black sphere from her pocket, and said she did not do this for money or for anyone else's service. Izuku asked again what her goal was. She smirked, removed the mask from her mouth, and revealed with quiet pride that he was her target. She dropped the black sphere, which released a dense curtain of smoke. The cloud dulled Izuku's senses and muffled sound, and he heard her moving away. When he tried to follow, the smoke seemed to swallow her, leaving no trace. Izuku cursed in frustration, bewildered by her claim that he was her objective. Her words left him filled with confusion and curiosity. It seemed that meeting her in that cafe had not been mere coincidence. After all, something or someone had tied their paths together. He had planned the meeting, but who was it and why? Izuku wondered what to do next, unsure of his options. The green-haired youth left the area, deciding to return home and try to find answers to the mystery. Someone was following the vigilante, and he did not yet know if they were friend or foe. Meanwhile, in an abandoned warehouse, a dark, shadowy figure waited patiently for a contact. He did not have to wait long before a brown-haired woman in a black suit and mask landed nearby. The mysterious man asked if she had been followed. Achiko replied that she had not. The man then asked if the target had been neutralized. Achiko lowered her gaze, feeling guilty and ashamed because she had failed to complete the mission. She admitted that she had not succeeded. The man expressed his displeasure, stressing how important the target had been and how they would now have to wait for another opportunity. Achiko tried to explain that the assassination had been thwarted by the unexpected intervention of the Devil of Mizudafu, who had stopped the shot aimed at the target. The man was intrigued by the sudden appearance of a vigilante. Never before had any hero or vigilante interfered in their operations. He asked if she had eliminated the vigilante. Achiko revealed that she had tried at first but had let him live. The man noted that she had never left anyone alive before and questioned this sudden mercy. Achiko looked him in the eye and explained the reason. The Devil of Mizudafu was the very target they had been watching for years. She identified him by name as Izuku Midoriya. The man considered the revelation and concluded that their plans would need to change, but that they might be able to use the new circumstances to their advantage. He ordered them not to act immediately but to keep the boy under surveillance from a safe distance and to monitor the Devil of Mizudafu as well. Achiko knelt in SBMsen and accepted the orders, addressing the man as master. The two figures then disappeared into the shadows, leaving a lingering mystery about their intentions toward the green-haired youth. Part of that mystery would be revealed only later. 5 months passed. Izuku reflected that after that night he had not seen Achiko again. He searched the city for her each night for a month without success. Eventually he decided to focus fully on his training. Over the last 5 months of full-time effort, his fitness had increased dramatically, his muscles and strength had grown, his senses sharpened, and in total he had reached 10 months of rigorous training. Now the day of the entrance exam had arrived. At Dagoba Beach at 6 in the morning, the symbol of peace arrived to find the beach spotless, with every trace of trash and waste removed. All Might was impressed that the place had been cleaned even more thoroughly than he had requested, proud that it was immaculate and finished at the last minute. Izuku lay exhausted and elated atop the pile of collected debris. He had met his goal within the allotted time, but his body had given out and he collapsed onto the sand. All Might had managed to catch him and set him down, looking at his successor with pride. All Might praised his work and acknowledged Izuku's progress. All Might reminded him that receiving something by luck and earning something through effort were different, and that the power Izuku was receiving had been earned. He then produced a token containing his DNA and presented it to Izuku. Izuku was surprised and a little apprehensive by the token's unexpected form. He accepted it reluctantly and made a face at the unpleasant sensation. All Might apologized for the awkwardness. Izuku tried to activate what he had been given, but nothing happened. He wondered aloud what was wrong and why it did not seem to work. All Might laughed, explaining that the reason was that the power had not yet been absorbed into Izuku's body and that he would have to wait until it settled. He assured Izuku energetically that the one-for-all quirk was already his. Izuku appeared to understand, although the whole idea of the great gift being transferred in that way still felt strange and unpleasant to him. All Might cut the conversation short with excitement and told Izuku to go to the entrance exam. He wished him luck with the same bright energy he always carried. Izuku did not waste time. He ran back home to shower, change, and prepare for the admission test. UA Academy, 8:40 a.m. that same morning. Hundreds of students filed into the prestigious academy. Many were confident, others were nervous from head to toe. Among them, a young green-haired boy moved without showing fear or anxiety, walking with a white cane and wearing red lenses that hid his eyes. He told himself he had made it in time for the exam and noted that he must have a little extra time before the bell. As he approached the UA entrance, he wished briefly that he could see the school where his hero had once trained, but he settled for knowing it was there. He still felt the unpleasant aftertaste of that hair and worried that he had not properly experienced the one-for-all power yet. He hoped he had truly inherited it. A sharp voice interrupted him, demanding that he move aside. Izuku recognized it immediately and did not expect to run into that person among so many applicants. He identified the speaker as Bakugo. Bakugo warned him not to get in the way and threatened to take him down. Izuku did not let himself be intimidated. He reminded Bakugo that UA would not look kindly on someone attacking a blind student during the admissions exam and told him, bluntly, to be quiet for once in his life. Bakugo snarled at the rebuke but knew Izuku was right. A fight now would ruin his chances, so he stalked away into the academy without speaking further. Izuku reflected on their strained history since the mud villain incident and steeled himself. He told himself to remember the past 10 months and to take this step toward becoming a hero. He was about to move forward when he suddenly stopped, sensing someone nearby. Startled, he nearly fell forward, but he did not hit the ground. A girl had used her quirk to keep him steady a few inches above the pavement. Izuku recognized her in an instant, the same girl he had met 2 years earlier and the same woman who, 5 months ago, had been rumored to be a lethal operative known by the alias Electra. The girl explained cheerfully that she had used her ability without asking because it would have been unlucky for him to fall before the exam. Her tone was light and lively, and she pretended not to notice his stunned reaction. Izuku pressed her, asking what she was doing there. She replied that she was a bit nervous about the test, keeping her manner casual and avoiding his question. Izuku called her out, insisting he knew she was Achiko Uraraka. She smiled brightly and, without engaging further, said they should both do their best and then departed. As she walked ahead toward the UA doors, she glanced back with a smile and offered a soft, calculated farewell, telling him it was good to see him again and that they would meet at the exam. Her words and that small, measured tone left Izuku cold and certain that she was hiding something. He was unsure whether to feel nervous or puzzled, but one thing was clear: she was dangerous, and she appeared to have noticed him. Izuku resolved that, since he was the only one who knew her true identity, he could not let his guard down. She might be targeting a student or even a faculty member. He would keep an eye on her while also focusing on passing the exam. With his concern high and his vigilance raised, Izuku stepped into UA Academy, ready for the test that would mark his first real step toward becoming a hero. The exam was about to begin. The day had come. After 10 months of grueling training with the number 1 hero, Izuku Midoriya was finally facing the UA entrance exam. He expected a harsh test and felt ready, but events had taken an unexpected turn. Achiko Uraraka, the girl he had met nearly 2 years ago, had also signed up for the exam. That would not have been a problem if he did not know who she really was. A contract killer who went by the name Electra. Izuku did not know her intentions, but he could not lower his guard. He would have to both take the exam and monitor the infiltrator. The exam promised to be very interesting. Inside the UA facilities, all the examinees gathered for the written test. The professional hero and radio personality present Mike opened the session with a lively introduction and attempted to rouse the candidates, asking them to respond together. The room fell into an awkward silence. Some of the examinees refused to play along. Izuku heard a faint whisper but kept it to himself. Present Mike tried again to get a reaction and then began explaining the details of the test, the robots worth 1, 2, and 3 points, how to score by defeating them, and the rules forbidding harm to other examinees. His explanation was interrupted when one examinee raised his hand and requested to speak. The hero spotlighted him, and the examinee pointed out that the printed materials included a fourth artificial villain, arguing that it was inappropriate for UA and that the Academy should be ashamed. He insisted they were all there to become exemplary heroes. To the surprise of many, the same examinee singled out the boy with green hair and sunglasses, accusing him of poor manners for wearing sunglasses indoors and demanding he remove them. Izuku did not react outwardly at first, but when pressed, he removed his glasses. The reveal stunned the room. His eyes looked cold and unseeing. The examinee asked what was wrong with them, and Izuku calmly explained that he was blind. The revelation left everyone, including present Mike, speechless. It was the first time a blind candidate had taken the exam. When Izuku asked whether he should keep them off or put the sunglasses back on, the flustered examinee backtracked and suggested he wear them. Izuku did so, and murmurs rippled through the hall. Present Mike resumed and clarified the earlier point. The fourth robot was worth 0 points and functioned as an obstacle that should be avoided. Examinee 7111 thanked him and returned to his seat. After a few inspirational remarks from the professional hero, the examinees completed the written test. Many were surprised when Izuku finished without issue. They did not know that his heightened tactile senses allowed him to read the questions by touch and respond accurately. With the written phase complete, the candidates moved to their respective areas for the final practical test. At Battle Center B, the examinees stood before a massive door that opened into a simulated city. For the practical portion, Izuku requested permission from the examiners to use non-lethal weapons, explaining that his talent involved their use. Some examiners hesitated, but the director and a few teachers granted him the benefit of the doubt. He was allowed to bring his retractable bow staff and wooden batons. Other students watched with curiosity and irritation. Many thought he was reckless to attempt the test blind and expected him to emerge injured. Izuku steadied himself, senses sharpened and resolve firm, ready to prove that appearance and circumstance would not determine his worth as a hero. Izuku felt determined to show the results of his training with all might. He noted that most candidates appeared confident, a few were nervous but hiding it, and he could hear their heartbeats clearly with his heightened senses. At that moment he sensed the presence he worried about most, the round-faced brown-haired girl who was stretching before the exam. He resolved to question her and try to persuade her to leave before she carried out whatever he feared. He was even prepared to remove her by force or to allow himself to be removed from the exam rather than let anyone get hurt. As he stepped toward her, a hand grabbed his shoulder and stopped him. He recognized his captor immediately. The other participant told him that the girl was trying to concentrate and that Izuku should not disturb her. He argued that if Izuku were truly blind he should not be taking such a dangerous test, especially with those weapons, and suggested he withdraw now. Izuku reacted with frustration and irritation. He insisted that the other participant did not know him at all and that blindness did not mean he had no chance. He made it clear that it was none of the other participants' business whether he took the risk and that he did not need pity from anyone. The other participant watched, surprised by Izuku's fierce response. Some of the other examinees were shocked by his strong words. Some thought he was reckless and would not last a minute. The brown-haired girl, however, watched with interest, impressed that he would not be underestimated. Achiko observed the exchange and quietly found the situation becoming increasingly interesting. Izuku heard the other participants' doubts but felt motivated rather than discouraged. He believed that once the exam began, his performance would surprise them. Before the other participant could reply, Present Mike announced energetically that the exam was about to start. Izuku and the other participant returned to their positions. Present Mike called for the start of the practical exam, and when the doors to the testing area opened, Izuku wasted no time and darted inside before the others could react. Present Mike urged everyone to run, joking that the green-haired candidate would win all the points. The other participants reacted and rushed into the area, and the practical exam at UA began. In the artificial city of Area B, many candidates immediately went to collect points. Izuku already had an advantage, running and doing parkour across rooftops while listening with all angles for the sudden activation of any robots. He regretted not having had a chance to test one for all, and he worried about the brown-haired girl, hoping she would not cause trouble. For now he focused on the task. Some robots were about to appear, and because he could sense where they would attack, he needed to act first. A loud crash announced a robot emerging from a building. Thanks to his echolocation, Izuku anticipated the attack, dodged, and put distance between himself and the machine. He drew his retractable bow staff and moved toward the robot. The machine swung its metal limb, but Izuku leapt over it, reached the head, and struck a critical joint with his staff, causing the robot to lose balance and shut down. The action was swift and precise, and he immediately began to earn points. He breathed a little easier. One less opponent, but he knew he would need many more points to pass. He could still detect several dormant robots that others had not activated yet, and he planned to use that advantage. Izuku continued through the city, locating robots others had missed and disabling them with skillful strikes to their control modules or by sabotaging their primary circuits. He used his staff and his heightened senses to outmaneuver and incapacitate the machines in clean, efficient ways that fit an animated, high-energy style of combat. Catching his breath, he estimated that his efforts should have yielded a good number of points. He took the moment to survey the field and locate the brown-haired girl, hoping she had not done anything reckless. He also detected other participants. One who fired lasers from his torso, the participant who had confronted him at the start running at high speed, and, to his surprise, Bakugo, who was relentlessly taking down robots with explosive force and intense aggression. Izuku smirked inwardly at how someone's training had clearly paid off. Where he had once been merely annoying and aggressive, that same person now fought with fierce intensity. He then sensed the brown-haired girl. She, like the others, was disabling robots, but she was not using physical combat. Instead, she manipulated gravity, briefly removing weight from the machines and then restoring it so they slammed hard into the ground and were destroyed. Achiko noted that the brown-haired girl had just completed a set of points, reaching 28 points. The brown-haired girl continued on her way, unaware that the green-haired boy was listening from a distance and keeping his attention on her. Izuku acknowledged to himself that, for an assassin, she could act convincingly as a hero candidate. He noted with surprise that, in addition to being a trained killer, she also possessed a gravity-related quirk. He wondered silently who Achiko Uraraka really was. The control room in Area B was filled with teachers and examiners watching the candidates closely. A male voice announced that, in this practical exam, the examinees did not know how many villains there were or where they hid and had to find them on their own. Another man observed that this year seemed full of very capable candidates. Someone pointed at the screen showing Izuku and asked about him. Another serious voice reported having heard that the boy was blind. A woman expressed disbelief and concern, questioning how he had survived the exam in that condition. An analyst suggested it was likely due to his quirk, though it had not been apparent during the test. A deep voice acknowledged his talent despite his condition and noted that he was not the only strong candidate. A lively voice proposed raising the difficulty, and a cunning examiner activated a large red button to begin the real test. The artificial city trembled mid-exam, drawing anxious looks from the candidates. Izuku felt something else approaching and expressed alarm at an immense presence. From the ground rose a massive robot far larger than the others, the zero-point machine. Izuku wondered how the school thought it was appropriate to use such a thing in the exam. All participants began to run away from the enormous robot. Izuku intended to avoid it as well, but he heard a faint, frightened voice. He stopped when he realized Achiko's voice came from the rubble just meters from where she would have been crushed. He reacted with shock and resolved that he could not leave her there. Despite distrust and uncertainty about her intentions, Izuku decided he had to save her. Filled with courage, he ran toward the brown-haired girl and prepared his retractable bow staff to create an opportunity. He shouted at the robot and hurled the staff like a spear, striking one of its sensor lenses and forcing it to recoil for a few crucial moments. That bought him just enough time to reach her and begin helping her out. Izuku ordered Achiko to use her quirk to lighten the rubble. She was confused, still dazed by recent events between them, but she followed his instruction and reduced the debris gravity. Izuku removed the rubble and found that she appeared to have hurt her leg, so he lifted her in a rescue carry and ran to a safer area. Achiko found herself unable to understand why Izuku would risk himself for her. She watched him with a new, startled awareness as he ran for her, feeling a quickening in her chest at his selfless act. He placed her in a safe spot and told her to stay there while he went to stop the robot, saying that if he did not, others could be hurt. She grabbed his shirt and asked why he had helped. Izuku turned to face her, briefly removing his red lenses and revealing eyes that looked drained but were full of determination. He explained that he helped because that was what heroes did. His words resonated deeply with Achiko, reminding her of something she had long forgotten. Before she could reply, Izuku had already begun running back toward the giant robot, leaving her to reflect. The blind green-haired boy ran toward the massive machine with no sign of fear. He knew many would call it madness, that he should not risk himself, but he tightened his fists and remembered his vow. Even if he did not trust Achiko, even if others still saw him as weak or impossible, he had made a promise. As his resolve grew, his body began to radiate a red energy. His fist glowed with increasing intensity, and he felt his strength and speed rising. This was his quirk manifesting, one for all. He steeled himself with the mantra of never giving up, of protecting the defenseless, and of living without fear. The green-haired boy leapt powerfully into the air, rising several meters and drawing stunned looks from participants and examiners alike. 1 meter from colliding with the robot's face, Izuku prepared his fist, loaded with all the strength and energy of One for All. He remembered All Might's advice about tensing and shouting inwardly, clenched his fist, and gathered his courage. Facing the robot, Izuku unleashed a mighty smash. His fist struck the machine in an explosive, anime-style impact that sent it collapsing and scattering pieces like fireworks, shocking everyone who watched that the attacker was a blind boy. In the control room, all the examiners watched in astonishment. The thin blonde man observed proudly and declared that this was the true will of a hero, not strength or power, but courage and the willingness to make sacrifices for others. After that extraordinary feat, Izuku began descending rapidly, plummeting. He cursed and feared he had broken his arm. It felt bruised and useless, and his legs would not respond. He worried that his body still could not handle One for All after only 10 months of use and that if he did not do something soon he would crash to the ground. Panic rose in him as impact approached. A few meters above the ground, something unexpected happened. He felt a sharp slap on his face from the girl he had saved moments before. She rode atop a fragment of one of the robots, floating in the air and activating her quirk to stop his fall. When they neared the ground, she released her power and deactivated it. They both landed safely, but the girl, having reached her limit, began to vomit rainbows from overuse of her quirk. Relief washed over Izuku as he realized he was safe thanks to her. He did not fully trust her yet, but he allowed himself to hope there might be something good in her. Present Mike announced that time was up and the practical exam had concluded. With the little strength he had left, Izuku heard the announcement and, despite wanting to continue, his body reached its limit and he lost consciousness. One by one, the other participants gathered where Izuku had fallen, stunned by the power he had shown despite his blindness. They remarked on how incredible it was that he had such strength and wondered why he had acted, since defeating the robot would win him nothing. Regardless, it had been an impressive display. A blue-haired boy who had once held a poor impression of Izuku reflected that others did not understand. He thought that Izuku had jumped not only to save the girl but to save everyone, knowing he did not have much time and acting without hesitation. The blue-haired boy was impressed that the blind boy had recognized the true purpose of the exam and had acted like a real hero, unlike many of them, himself included. An elderly, short woman in a medical coat with a syringe-shaped cane appeared and handed out gummies to the participants. She approached the unconscious Izuku, noted the extent of his injuries, and thought his quirk did not seem accustomed to his body. To everyone's surprise, she pressed a kiss to his forehead and her quirk took effect, healing his arm and legs. A blonde boy identified the woman as the UA nurse, Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl asked if anyone else was hurt. Achiko watched from a distance as Recovery Girl healed Izuku and felt a complex mix of relief and curiosity. She thought she had known what kind of person Izuku Midoriya was, but he had changed her expectations. He not only possessed unique abilities but seemed to hide a great power within. She resolved to keep this to herself for now and looked forward to their next encounter. She withdrew, her plans taking a new turn now that she viewed Izuku from a different perspective. 1 week later, after the exam and having been healed by Recovery Girl, Izuku returned home and spent several days recovering fully. There had been no major incidents in Mizudafu during that time, and he had received no further news from Achiko, who had disappeared after the exam. Today they were supposed to receive acceptance letters from UA. He knew he had passed the written test, though he suspected he had earned only a moderate score on the practical exam, perhaps 30 or 40 points. He wished for a higher score but did not regret saving the girl. Even if she hid things, he thought there might be something good in her. Izuku sat in the lotus position in his room, meditating with the techniques Stick had taught him. The practice had helped his recovery. His meditation was interrupted when his mother called from outside the door, calling his name repeatedly. His mother entered the room anxiously, saying that it had finally arrived and holding a letter. Izuku stood, took the letter, and asked his mother to wait outside while he examined it. The letter contained a small disc that activated the moment he opened the envelope. A familiar voice came from the projection. All Might explained that he regretted not contacting Izuku directly because of paperwork and apologized for using a holographic message given Izuku's visual impairment. UA was not used to equipment for visually impaired students. All Might then informed him that he had come to the city to work as a teacher at UA. Izuku listened intently, surprised to recognize the voice. All Might murmured off-screen as he settled matters, then addressed Izuku directly. He said that Izuku had passed the written exam but had fallen short on some points in the practical test. Izuku lowered his head, already expecting the disappointment. He sighed and admitted that he had let himself hope, but took comfort in having tried. All Might redirected his attention and explained that Izuku's actions had produced a surprising reaction from others. He played a recording of one of the exam participants speaking with present mic. Achiko described the blind boy with green hair and freckles, mentioning the red glasses and cane, and asked if she might give some of her rescue points to him because he had saved her. Izuku was stunned. This was the same girl who months earlier had nearly killed someone and who had raised suspicion. Now she was pleading to give him a chance to enter UA. All Might said that, beyond having a gift, Izuku's actions had inspired others to act. Present Mike politely declined Achiko's request to transfer points but said it would not be necessary. All Might declared that a school of heroes could not refuse someone who saved others and did the right thing. He announced that Midoriya had obtained 60 rescue points and that Achiko Uraraka had earned 45, and that together the points meant Izuku had passed. Izuku could hardly believe it. He had been accepted to UA, and his dream was one step closer. Izuku cried tears of happiness and thanked All Might. He felt an immense joy at having achieved his first goal, though he knew the path ahead would be long and full of obstacles. He resolved to overcome them, and he sensed, without fully understanding, that this was the beginning of a new stage not only in his life but in someone else's as well. That same night, still buoyed by the news, Izuku went out to patrol. He was surprised to find no signs of crime. Nothing had been reported for a week in a city that should have been active at night. He moved across the rooftops, alert to any sound or call for help, and grew increasingly uneasy at the unusual quiet. After more than 2 hours with nothing happening, Izuku worried aloud that something strange was going on in a city where heroes and villains coexisted. Suddenly his heightened senses detected a projectile aimed at his head. He barely evaded it, executing a flip and drawing his batons. A voice called out that his ability was impressive and that it was more than mere skill. Izuku immediately recognized the speaker and asked whether she preferred the name Electra or Achiko Uraraka. The woman standing before him had been involved in the entrance exam. Her sudden appearance after those events surprised him. Achiko responded playfully that he could call her whatever he wanted and teased him about the strange nickname, Devil of Mizudafu. Izuku set aside the banter and asked directly what she wanted. He reminded her that 5 months earlier she had tried to kill someone and had nearly killed him in the process. Then she took the UA exam and now appeared out of the blue. Achiko shrugged and said she was not what people might expect, no one's idea of a sweet, gentle girl. Izuku questioned whether her performance at the exam was just another mask. Achiko answered enigmatically that perhaps it was one of her many masks, and she noted that, by the look of him, he wore his own mask as well. Tension and curiosity rose between them. Izuku asked why she had offered to share her points with him and whether she was pursuing some objective inside you. Achiko feigned ignorance, but the question hung between them as both distrust and an odd connection took root. The brown-haired woman laughed lightly, approached the vigilante who remained on guard, and removed the mask that covered the lower half of her face. Achiko explained that she could not give details of her mission but reassured him calmly that she had no intention of harming anyone inside UA, neither students nor teachers, because that would be suicide against trained professionals. Izuku asked why she had chosen to enter UA. The woman repeated that she could not reveal specifics but insisted she could guarantee something important. Suddenly she lunged at him and knocked him to the ground. Before he could react, she removed the fabric that covered the top of her head, revealing her face, hair, and cold green eyes. Achiko leaned close and whispered that she was not his enemy. Izuku could not make sense of her actions and struggled to reconcile her words with everything he had seen. He began to respond, but the moment shifted. She moved in a surprising way, then stopped and stepped back, leaving Izuku stunned and disoriented. The woman took a sharp breath and admitted quietly that the closeness had been unexpectedly intense for her as well. She replaced her mask, rose to her feet, and walked to the edge of the rooftop, looking down at the masked vigilante. Achiko stated that they did not have to be enemies, that they shared a common foe even if he did not yet understand it. She promised she would not cause problems for him at UA and revealed that, for now, he was her prime objective. Those words only deepened Izuku's confusion and curiosity about the assassin's intentions. Achiko added that, while he recovered from his injuries, she had taken care of the recent criminals in the city and that he no longer needed to worry about them. She explained, in a cool voice, that she had made sure those offenders would no longer return to the territory of Mizudafu's so-called devil. Her tone was matter-of-fact and edged with amusement as she called them scum no one would miss. Anger flared in Izuku at the implication of what she had done, and he moved to attack, but she evaded him with calm precision, remaining a step ahead. Achiko argued that his old-fashioned methods did not always work and that, to truly stop a problem, one had to remove the threat at its root. She insisted she had done him a favor and warned that anyone who dared commit crimes in his city would now know the consequences. Izuku, shaken and frustrated, accused her of being mad. The woman laughed softly and asked whether he had ever considered that he might be the same. Her question stung, but she returned to her earlier offer. They could work together because their goals overlapped, even if he did not yet see it. Izuku turned his back and refused coldly, saying he was not like her and that he would never be like her, referring to her codename Electra. Without another word he left, leaping between buildings and disappearing over the rooftops. Achiko watched him go, confused and disappointed, convinced that they were far more similar than he admitted. From one of her pockets she produced a pair of red goggles, the same ones Izuku had lost during the exam, and wondered aloud why he had rejected her offer. A male voice answered from the shadows, warning that the boy was not ready yet. The woman immediately recognized the voice and knelt in respect. Her mentor chastised her for rushing their plan and explained that her infiltration of UA was intended to reveal to Izuku who he could trust, that he would come around in time. He also hinted that he sensed she was hiding something, but she remained silent, protecting her secret. The mentor instructed her to complete her mission and addressed her by the codename Electra before vanishing into the darkness. Left alone on the rooftop, Ochako told the empty city that Izuku was wrong and that they were more alike than he realized. She melted into the shadows and disappeared. The mystery of who Electra truly was remained unsolved, and new questions about her motives multiplied. The vigilante would soon face more surprises at UA and in the streets of Mizudafu. Izuku narrated that today was the happiest day of his life. It was his first day as an official UA student, and at last he would begin to pursue his dream of becoming a hero, despite being blind. The memory of his last clandestine encounter with Ochako Uraraka weighed on him. She had made it clear she was not someone to lower his guard around after what she had told him and for the actions she had taken in his absence. He could not let something like that happen again, but he could also not tell anyone who she really was because she knew who he was. In short, they were at a standoff. Neither could reveal the other. He sighed and remembered that she had said she was not his enemy, but even if she was not, he would not allow himself to be deceived. If she was not the enemy, then who was? At the Midoriya apartment, the green-haired blind boy prepared for his first day of school, putting on his new uniform and gathering his usual things: his reliable cane, red lenses, wallet, hands-free phone, and personal recorder. His mother Inko asked if he had his wallet. Izuku answered that he did. Inko then asked nervously if he was carrying his hands-free phone and spare lenses. Izuku confirmed and told his mother that he would be late and that he had to go. As he reached for the door, Inko surprised him with a strong hug. She told him he was wonderful and that she knew he would become a great hero, smiling proudly. Izuku returned the smile and hug, thanked his mother, and left for his new school, aware that this new stage in his life would bring obstacles and danger but also excitement and adventure. At UA Academy, the freckled green-haired student ran down the hall searching for his classroom. It was difficult for someone who could not see, but Izuku's 5 heightened senses and a radar-like 6th sense allowed him to follow the voices of several classmates who were also looking for the room. He felt amazed at the size of the place and sensed multiple floors above and below him. He stopped at the door labeled Class 1A, which had an oversized entrance meant for those with large quirks. Inside, a strict voice ordered someone to keep their feet off the desk. The green-haired boy recognized the same voice that had irritated him during the entrance exam. Bakugo spoke up with an arrogant challenge that sounded like a threat to rough someone up, and Tenya Ida introduced himself formally and explained that he had attended a private academy. Bakugo scoffed and suggested he would enjoy beating up someone from that background. Izuku listened and sighed inwardly, thinking he had expected this kind of behavior and that he had even tried to pretend not to hear their voices from a distance before entering. Still, he accepted it as harsh reality. Ida, offended by Bakugo's remark, responded with shocked indignation and asked if Bakugo truly wanted to be a hero if he spoke that way. Izuku grew tired of overhearing the exchange and entered the classroom. His presence did not go unnoticed. Many classmates recognized him as the blind boy who had participated in the entrance exam and demonstrated an astonishing quirk along with impressive combat skills. Ida greeted the newcomer, and Izuku interrupted to say that no introduction was necessary because he had heard it and remembered him from the exam. Izuku recounted their prior conversation and sarcastically asked if Ida wanted him to remove his lenses again to avoid offending anyone. Ida, realizing he had behaved badly, apologized profusely with a formal bow and admitted he had misjudged Izuku. He acknowledged that Izuku had been better than he expected. Izuku deflected the praise, saying it had been pure chance, and then gave his name, introducing himself as Izuku Midoriya and offering his hand in greeting. Ida shook his hand in return. A familiar presence then drew Izuku's attention, a female voice announcing him as the green-haired boy with red lenses who had passed, just as Present Mike had predicted. Several classmates reacted with surprise and admiration at the revelation that Izuku was blind. A red-headed boy expressed disbelief and called Izuku impressive and manly. A rocker-looking girl found the situation unexpected and impressive. A girl with a ponytail and black hair suggested that the academy must believe he was very strong or talented to accept a blind applicant. A green-haired girl found it interesting that someone with a disability could enter. Another student dismissed the idea and accused Izuku of posing with glasses and a cane to look cool, showing jealousy. The classroom buzzed with murmurs and comments about their new, standout classmate. The green-haired boy turned to the brown-haired girl, aware that she kept a mask for everyone. Only he knew her true nature. She was an undercover assassin who could hide her emotions and feelings from others, but not from him. He seemed to see through her. Izuku greeted Achiko warmly, pretending to be kind. Achiko responded with bright excitement, thrilled that he remembered her name. Ida wondered aloud whether they already knew each other. Both kept their eyes on the other, each hiding their true intentions. Izuku explained that they had met briefly before the exam, keeping a charismatic facade. He said that at first she had seemed like any other girl, but he had been surprised to learn who she really was. It had made a strong impression. Achiko matched his facade, saying she had felt a connection from the start and marveling that they were now under the same school roof, calling it an astonishing coincidence. Izuku returned the smile, still hiding his true thoughts. As the two continued to trade veiled remarks, someone else watched the green-haired boy with seriousness. It was his former childhood friend, remembering an event from a few weeks earlier. Flashback. At their old school, both young men stood before the principal and teachers receiving congratulations for entering UA. The principal expressed disbelief that two of their students had been accepted, especially Izuku, calling it a miracle. Izuku corrected the principal modestly, insisting it was not a miracle but the result of hard work, dedication, and persistence. The principal praised Izuku's story as the first visually impaired student from the school to enter UA, predicting it would be remembered for generations. While the green-haired boy accepted the praise, the blonde former friend seethed with anger. His plan had been ruined, and he was furious that Izuku's story would be the one remembered. Minutes later, they confronted each other in an alley after the blonde had orchestrated the meeting. The blonde demanded to know what dirty tricks Izuku had used to get in, grabbing him by the collar and accusing him of ruining his plans. Tired of the aggression, the freckled boy tightened his grip on the blonde's hand, then used the end of his cane to fend him off and executed a swift sweep that sent the blonde stumbling to the ground. The blonde began to curse, but fell silent when Izuku leveled his cane and reminded him of all the times the blonde had tried and failed to hurt him. Izuku spoke to the blonde with seriousness, telling him that someone had told him he could be a hero. He insisted that he had not used any tricks to get into UA. It had been his effort and determination that earned him a place, and he intended to go to UA no matter what. If the blonde disagreed, he was free to attend a different school because Izuku would not leave. Izuku then left the alley, leaving the furious blonde behind, grinding his teeth in rage. And a flashback. The ash blonde clenched his fists in fury, convinced nothing the green-haired boy said or did would change the decision. He wondered how Izuku had managed to get in so easily. To him, it seemed impossible. Back with Izuku, who continued to maintain a friendly facade toward the undercover assassin, he sensed another presence in the classroom and paused. A deep, serious voice warned them that if they were going to play at being friends, they should leave. Izuku reluctantly hoped their teacher was not present, then realized it was their course instructor. The man stepped out of a yellow sleeping bag-like cloak, giving him a rounded silhouette like a human chrysalis, but his face and appearance suggested a disheveled, gaunt figure. Izuku recognized him as Eraserhead and thought about how he always tried to avoid crossing paths with him during night patrols, though he could often hear him from a distance. He was surprised Eraserhead had not tried to apprehend him. He figured he must not be an easy target. He wondered whether this man would truly be their teacher. Achiko reacted in an alarmed, high-pitched way at the teacher's odd appearance, which seemed to offend him. The teacher peeled back his hood and told them that it had taken 8 seconds for them to quiet down, suggesting they needed to improve. Izuku, with his sharp hearing, caught the murmurs about their teacher. The man introduced himself as Shota Aizawa and asked them to put on the athletic uniforms he produced from his cloaked bundle and go to the courtyard. Everyone followed the teacher's instructions and went out to the training yard. On the training grounds, everyone assembled in their uniforms, ready for their first UA activity. They reacted in unison when told it would be an evaluation of quirks. Achiko questioned what would happen to the usual ceremony and introductions. Aizawa replied that heroes did not have time for those traditions and that UA prioritized practical instruction from the start. He moved closer to the green-haired boy, who wore his uniform without his cane but still had his red lenses. Aizawa reminded Bakugo that he had been first in the practical exam and asked what his best throw distance had been in middle school. Bakugo answered with a concrete number, and Aizawa told him to try again, this time using his quirk. Bakugo stepped into the center of the circle with the ball and unleashed his quirk, propelling the ball far into the training area. Aizawa used a device to measure the distance and announced an astonishing result of over 700 meters, leaving everyone amazed. A blonde student with a lightning-shaped forelock reacted in disbelief at the distance. A pink-haired girl with dark eyes and yellow irises expressed excitement at the idea. Others commented that they could use their quirks freely and that it would be fun. The atmosphere filled with anticipation as the new class prepared to begin their evaluation. Aizawa looked at the students with a stern, threatening expression and announced that in 3 years they would be heroes, and he wondered whether they could keep that attitude until the end. He explained that whoever finished last after the 8 tests would be considered untalented and expelled, and he wore a grim smile as he said it. Panic and paranoia rippled through the class, everyone reacting except for one student who did not flinch because he was listening beneath the professor's words. Izuku analyzed the situation quietly, noting that Aizawa did not seem to be lying, though there was something slightly deceptive about the way the threat had been delivered. He wondered whether the announcement was a test of their worth or simply meant to put pressure on the students. He decided to treat it as another obstacle to overcome. Aizawa welcomed them to UA high schools hero course and reminded them that natural disasters, accidents, and selfish villains could not be predicted. He said that heroes were needed to turn injustice around, and that the next 3 years at UA would present challenge after challenge. He urged them to push beyond their limits, using the phrase plus ultra, and dared them to exceed what they had. Despite the harsh announcement, many students filled with determination and resolved not to be left behind. They would give everything to prove they belonged. Test 1, the 50-meter dash. Ida stood out the most, finishing with a record time. He was followed by a girl named Tsu using her frog-like abilities, while Achiko reduced the weight of her clothes and ran fast enough to place near the top, likely helped by her training. Izuku assessed her skill and, with his own running experience, launched himself forward, overtaking her by a second and smiling at the brown-haired girl. He thought to himself that it was to be expected and that he had managed to catch up easily. Achiko felt a mix of offense and competitiveness at their difference in performance and resolved to play along. Aizawa watched Izuku carefully, noting that despite appearing blind, he showed good physical condition and experience that seemed unusual. Test 2, grip strength. Izuku tried to use one for all cautiously, concentrating on a very small percentage as his mentor had instructed, but he only managed to rely on his own strength. Even so, his endurance and power exceeded the average thanks to his training. The standout performer in this trial was a boy with multiple arms and a masked face. Test 3, long jump. Many students used their quirks. A blonde boy propelled himself with an explosive push, another used blasts from his body, and Izuku relied on his acrobatic skill. He ran, performed flips to gain momentum, and made a powerful leap that covered more than half the required distance. He assumed Achiko would not surpass him, but she floated above and breezily passed him while teasing him. Izuku grumbled to himself, determined to take the challenge personally. Test 4, lateral steps. A small purple-haired student impressed everyone by bouncing rapidly between spheres he produced from his hair. Test 5, ball throw. Achiko manipulated her gravity skill to send the ball flying so far it seemed to stretch beyond measurable distance, prompting astonishment from the spectators. Izuku grew concerned, realizing that his usual physical strength might not be enough for this event and thinking he might have to rely on his quirk. When it was Izuku's turn to throw, his classmates watched with curiosity about the hidden power he might possess. Ida remarked that Izuku had proven impressive physical abilities and wondered if he would show something more in this test. Bakugo dismissed him as useless and said his quirk was pathetic, which made Ida object loudly. Aizawa continued to observe Izuku, questioning inwardly whether this blind-seeming boy had meaningful hidden assets and whether he was truly worth the school's acceptance. Izuku gathered himself, intending to charge his arm with one for all and throw with all his strength, determined to become a hero. But when he released the ball, he felt nothing unusual and the throw carried it only a few meters. He was confused, certain he had tried to activate his power, and suspected that someone had erased it at that moment. Aizawa then instructed Izuku to erase his quirk. Izuku turned to face the professor, sensing his cold scrutiny. Aizawa explained that the exam had not been sufficiently rational and acknowledged that accepting a boy like him had been a decision made despite that. Aizawa spoke sharply and asked what Izuku meant by calling him Eraserhead. Izuku answered seriously that he did not understand, and Aizawa replied that, from what he had seen, Izuku could not control his quirk and might be trying to get hurt so others would save him. Izuku rebutted, insisting with respect that he had been the one to save the other participants during the 0-point incident. When everyone else ran away in fear, he had been the only one to act. He added that he had never needed someone else to do things for him. The tension in the air tightened, other students fell silent, stunned that the green-haired boy would respond to their teacher without a trace of fear. Before anyone could react, Aizawa lashed his capture ribbons toward Izuku. By instinct, Izuku drew his retractable baton and blocked the ribbons in time, beginning to grapple with Aizawa. Aizawa, surprised, noted to himself that Izuku had not hesitated. Even though he could not see, he had stopped the ribbons with ease, as if he had encountered such attacks before. He stopped struggling, let go of the ribbons, and approached Izuku without flinching. Aizawa told Izuku that he would let what had just happened pass for now, but whatever his intention, that would be the outcome in the end. Izuku said nothing aloud. He nodded seriously and listened. Aizawa explained that in the past there had been an enthusiastic hero who saved more than 1,000 people alone and became a legend. He warned that, even if Izuku was equally reckless, he would become useless after saving a single person if he was not careful. Then Aizawa stated bluntly that, with his current power control, Izuku could not become a hero. Izuku was about to retort but paused when he sensed his teacher's steady heartbeat. He realized then that Aizawa did not act out of disbelief in his potential. Instead, he used the strict method because he did not want to watch any student die in vain through recklessness. Izuku accepted that reasoning but resolved firmly that he would prove him wrong. Aizawa restored Izuku's quirk and told him he had 2 more attempts to throw the ball. The other students fell silent, watching to see what the green-haired boy would do next. Izuku declared directly that Aizawa was wrong. His quirk could make him a hero, but not simply the strength part. He meant a deeper, truer power within himself. Those words surprised Aizawa and everyone present. Izuku took a running start and focused. He channeled one for all into the tip of his finger alone. He told himself he had to work harder than everyone else to become a hero, that he would not be underestimated by anyone, student or teacher, and he felt proud, imagining himself as a symbol of the city. He let out a fierce cry and struck the ball. The ball shot forward with tremendous force, cutting through the air and sending gusts in its wake. The classmates watched, impressed and shocked. Izuku emerged with only his index finger injured and swollen. The pain had lessened enough that he could still move. Aizawa announced the distance, 706.3 meters. Izuku drew the teacher's attention and indicated that he could still move, smiling wryly. Aizawa allowed a small, impressed smile. Around them, students reacted in astonishment. One student marveled at the over 700-meter throw. Achiko cheered inwardly, delighted by the heroic score and admitting she was impressed. Ida noted Izuku's swollen finger and wondered about his odd quirk and what he had meant by his true power. Bakugo, however, was furious and offended. He had never seen Izuku use anything like that before and charged at him, explosions flaring from his hands. Bakugo demanded to know what had happened and called Izuku by his nickname as he attacked. Izuku sensed the assault and, using his agility, barely dodged by leaping over Bakugo, then delivered a spinning kick that struck him from behind and sent him to the ground. Bakugo snarled and lunged again, but Aizawa's capture ribbons wrapped around him from behind, restraining him and neutralizing his quirk. Aizawa complained, irritated that he was being forced to use his power repeatedly, and warned that his eyes were drying out. He released Bakugo, and Izuku stepped back to let others take the rest of the exam. Bakugo glared at Izuku with frustration and fury, thinking that Izuku had gone from being a stone in his path to a mountain. Minutes passed. The remaining tests proceeded normally. The stretching and long-distance run were straightforward for Izuku. He did not stand out as the best, nor fall to the bottom. He finished around the middle. When the evaluations concluded, everyone gathered for the results. Aizawa explained the totals and announced that Izuku had placed 7th. He would not be expelled, but his physical condition needed improvement. The last place went to Minoru Mineta, who burst into exaggerated despair at his low ranking and lamented missing chances with classmates. Aizawa then revealed that the expulsion threat had been a ruse to draw out the student's potential. The reveal drew a mix of annoyance and surprise. A black-haired girl with a ponytail commented that, of course, it had been a lie. It would have been obvious to anyone who thought about it. Izuku reflected that, despite her words, she must have believed it too. He had heard the panic and nerves in her heart when she had feared someone would truly be expelled. Aizawa dismissed the day's events and instructed Izuku to see Recovery Girl about his finger. He warned that the next day would bring tougher trials. Izuku acknowledged the order and thought to himself that he had not been lying about his resolve. He thought seriously about Aizawa saying he would expel anyone who lacked what it took to be a hero, and he wondered, confused, why the teacher had then called the expulsion a lie. Some time later, the rest of the day passed with normal classes. At dismissal, the green-haired boy walked toward the station and heard someone approaching from behind. Tenya Ida asked if he was heading to the station. Izuku Midoriya replied that he was, and warned that if Ida tried to take his hand he would refuse firmly. Ida protested, offended. Izuku laughed and said he had been joking, but made clear that he was perfectly capable of getting around the city on his own. Ida stammered nervously and accepted it. The two walked toward the station, talking about what had happened in class. Ida expressed outrage at what Aizawa had done and said he never expected a teacher to lie to them. Izuku smiled and told him he would get over it. A cheerful voice called for them to wait. Achiko Uraraka asked if they were going to the station and asked them to wait for her. Ida noted that she was the Infinite Girl, and Achiko introduced herself properly as Achiko Uraraka. She said she already knew Deku. Izuku bristled at the nickname. Achiko explained that she had heard the nickname during the trials and thought it sounded cute. Izuku thought she was teasing him and said the nickname had been given by Bakugo to mock him, but when he saw there was no malice in her tone, he gave a resigned sigh and said she could call him whatever she wanted. Ida excitedly asked if Midoriya accepted the name, and Izuku replied casually that he did not care. The three of them headed to the station, each getting off at different stops. Although Izuku still felt wary of the brown-haired girl, he swore to himself that, for the first time since he had met her, she had acted like an ordinary girl. He decided not to dwell on it and went home. A few hours later, after finishing his homework, Izuku was on a voice call with an old middle school friend. Izuku apologized for not keeping in touch recently and explained that attending UA took up a lot of his time. His friend Foggy said he understood but asked for help with a law assignment. Izuku teased that Foggy was supposed to be the law expert and asked why he needed help. Foggy pleaded that Izuku had always been good at memorizing rules back in middle school and begged for support. Izuku sighed and agreed to give him the basics, but reminded him he would have to learn the rest on his own, and teased Foggy about using his blindness to whisper answers during their second-year finals. Foggy protested it had been for a good reason and argued about how many times he had asked Izuku for favors. Izuku counted 5 times and then said they would talk another day because he had a lot of work that night. He signed off and put his phone on hands-free. Izuku opened the secret compartment in his closet, took out a briefcase, and revealed his vigilante suit. He told himself it was time for the devil of Mizudafu to go to work. That night, as always, the vigilant devil sharpened his senses and scanned the city for any sign of trouble. Perched high above Mizudafu, he listened to conversations and movements across the urban landscape, forming a clear sense of the world through sound and instinct. He hoped the brown-haired girl was not nearby. The last thing he needed was an unexpected encounter. A conversation drifted to him from a distance and captured his attention. One voice asked in frustration what they planned to do with a certain boy. Another voice snapped that the boss was furious about a failed shipment and that with limited resources they had to make a hard choice for now. A third voice protested in horror and asked if they were seriously suggesting kidnapping children. The second voice snarled that it was either that or nothing, that the boss had buyers who would pay well for the kid, and warned the other to work or face dire consequences. The first voice still hesitated, calling the plan sickening, while the second voice insisted the real monsters were the rich clients who bought people like livestock and ordered them to move. Izuku ground his teeth and clenched his fists in fury, vowing that he would not allow it to happen on his watch. He moved along the rooftops, flowing through parkour moves across the buildings until he reached the alley where the voices had come from. One of the criminals was standing outside the entrance, smoking. Izuku noted the man's discarded cigarette butt and waited for the right moment. The criminal flicked his cigarette away, turned to leave, and stopped when something lay in his path. The man bent to pick it up and realized it was the very cigarette but he had just stubbed out. He frowned in confusion. Izuku slipped into the shadows and silently approached. He whispered a single word of surprise, then sprang into action with a swift, precise acrobatic move. He knocked the cigarette from the man's hand, tripped him, and used a quick maneuver to pin him without causing injury. The other criminals in the alley reacted, but Izuku moved with fast, calculated energy, disarming and immobilizing them in a fluid, non-graphic display of skill. Breathing hard, Izuku surveyed the scene from the rooftop above. He had stopped the immediate threat and would make sure the authorities handled what came next. He glanced back toward the city lights and, for a moment, allowed himself to feel the quiet satisfaction of doing what needed to be done. A shadowy figure struck the man from behind, delivering a blow to the neck that sent him tumbling to the ground and slipping into unconsciousness as a mysterious presence dragged him away. Minutes later, the man slowly came to, realizing he was tied to a rooftop water tower with his arms hanging down. The criminal asked, confused, what was happening. A stern voice replied that no one would hear him up there. The criminal focused and saw the same man who had knocked him out, dressed in black with his face covered. The criminal sneered and sarcastically called him the devil of Mizudafu, remarking that he expected someone bigger. The vigilante, Izuku, walked up without showing any expression other than cold menace. Izuku said that things would work like this. He would ask questions, the criminal would answer, and if he lied, Izuku would know and would not be pleased. Izuku demanded to know where the boy was. The criminal answered that the boy was probably dead. Izuku struck him across the face hard enough to make him reel. Izuku told him that the answer did not sit well and demanded again where the boy was. The criminal, coughing from the blow and furious, refused to bow. He said it was none of Izuku's business and that if the boy was not already dead he would be soon. Izuku landed controlled strikes to force answers, including punches and blows to the midsection. The criminal spat that they had assumed the vigilante would come to rescue the child and, if Izuku were dead, they would sell the child like the others. He spoke arrogantly that as long as people bought children, they would sell them, and killing him would only have someone else take his place. Izuku judged that the man would not talk willingly and decided to push his resistance. He produced a knife and recognized it as belonging to the criminal. Izuku made it clear that if the criminal insisted on silence, he would take him to the limit. The criminal became desperate, insisting that Izuku needed him alive and accusing the vigilante of cowardice for not killing others. Izuku replied that he would not kill him, but he would make him wish otherwise. He said he was not a surgeon, but he knew the most sensitive spots on the human body and would use that knowledge. He grabbed the criminal's face and brought the blade to the upper edge of the eye socket, warning him not to struggle or else risk long-term damage. The pressure caused overwhelming pain. The criminal screamed and begged for it to stop. After the outburst, Izuku ceased and stepped back. Izuku said that killing the man would not solve anything. Someone else would simply take his place and eventually one of them would break and tell him what he needed to know. He dragged the criminal to the edge of the rooftop and made it clear the choice was to speak or let someone else replace him. The criminal panicked and, finally, gave a terrified confession. The boy was beneath the Chinese restaurant downtown, near the slums. Izuku said he believed the man but reminded him that belief did not mean he would not be harmed. To the criminal's shock, Izuku released him and let him fall. The criminal landed in a dumpster in the alley and was knocked unconscious. Izuku noted that the man was still breathing but likely would not wake until morning, when the police could take him into custody. The vigilante sprinted toward the city center to rescue the boy and send a clear message to the criminals of Mizurufu. Below the Chinese restaurant, in a dim storage area, several men kept guard while wasting time gambling and drinking between shifts. Unbeknownst to them, the devil of Mizurufu stood just beyond the door, ready to create chaos inside. The door was smashed open, knocking the nearest thug out cold. Izuku barreled through, spinning his wooden batons to incapacitate two men and launching a flying kick that sent another crashing through a doorway. The ruckus drew the other men, and in the ensuing whirlwind of movement Izuku used whatever objects were at hand, throwing a microwave and slamming into men with acrobatic strikes to keep them off balance and put them out of action. One dazed criminal, barely able to move, raised a hand and pointed toward the figure emerging from the doorway, indicating that the intruder had arrived. He fell unconscious. The vigilante left the room and surprised one of the criminals, striking his face with a quick, forceful blow. He wrested the weapon away and used his wooden batons to deliver a decisive strike that put the man out of action. Criminal 5 shouted in panic for them to kill the vigilante. Two men tried to fire at him, but the vigilante used a nearby criminal as cover and sprang at them, delivering a spinning kick to one and a backhand strike to the other. He followed with a rapid sweep of his batons, incapacitating both attackers until they lay motionless. Criminal 6 begged for them to finish the vigilante off. The remaining 3 men lunged together, but the vigilante recovered, vaulted off a wall, and landed a strong punch that staggered one, then a precise hook that put him down. He kept moving with practiced efficiency, landing a blow to another's midsection to wind him, then meeting the next attacker with a firm straight punch and a follow-through that disarmed him and stunned him with the butt of the pistol. He finished by forcing the last man against the wall in a blunt, controlled maneuver that left him unconscious. Criminal 3 rose, furious and swearing he would make the vigilante pay, but the vigilante waited, then delivered a series of swift, accurate strikes that brought him down. As one of the thugs tried to get up, the vigilante struck with his wooden baton, sending him sprawling and out of the fight. The vigilante staggered slightly, then walked to the end of the corridor and heard a child's voice from a room at the far end. Izuku paused to catch his breath as he confirmed this must be the child. He took the keys from the unconscious criminal by the door and opened it. Before entering, he lifted his mask, revealing his face and his green eyes, then stepped into the room. Izuku greeted the child, exhausted. Inside, a small boy of 7 or 9 crouched in a corner, frightened. Izuku knelt and offered a warm, reassuring smile, telling the child he was there to help and holding out his hand. The child, though scared, sensed the sincerity and kindness and, with trembling nerves, accepted the offered hand. The child agreed to go home with Izuku. Izuku told him everything would be all right, put his mask back on, and carried the boy in his arms as they left the room. Outside, the child stared in awe at the criminals lying defeated on the floor, taken down by the masked vigilante. The child addressed the vigilante respectfully. Izuku responded kindly and introduced himself as Mizurufu's devil, pride in his voiceless posture. The child fell silent, eyes wide as he watched the hero who had saved him. They left to return the boy home and report the incident to the authorities, as the vigilante did night after night. Izuku's life had settled into a rhythm. By day he was Izuku Midoriya, a 15-year-old student and devoted fan of heroes, living with a permanent blindness but carrying the dream and determination to become a hero. By night he became Mizurufu's devil, a vigilante who fought for justice, protected Mizurufu's citizens, and defended the innocent. By day a student, by night a justice-seeking figure, this was his life now, and the path he had chosen. Izuku reflected that balancing 2 lives had not been easy. He juggled being a student at UA Academy with operating as an illegal vigilante, aware that many saw him as a threat while others knew he was a true hero. So far he had managed to stay afloat despite the challenges of a double life, of studying under the same roof as a former childhood friend, and of remaining alert to the presence of a disguised assassin among the students. He wondered how long he could maintain the facade before everything began to crumble. At UA Academy, the school prepared the next generation of heroes while functioning like any other high school with morning academic classes such as English, lunch in the cafeteria, calculus, sciences, and chemistry. In the afternoon, however, hero classes began under the guidance of one of the greatest heroes. All Might burst into the classroom with his usual energetic entrance, announcing that today he would personally teach the basic training for heroes and that they would learn the fundamentals of being a hero. He declared that they would begin immediately with combat training, which caught the attention of everyone in the room, particularly Bakugo, who grew excited, and Izuku, who concentrated seriously. All Might activated a switch and several cases emerged from the classroom walls, each labeled with a number. He explained that the cases contained hero costumes tailored to each student's quirk and their requests when they enrolled. The students buzzed with excitement as they received their hero suits. Because Izuku could not see, he requested help from a particular person to design his costume, though he had a clear idea of what he wanted. He thought that if the design was as he imagined, the suit would suit his power and that some aspects might seem unusual to others. He also hoped that the accessories would be ready. All Might instructed them to change and then report to the beta training area. The students responded enthusiastically and set about preparing for their first practical lesson. And so, all the students of Class 1A went to change in the locker rooms and then reunited with Japan's #1 hero. The beta training area was an artificial city designed for student training and combat, simulating a real urban environment. The #1 hero stood in the middle of the area, waiting for the young heroes as they began to enter. All Might remarked wisely that clothes make the man and urged the students to be mindful from that moment on. The class entered through the gate, each student revealing their hero costume. All Might declared with pride that they were heroes. From left to right, the students wore remarkable outfits tailored to their individual quirks and abilities. All Might enthusiastically praised how fantastic everyone looked and asked if they should begin. Achiko interrupted to point out that Deku was still missing and looked around for the green-haired boy. Everyone noticed his absence as they scanned the area. Izuku apologized for the delay and explained that he had trouble putting on clothes he had never worn before, but assured them he was ready. The others were struck silent when they saw Izuku's costume. It inspired a mixture of fear and respect. Achiko expressed surprise, asking if it was really Izuku. Izuku replied that it was. Izuku's costume was entirely red, made of a highly durable leather-like material. It included a mask with a demonic appearance and horns. The eye lenses were covered. He wore a belt with pouches on each side containing metallic items, but the most striking feature was the initials emblazoned on his chest. Ida asked what the initials on Izuku's costume meant. Izuku admitted shyly that they were part of a name he had been considering. Achiko wondered aloud why there were horns on the mask and commented on the deep red color and the intimidating appearance. Izuku explained with a playful tone that the idea was for it to look like a devil. Ida asked why he would choose a devil motif. Everyone paid attention to Izuku's words. Even those who usually paid little attention to him felt curious about his design choice. Izuku answered seriously that it was a symbol. He explained that for those he would protect and save as a hero, he would be a symbol of hope and protection. For those who committed crimes, harmed the innocent, or acted as villains, he intended to be a symbol of fear and, above all, justice that would be blind. The others were surprised by Izuku's portrayal of himself as a figure who would instill fear in criminals while offering hope and safety to those he saved. Izuku reflected that the design had been partly thanks to his mother's suggestion. She had given the costume its final touch. A few days earlier, Izuku had struggled to decide on a costume design. Although blind, he knew the specifications his costume needed but could not settle on a visual concept. His mother, Inko, had come into the room with a small package and congratulated him on entering UA. She presented him with a leather mask. Izuku asked about the mask, and Inko explained that she had seen his notebook with sketches of costume ideas after he had fallen asleep studying late. She admitted guilt over a past moment when she had doubted him as a child and said she now wanted to support him fully. She apologized and promised to help however she could. Taking the mask, Izuku felt the two pointed edges on its forehead and asked why it had horns. Inko reminded him of a childhood memory of visiting a church and of his fascination with gargoyles, which he had described as demon-like protectors. She also recalled the vow he made to himself after losing his sight, to live without fear, never give up, and always protect the innocent. She thought the mask fit that spirit. She told him he did not have to wear it if he did not want to, but Izuku decided to use it and asked her to help design the rest of the costume to match. Inko, moved by his words, agreed happily. She revealed that the mask was red, matching his lenses and shoes. With his mother's help, Izuku designed a costume resembling a red devil with horns and with his initials marked on the chest. Returning to the present, Izuku clenched his fists with pride, grateful for the mask his mother had made with love and for the costume they had created together. He thought proudly that this was his costume. Achiko admitted that his costume looked incredible, noting that it was a little frightening but impressive at the same time. Izuku Midoriya watched Achiko Uraraka with surprise as she inspected her costume. Izuku thought with sardonic humor that red must be a color she was used to, the same red as the enemies she had faced in battle. Achiko admitted with a little embarrassment that she had not fully explained the design of her outfit. It was a fitted red costume with a mask covering the lower part of her face, giving her a stealthy, kunoichi-like appearance. She smiled, satisfied that the design and color suited her. Achiko remarked slyly that they seemed to share a taste for red and added in a whisper that it looked good on both of them. Despite the awkward flirtation and what might have made another man blush, Izuku did not react outwardly. He thought, half amused and half serious, that he would say something else but could not picture her in any other outfit. Achiko responded shyly that she had forgotten that. A short purple-haired student looked Achiko up and down and praised the hero course enthusiastically, giving a thumbs up. Izuku felt the leering gaze and thought seriously that if the student valued his life, he should not say anything inappropriate. He thought sarcastically that the girl could be dangerous in her own right. All Might had also heard Izuku and observed Achiko's costume with interest. The former #1 hero found the choice intriguing and murmured to himself that the moniker, Justice Devil, was not bad at all. All Might fixed his attention on the class and assumed his role as instructor, ready to begin training. Ida interrupted to ask whether they would be fighting in the streets again as they had in the entrance exam. All Might, energetic as ever, explained that they would take the exercise 2 steps further. Villains often prefer to fight indoors, he said, and intelligent villains hide in the shadows. For that reason, teams would be divided into villains and heroes to fight 2 versus 2. A freckled girl with an easy smile questioned whether there would be no basic training. All Might answered that this battle was meant to teach those concepts and that there would be no robots this time. A dark-haired girl with a ponytail asked how winners would be decided. Bakugo asked bluntly if they could hit the opponents. Achiko nervously inquired whether there would be expulsions like those mentioned by their teacher Aizawa. Ida asked how they would be divided. A narcissistic blonde wondered aloud about his cape. All Might, slightly exasperated by the barrage of questions, thought about Aizawa's influence and then decided to answer everything. He took a small notebook and explained the scenario. The villains had hidden a nuclear device somewhere in the building. The heroes had to recover it or capture the villains before time ran out, while the villains had to defend the device or stop the heroes. Teams would be decided by lottery. Ida hesitated at the idea of random selection. Izuku observed that professionals sometimes form improvised teams according to the situation. Ida accepted the logic and apologized for his brusqueness. All Might cheered them on and called the exercise underway. The teams were drawn at random. Team A consisted of Izuku Midoriya and Achiko Uraraka. Izuku felt a little uneasy about being paired with her but noted her genuine excitement. Team B featured Todoroki and Shoji. Team C had Mineta and Yaoyorozu. Team D included Bakugo and Ida. Team E was Mina and Aoyama. Team F was Sato and Koda. Team G contained Kaminari and Jiro. Team H was Tokoyami and Tsu. Team I was Ojiro and Hagakure. Team J included Siro and Kirishima. 10 teams in total would take part in the combat exercise. Achiko expressed enthusiasm and counted on Izuku, who sighed and accepted the arrangement while reminding himself that, despite her sincerity, he still felt distrustful. All Might selected the first matchups from 2 boxes labeled heroes and villains. He announced that Teams A and D would face off first, with Team A acting as heroes and Team D as villains. The rest of the class moved to the monitoring room and responded affirmatively. Left in the training arena, Bakugo glared at Izuku with obvious hostility. Izuku returned the stare, serious and composed, his horned mask lending him a menacing appearance. Bakugo's expression remained a blend of irritation and competitive fire, and Izuku felt the tension but did not back down. The villains entered the building where they were to hide the device, while the heroes stayed outside, planning a strategy to enter and secure the device. Achiko found it tedious to memorize the building plans and lamented that they had no clue where the device might be hidden. Izuku stated calmly that it would be on the top floor. When Achiko asked how he could be so sure, Izuku replied simply that he just knew. Achiko did not like Izuku's cold, clipped attitude, though she could understand it. Their first impression had been awkward, their second worse, and now Izuku was openly distrustful. She suggested he relax, teasing that he seemed tense. Izuku insisted he was relaxed but admitted that working with her made him uncomfortable. Achiko noted that he was very direct. Izuku reminded her that they would be facing Bakugo and Ida, so they needed to stay alert. He added, somewhat pointedly, that he doubted her concern, hinting that she had been involved in difficult situations before. Achiko sighed and asked about the root of Izuku's problem with Bakugo, setting aside his earlier remark. Izuku described Bakugo as hostile, arrogant, and full of bravado, calling him difficult to deal with. Yet Izuku admitted that Bakugo's determination, confidence, strength, and abilities were impressive and perhaps something to respect. A brief, neutral pause followed as they adjusted to the tension and prepared to move. Maybe just a little better than me, Izuku said quietly, and the brown-haired woman listened, focusing on the words of the green-haired hero in his devil costume. Izuku explained seriously that was why he did not want to lose, and he spoke with determination. The brunette understood and smiled at him. Achiko teased with amusement that it sounded like a destined battle between men. Izuku responded sternly that it was none of her concern. Achiko insisted enthusiastically that it was their problem because they were a team and should try their best. Izuku faced the brunette and, with no trace of deceit in her voice, realized she genuinely wanted them to work together. He sighed and reluctantly agreed, but warned firmly that if he felt or heard her doing anything that put their teammates' lives at risk, he would make sure she was taken straight to jail, even if she revealed his vigilante identity. He added coldly that he would not hesitate to beat her again if necessary. The brunette did not flinch and met the lifeless gaze at the lenses of his mask. Achiko answered that she understood clearly. Before either could say more, All Might announced over the public address system that the combat training between Teams A and D was starting now. Both teams began to move. Izuku outlined a plan. If they wanted to take the others by surprise, they had to get up to the top floor quickly, take the bomb, and, if possible, avoid a direct confrontation. Achiko suggested using her ability to make them float up to a window between the top floors. Izuku said he had a faster way. From his suit he produced a different baton than the wooden ones he usually used, a reinforced steel truncheon covered in red leather. Achiko asked what it was, intrigued. Izuku replied cleverly that it was a special tool he had ordered with the suit. When she teased about being tired of his wooden sticks, he admitted partly, but hinted that the device had many hidden functions. He approached the building, extended his arm with the red baton, and launched one end of it. The end opened into a climbing hook that caught securely in the window frame. Achiko expressed impressed surprise. Izuku explained that the cable was made of steel fiber, highly resistant and nearly unbreakable, and that it had many uses if handled correctly. Achiko pouted that it was unfair she couldn't use her sai while he could use an amazing multi-use tool. Izuku teased that bad girls like her did not deserve cool tools, which annoyed her and she turned away. Izuku told her to stop sulking and come up. Still a little annoyed, the brunette allowed him to take her waist, which made both of them a little uncomfortable. Izuku activated the baton and the cable retracted, lifting them in seconds toward the window. They entered cautiously. Achiko stated that they had infiltrated the building. Izuku warned that there could be blind spots. Achiko joked that coming from someone blind, she might have to take his word for it. He replied sarcastically that she was funny. They moved through the building's interior together. Meanwhile, Bakugo and Ida had been guarding the bomb and waiting for the hero team. Bakugo grew tired of waiting and announced angrily that he would not stay there to wait for Deku and that he would go find him himself. Ida reminded him that they were supposed to guard the bomb, but Bakugo snapped at him and told him to stay and watch it while he went after Deku. Bakugo left without waiting for a reply, determined to confront his former friend once and for all. Ida muttered in frustration and resigned himself to guarding the bomb, hoping his teammate would not do something reckless. Back with Izuku and Achiko, the green-haired hero in the devil costume and the brown-haired assassin moved through the building with Izuku alert and listening to every corner. Izuku thought to himself that he still did not control one for all and could not use it against people because he might kill someone. He resolved to rely on his combat skills, his echolocation, and Achiko's ability, and to think ahead and anticipate everything. Izuku stopped abruptly, prompting Achiko to ask why they had paused. He signaled for silence because he had heard something. In a low voice he said that someone was nearby. Achiko, nervous, asked. Izuku pointed to the side of a wall. Achiko peered around and found Bakugo, who appeared to be looking for the hero team. Izuku said it would not take long for Bakugo to find them and that hiding would not help. Bakugo would not stop until he fought one of them. Achiko asked what the plan was. Izuku said that Bakugo was blinded by anger and would not hesitate to attack first, so if Izuku distracted him in combat, Bakugo would forget about Achiko and she could continue to the top floor. He warned her that Ida would be on the top floor and would do whatever it took to protect the bomb, even if he had to act like a villain to stop intruders. Achiko reassured him that she could reach the bomb unseen. Izuku agreed and said they only needed to draw Bakugo's attention. They stepped out of their hiding place and walked naturally, putting their plan into motion. Bakugo shouted Deku's name and appeared by surprise. Izuku had already felt his presence and dropped to the ground with Achiko, narrowly avoiding an explosion that rocked the area. Izuku checked whether she was all right and noted that he had thought she would have experienced similar or worse situations by now. The scene shifted into tense, fast-paced action as the confrontation began and both sides moved into the fight. Achiko said that she would never face someone as aggressive and wild as this man, her voice serious. Both rose from the ground while Bakugo glared at Izuku and his companion. Bakugo urged Deku not to dodge, his tone threatening. Izuku refused to be intimidated and met Bakugo without hesitation, calling him as predictable as ever and noting that he had expected Bakugo to come for him first. Bakugo, annoyed, charged at Izuku. Bakugo warned that he would not do enough damage to end the fight but would make it painful. He prepared to use his explosion, but Izuku anticipated the move. Izuku drew one of his red batons, blocked Bakugo's arm that would have activated his quirk, and landed a direct hook to his stomach. Bakugo gasped, winded. Achiko watched the counterattack in astonishment, remembering how she herself had once struck in the exact moment someone prepared their quirk. Izuku seized Bakugo's arm and, using his strength, slammed him into the ground. Bakugo, stunned, wondered how Izuku could read his movements while being blind. Izuku took distance and assumed a combat stance, batons in hand, keeping his guard high. He told Bakugo that he usually began with a right hook and asked if Bakugo thought Izuku's blindness meant he could not remember attack patterns. Izuku explained that in his audio analyses of heroes, Bakugo was among the most referenced. He declared that his nickname, Deku, no longer meant useless. Thanks to someone, it now meant, you can do it, and he said it with pride. Achiko was left speechless. Izuku was speaking the same encouraging words she had once offered him in passing. She found him strange and intriguing, quietly wondering why he had taken her words so seriously. Bakugo rose, furious, recalling how, even as children, Izuku had always defended others. That perseverance, even after losing his sight, had only made him stronger. Bakugo admitted that what he hated most was that Izuku could be brave when Bakugo expected fear, and he generated small explosions in his hand. Ida contacted Bakugo over the radio, asking what was happening. Bakugo brusquely told him to quiet down and defend. Ida insisted he was not asking about feelings, but the transmission ended as Bakugo prepared to attack Izuku directly. Izuku ordered Uraraka to go now. Achiko nodded and ran, following the plan and leaving the two to confront each other. Bakugo boosted himself with an explosion and aimed a kick at Izuku, only to have it blocked. To Bakugo's surprise, Izuku had tied his leg with the steel fiber cable from a modified baton. Predicting that Bakugo would become erratic and follow with a right hook, Izuku prepared accordingly. Bakugo threw an explosive punch, which Izuku met with another baton from his suit, blocking and redirecting the blow into a wall with a thunderous impact. Izuku flipped backward through the air, creating distance. Izuku realized that, although he could defeat Bakugo, he needed to buy time while Uraraka neutralized the bomb. Bakugo launched another attack, but Izuku used the extendable cable of his baton, striking Bakugo in the face and forcing him to clutch his forehead in pain. Taking advantage of the distraction, Izuku retracted the cable and ran down the corridors. After the hard team match Ida and Bakugo against Uraraka and Izuku reflected that although their side emerged victorious, the victory brought new problems and opened new paths. In the training area, after the fight, Izuku was taken to the infirmary for treatment while Bakugo remained in shock over his defeat at Izuku's hands and the formidable power the blind Izuku now displayed. Bakugo kept replaying his right hook in his head, wondering if Izuku had predicted it and found a way to win. The blonde clenched his fist in fury and frustration, thinking that if he had fought seriously, Izuku might have beaten him even sooner. All Might appeared, placing a hand on Bakugo's shoulder and encouraging him to return and see the results. He reminded Bakugo that whether one wins or loses, learning from the experience is part of life. Both left for the control room, Bakugo still lost in thought about what had happened. Back in the control room, they ran the analysis of the combat. All Might announced that the best performer in the battle had been Ida, surprising many, including Ida himself. Tsuyu asked whether the winners had not been Achiko and Midoriya. All Might wondered aloud, but then Yaoyorozu raised her hand to explain. Yaoyorozu said that Ida had adapted best to the exercise context. From her perspective, Bakugo had acted on a personal matter, and it was reckless to attack so boldly indoors. Considering the damage incurred, she judged Midoriya's plan to have been hasty. Achiko and Bakugo listened to her observations with some disagreement. Experiencing the fight firsthand felt different from judging it from the outside. Yaoyorozu added that Uraraka had dropped her guard during the fight and attacked too recklessly. If Uraraka had treated the weapon as real, she would not have taken such a dangerous action. Ida waited for his opponents and assumed the fight would focus on the weapon, so he responded quickly at the end, speaking with a serious tone. He felt moved and reassured by the dark-haired girl's words. Even in defeat he had acted well. Yaoyorozu explained that the heroes' team had won because this had been training that bent the rules. Her detailed explanation left a deep silence in the room. All Might noted more than was expected and, with animated encouragement, said that the young Ida had also made mistakes but had been correct in his approach. Yaoyorozu suggested they start with the basics and dedicate themselves completely, otherwise they would not become top-tier heroes. Someone interrupted with a serious remark that in a real fight, following rules and trying to remain perfectly professional could be a waste of time. Everyone turned to see who had spoken. Achiko reacted with surprise when she recognized Midoriya. Midoriya had returned to the control room with his arm in a cast and some bruises and scrapes, but otherwise he looked well. He explained that Recovery Girl had not wanted to let him leave the infirmary, so he had slipped out unseen. Ida asked sternly whether Midoriya should be resting. Midoriya answered that he was tired of lying in bed and wanted to keep an eye on the results and hear the critiques. Yaoyorozu asked if he had anything to say about her observations. Midoriya responded sharply that her observations were wrong. His statement left everyone speechless. Yaoyorozu did not know how to respond and thought to object to such an insult. Midoriya clarified before she attempted to belittle him for being blind, arguing that true heroes did not always have time to think out a perfect plan. When lives were at risk and chaos threatened, heroes had to act quickly and improvise because time was the most valuable resource when saving as many lives as possible. He emphasized that they could not always stop to devise an ideal strategy. Midoriya stepped close to Yaoyorozu with a cold, serious expression. He warned that a single second or minute could be enough for someone's life to be lost, so she should not cling to perfectionism and indecision. When she would be out in the real world, hesitating to wait for the best plan could cost lives. He challenged her to consider whether he was right. Yaoyorozu stammered, unable to answer immediately. Midoriya turned away, saying that although he was the one who could not see, she was the one who failed to see beyond her meticulous observations, forgetting that sometimes improvisation was necessary because time would not always be on the hero's side. Yaoyorozu searched for a rebuttal but realized he was right. She had not accounted for those moments where heroes must act on instinct. All Might broke the tension by suggesting they change places and begin the next match, telling them to reflect on the training. Everyone responded enthusiastically, but Bakugo remained brooding, still frustrated by the difference in power between Todoroki and himself after his match with Midoriya. The narrator noted that the next match was won decisively by the Todoroki and Shoji team against Hagakure and Ojiro, which only increased Bakugo's frustration. The following matches had some excitement but not as much as the first two. After all the matches concluded, everyone gathered at the exit of the training area. All Might praised their work, relieved that there had been no serious injuries aside from Midoriya, and commended them for taking the exercise seriously. Azui commented that this felt like a real class compared to their experience with Aizawa, which everyone agreed with, acknowledging how much they had learned. All Might announced energetically that they could now have proper lessons and hurried off to analyze the results, telling them to change and return for the next class. His sudden burst of speed surprised everyone and left them wondering why he was in such a hurry. One of the brown-haired students noticed that Midoriya was no longer with the group and wondered where he had gone. In the UA infirmary, All Might and his successor received a stern scolding from Recovery Girl. She expressed irritation that Midoriya had already come in 3 times since the year began and questioned why All Might had not stopped him. She admonished Midoriya for leaving before fully recovering and reminded him that his injuries had been serious. Midoriya apologized, looking contrite. Recovery Girl pointed out that Midoriya had been exhausted and had already been in the infirmary the day before, so she could only provide first aid. She admitted she did not understand how he had managed to recover even a little without a serum or anesthetics. Midoriya explained that he was used to pushing his body to its limits. Recovery Girl spoke strictly, knowing that All Might was Izuku's favorite and that Izuku had passed along powers, but warning him not to make that fact obvious. All Might admitted he did not know what to say. Tension lingered in the infirmary, but the green-haired student had already been checked and discharged for the moment. Izuku thanked Recovery Girl for her care and explained politely that he felt better and should return to classes. Recovery Girl, resigned, suggested he stay and rest but sighed and warned him not to get injured again because she did not want him there often. Izuku answered seriously that he understood. He left the infirmary, leaving his mentor and the nurse to discuss All Might's condition and other matters. In the halls of UA, Izuku walked toward his classroom hoping he had not missed much of the afternoon lesson. He thought Aizawa would probably try to bind him with his bandages for this incident. When he entered the classroom, he was surprised by an enthusiastic welcome. His classmates surrounded him to congratulate and praise his performance in the team battle. Several classmates expressed amazement at how well he had fought despite not being able to see, how impressive his red-horned costume had been, and how imposing the batons he had used were. First-year classmates introduced themselves as they came forward to train and work together. Eijiro Kirishima invited everyone to train together. Hanta Siro introduced himself, Yuga Aoyama made a glittering entrance, Mina Ashido praised his movement, Tsu Azui asked to be called Tsu, and Sato greeted him cheerfully. Izuku felt awkward at first, but he could hear and feel the genuine admiration and respect from his classmates, something he was not used to. Mineta jumped into the group energetically, and one by one the others presented themselves. A boy with a crow-like appearance muttered that they were noisy. Ida intervened with a strict, upright reprimand for Tokoyami, insisting that the desk was not a chair and telling him to get down. A rock-styled girl made a teasing remark about Tokoyami's hands and compared him to an unlubricated robot. which Ida answered with dignity and a defense of the desks used by great men and women. Tokoyami remained quietly brooding. At that moment, the brown-haired girl entered the classroom alongside the boy with electric hair. Seeing Izuku, the brown-haired girl rushed over to check on him and said she had thought he would remain in the infirmary to rest. Izuku explained that he had only been there for a few minutes, then paused because he sensed someone missing from the classroom. He asked where Bakugo was. The brown-haired girl replied that they did not know. They had tried to stop Bakugo, but he had taken his things and left without telling anyone. Using his refined echolocation, Izuku focused on the whole of UA and realized that Bakugo was at the entrance, about to leave the premises. Without explanation, Izuku ran at top speed to the entrance and arrived before Bakugo could leave. Izuku called Bakugo's name to get his attention. Bakugo froze and looked at him from the corner of his eye, waiting to hear what Izuku had to say. Izuku spoke seriously and explained that his quirk allowed him to perceive without using his eyes by amplifying his remaining senses. He revealed that later he had received a power from another person, though he refused to say who it was. He compared the situation to a comic book story that somehow turned out to be true and admitted he did not yet have full control over the borrowed power. He said he had tried to beat Bakugo without using it, but had ultimately used it to win, and vowed that someday he would make the power his own and defeat Bakugo with his own strength. Bakugo reacted with anger and frustration, skeptical and unwilling to believe the explanation about a borrowed power. He accused Izuku of making excuses and of trying to make him look worse, then ranted about seeing Todoroki and feeling unable to win against him. Bakugo shouted in frustration about the realization and the bitter acceptance of other strengths, and the memory only heightened his agitation. Izuku, who had known Bakugo since childhood, listened in silence, feeling sympathy for Bakugo's anger and turmoil. Bakugo declared fiercely that he had only just begun and that he would become number one, insisting he would not be defeated again. With that determination, Bakugo left while maintaining his assertion that next time he would be the victor. Izuku addressed All Might next, pleading seriously for the retired hero not to intervene. Izuku warned that any attempt by All Might to step in would not help the situation. All Might, the muscular blonde hero, emerged from wherever he had been waiting and obeyed his successor's request. All Might asked how Izuku had known what he might try. Izuku responded ironically that, seriously, he could feel and hear everything around him. He stated plainly that this included All Might's presence, which, no matter how much he tried, was difficult to ignore. All Might replied awkwardly and asked if Izuku was sure. Izuku answered with certainty and pride, explaining that when it came to listening to people's hearts, he was the most qualified to know what to say or do. All Might said he understood and, feeling out of place, took his leave. The symbol of peace departed. Inside UA, 3 girls had been witnesses to the exchange. Mina asked curiously what had happened. Achiko said excitedly that it sounded like a destined fight between men. Tsuyu observed that it had seemed like Midoriya was apologizing. Achiko repeated her excitement about a destined battle. To the surprise of the 3 observers, the green-haired student had heard them. He turned in their direction and gave them a quick wave, which startled them further. Mina stammered nervously at how he could have known they were there. Tsuyu commented that Midoriya was a little scary. Achiko admitted that it was mysterious but also interesting. The 2 girls watched the brunette's attention on the blind green-haired boy with intrigue, while Izuku watched his childhood friend walk away. Izuku thought with determination that Bakugo's temper had flared, but that did not change what he had to do. He only had to follow after him. He reminded himself seriously that he also needed to keep his attention on the brunette killer. He turned his gaze to where the brunette assassin stood and reflected that he still did not know whether she could be trusted. For the moment she was not his enemy, though that could change at any time. He returned to classes, finishing his second day at UA, but when night fell his other routine began his work as the devil of Mizudafu. On the rooftops of Mizudafu at midnight, the masked vigilante moved across the tiles in his homemade black costume, searching for any sign of trouble. He paused on the ledge of a building, sharpening his senses, and picked up a radio transmission from a patrol not far below. The patrol radio announced to all units that a suspect involved in the recent kidnappings in Mizudafu had been sighted near the city center, that the subject was dangerous and possibly armed, and that the use of force was authorized. The transmission left the vigilante intrigued. He thought seriously that one of those suspects was still free and might lead him to whoever was orchestrating the crimes in the city. He decided he could not let the chance pass. He moved along the rooftops and listened for any hint of the criminal until he caught the sound of voices in a nearby alley. One man, terrified, insisted that he had said nothing. Another man, furious, snapped that he did not care who was responsible. He only cared about leaving Mizudafu before the police found them or the boss learned what had happened. The vigilante realized these were likely the criminals the police were searching for. He thought to himself that he had them and moved toward the alley, intending to interrogate them. As he approached, he sensed a third presence and, upon reaching the scene, identified the third person involved. A sarcastic voice commented on who had decided to join the conversation. The vigilante recognized the voice instantly. It was not easy to forget the voice of someone who had tried to kill him before. He recognized the assassin as Elektra. He acknowledged internally who she was. Elektra taunted him sarcastically about who else he had expected. She had one of the wanted criminals pinned against the wall, pressing a side dagger near him and making him fear the worst. Izuku asked seriously what she was doing. Elektra replied that she was apparently there for the same reason as him and indicated the criminal. Izuku clarified that he had come to interrogate the man and hand him over to the authorities. Elektra said she had intended the same, except she had no intention of turning the man over. To the police, she warned that the man's days were numbered, but if he cooperated he might avoid a harsh fate. The criminal begged in terror. Izuku positioned himself between Elektra and her target, gripping her wrist to stop the blade from getting any closer to the man's face. He told Elektra firmly that enough was enough and that, despite the man's crimes, he did not deserve to die. Using force, he shoved the criminal so that he hit the alley wall, and then, in an anime-style maneuver, used Elektra's side to pin the criminal's shirt to the wall, holding him fast without inflicting graphic injury. Elektra mocked the devil of Mizudafu's Good Samaritan act, calling it noble and predictable. The vigilante drew his wooden batons in case she refused to cooperate. He warned Elektra that he needed the information the man possessed and that he would not let her kill him. Elektra suggested shrewdly that they did not need to fight. Both wanted information from the man, so why not work together this once? Izuku refused, saying he had no idea what her intentions were regarding the information and that once she had what she wanted she would likely not leave any loose ends. Elektra asked how he could be so sure. Izuku answered seriously that he knew her, that he understood who she really was. Elektra snapped that he did not know her at all. Izuku said coldly that he had no intention of getting to know her. Someone who killed for money and thrill was no different from a villain. Elektra, offended, asked if that was how he saw her, as a soulless killing machine. Izuku replied that she had not yet shown him otherwise. Elektra scoffed at his blindness, mocking his claim to see the world in ways others could not while failing to see the reality before him. The argument began to escalate, and the criminal took advantage of the distraction. With the assassin and the vigilante absorbed in their exchange, the criminal freed the weapon that had pinned him to the wall and slipped away unnoticed. Izuku said seriously that she claimed not to be his enemy, but that her past actions and words left him unconvinced and untrusting. Elektra responded with sarcasm, calling him the man who dressed like a demon and went out every night pretending to be a hero. She insisted that she might be an assassin, but he was no better than she was. Izuku asked, still serious, what she meant. Elektra answered coldly that he was an illegal vigilante. Though the public saw him as a hero, he broke the law, using his ability to act outside the system. She said he was no different from her. The only difference, she argued, was that he still believed his actions could change things and that he sought acceptance, even though, in reality, no one would truly understand him. Izuku said nothing at first, but some of her words hit home. Despite his promise to protect the innocent, live without fear, and become a hero even without public approval, he still wanted to be accepted for being different. Elektra placed a hand over his chest and spoke sincerely that he did not have to carry everything alone, that he could share the burden with someone who understood him. Izuku did not feel malice or deceit in her gesture. She spoke with a rare honesty. Trusting her completely felt impossible, but the idea was tempting. Still, he reminded himself that he could not let emotion cloud his judgment. He was a hero and she was an assassin, and there was no ambiguity in that. Izuku said firmly that it would not happen, that he was not like her. He stopped mid-sentence when he noticed something important and stated seriously that the man was gone. Electra asked what he meant, still serious. Izuku announced that the suspect had escaped and was fleeing about 20 meters away. Electra cursed in frustration and blamed him, saying she almost had the man in her hands and lost him because of him. Izuku countered that if he had let her continue the interrogation, she might have killed the suspect. If he knew nothing, he said it with a hard edge. Electra reminded him coldly of his own words about not leaving loose ends and declared that she was done wasting time with him. She tossed a smoke bomb to the ground, masking her movement, and then used her ability to float toward the rooftops before sprinting after the criminal. Izuku swore under his breath and declared that he would not let her catch the suspect first. He dashed for the fire escape in a nearby alley, climbed to the roof, and took off across the rooftops. He had a sense of where the criminal would head because he could hear the fugitive's plan. The criminal muttered that he was now being chased by a ninja woman and a masked vigilante and that he needed to reach the city center as fast as possible. If he could make the next bus stop, he could get out of the city. Hearing that, Izuku moved toward a nearby alley to intercept, waiting for the criminal to fall into a trap. Then he announced that the road ended here. He dropped from the fire escape and tried to kick the criminal, but the man rolled away to evade him. Izuku threw one of his wooden sticks against a wall. It rebounded and struck the criminal, dazing him. Izuku then vaulted and delivered a spinning kick that knocked the man to the ground. Izuku said that the cat-and-mouse game was over and seized the suspect by the collar, ordering him to start talking. The criminal replied with arrogance that he had not come there just to flee. He revealed that he had come to that exact spot because several of his friends were waiting for him there. Izuku heard the click of a gun and reacted quickly. He flung the suspect against a nearby trash can and flipped backward, narrowly avoiding a shot that grazed his mask. One of the criminal group's members announced angrily that the vigilante's end had come and that today the masked man would pay for what he had done to their men. The alley filled with 7 attackers armed with pistols, bats, and steel pipes, all intent on finishing him off. Another of them bragged about taking off his ridiculous mask. Unfazed, Izuku took a combat stance. He reflected that he had not yet had a chance to test one of his gadgets in real combat and decided it was time to put it into practice. He drew a modified baton from his gear that could change form, switching it into a nunchaku configuration. Izuku told them to surrender now and, to make his point, demonstrated a bit of what the nunchaku could do, warning them why people called him the Devil of Mizudafu. The gang leader signaled the attack, and the 7 criminals lunged at the vigilante. Without showing fear, Izuku charged toward them, launching one end of his nunchaku on a tether and using it to swing from the fire escape. He rose briefly into the air and then fell onto 2 attackers, sending them tumbling and leaving them out of the fight in an instant. The remaining 5 opened fire. Izuku, guided by his sense of echolocation, dodged the incoming rounds with fast, acrobatic twists and flips. During one flip he cast the tether toward a shooter, snagged the man, pulled him close, and struck him with a knee, then used his body as a shield to force the others to cease firing. One of the criminals shouted for the others to stop shooting. The vigilante seized the opportunity and charged at the last 4 criminals. Carrying the unconscious body of one, he closed to about a meter, threw the body at them, and launched into the air using the extendable cable of his modified baton. Riding the momentum, he swung over 2 of the attackers and kicked them into trash containers, putting them out of commission. One criminal shouted in alarm, urging his comrades to act. The remaining 2, desperate, lunged at the vigilante with bats and steel pipes. The vigilante, however, was ready. Using his nunchakus, he deflected their strikes and countered with a spinning assault that knocked them out with 2 powerful blows. Only the criminal he had chased remained. Izuku addressed the last man seriously, calling him pathetic for letting others fight his battles. The desperate criminal grabbed a steel pipe from a fallen comrade and tried to attack, but Izuku sheathed his weapon and relied on his fists. He evaded the swing, struck the criminal in the side, followed with a knee to the chin and a punch to the face, then sent him crashing through a window, which shattered and scattered glass. Izuku demanded to know who was behind the crimes in Yuzurifu. The criminal picked up a piece of broken glass and attempted to use it, but Izuku anticipated the move. He evaded the attack, grabbed the man's arm, struck his face, slammed him to the ground and immobilized him, holding the shard close to keep him under control. The criminal tried to bluff and asked if Izuku thought he was afraid. Izuku pressed the point, asking who was responsible for the kidnappings and trafficking in the city. Frustrated and fearing consequences, the criminal reacted in panic. Izuku pressed the shard into the criminal's shoulder to force a reaction, causing him to cry out. The criminal tore the shard free and then, in a moment of despair, held the blade to his own throat. Izuku demanded a name and, to compel a confession, increased the pressure against the man's shoulder until, in agony, the criminal finally blurted out the name they sought. The criminal declared that the man they were looking for was known as Kingpin. Having obtained that information, Izuku released the man and looked at him with confusion and concern. He admitted that he had never heard the name before. The criminal, trembling, explained that few knew Kingpin's true identity, that he was one of the leaders of organized crime, an American who styled himself the king of crime and ran a criminal empire. Izuku thanked him for the information and told him it was time to face justice and that the police would deal with his crimes. As Izuku prepared to take him to the nearest station, the criminal's panic deepened. He insisted that the situation was no longer about Izuku, shouting that he could not give the name, that doing so would bring the wrath of his boss upon him and everyone he cared about. He broke down, saying that Kingpin would come for him and his loved ones as an example so no one would betray him again. Izuku watched helplessly as the man's paranoia and fear escalated. The criminal told Izuku coldly that he should have been killed, then produced a folding knife from his back pocket. Instead of attacking Izuku, he pointed the blade at himself and, in a desperate act, inflicted a fatal wound. Izuku shouted and tried to intervene, but he was too late. The criminal collapsed, and Izuku felt the life leave him. Electra arrived on the scene and, taking in the broken glass, the dead man and Izuku's shaken state, quickly deduced what had happened. She addressed Deku with surprise and asked if he had been involved in what just occurred. Izuku, still stunned, replied that he had not done it. Electra accepted his word. She knew Izuku well enough to trust that he would not lie about something like this. Electra asked what had happened. Izuku recounted how he had cornered the criminal, fought off the ambush, forced a confession, and then watched the man take his own life rather than face retribution from his boss. Electra inquired whether the criminal had given at least a name or alias, and Izuku confirmed that he had heard a single name, Kingpin, the king of crime. Electra did not show her feelings outwardly, but Izuku sensed that hearing that name filled her with anger and a hunger for vengeance. She repeated the name with a hard edge, and Izuku, concerned and curious, asked whether she knew him. The brown-haired assassin said nothing and walked toward the alley's exit, pausing for a moment to look coldly at the vigilante. Electra told him that it was none of his concern. Without another word, the assassin used her ability to float away, leaving Izuku confused and intrigued. Izuku wondered what all those negative feelings from Uraraka meant when that name was mentioned. He questioned what relationship might exist between this Kingpin and Uraraka and who Kingpin really was. He realized there was a king behind this criminal empire and that his mission had taken a new turn. Izuku resolved that he would find Kingpin and work to dismantle the empire. With nothing more to do there, the vigilante left the scene filled with doubts and questions, knowing now that a leader called Kingpin stood behind it all. The vengeful vigilante had decided to act, unaware that his encounter with the crime lord was closer than he imagined. To be continued. Izuku reflected that after the hero versus villain combat exercise, things had taken an unexpected turn. Bakugo still carried his inflated ego, but their fight seemed to have changed something in him, even if he would never admit it. As for Izuku himself, he could not say he felt better. His last night patrol had ended with a criminal dying in front of him after revealing that a crime lord known as Kingpin had been spreading his dirty business throughout the city. Izuku sighed and thought he could not imagine things getting any worse, though he knew how mistaken he was. At the entrance to UA Academy, The green-haired blind student arrived looking sleep-deprived from the previous patrol and unable to shake the images of the night before. He had to deal with another problem now, the press and the paparazzi. Reporters shouted questions about All Might's lessons, and what it felt like to be the first young blind student admitted to UA. Izuku kept a serious expression and refused to comment as he entered the building. When a reporter insisted on at least answering one question, Izuku turned his back and repeated that he would not comment. He did not want to endure the media inventing rumors and gossip about the city's devil while trying to be a UA student. A reporter then asked Uraraka about All Might as a teacher. Uraraka became uncomfortable and thought to herself that she hated the press and sensationalist tabloids. She also imagined, with irritation, that if she did not have to maintain her student facade, she might have drawn her sai blades to scare them away. The reporter continued interviewing other students, and both Izuku and Uraraka slipped away to avoid further questions. The reporter approached Ida next, and Ida formally explained that attending UA made him proud because it was a recognized institution guided by great heroes. His speech about honor and the pride of studying at UA went on long enough to bore the press, and one reporter drifted off and moved on to talk to Bakugo, who responded with rejection and annoyance when confronted. The reporter then tried to see All Might by approaching Aizawa, but Aizawa bluntly stated that All Might was not working that day and told them to stop interrupting lessons and bothering students. Aizawa retreated into the academy, and in response the UA security system activated, closing the entrance doors with armored walls and blocking the press. The reporters complained at the increased security, while a mysterious man in the crowd watched the academy entrance intently with a sinister smile. Inside UA, Class 1A assembled as Aizawa began the lesson. Aizawa praised the students' performance in the combat training and reviewed the video and results. He admonished Bakugo, reminding him that talent did not excuse childish behavior. Bakugo accepted the rebuke without protest. Aizawa turned to Midoriya and noted that he had finished the exercise at the cost of breaking his arm again, but he acknowledged Izuku's strong demonstration of combat skills and effective use of his equipment. He stressed that Izuku could no longer claim he had no choice because he could not control his quirk, and that overcoming the obstacle of control would open many possibilities for him. He urged Izuku to train even harder. Izuku responded with motivated resolve, and Aizawa returned to class matters, announcing that they needed to choose a class president. The announcement relieved the students, who welcomed a normal activity. One by one they began to nominate themselves, voting for their classmates, except Izuku, who considered running but knew his nightly vigilante activities would prevent him from being a punctual and dedicated president. Ida called for order and emphasized that being class president was a serious responsibility that required the trust of others. He insisted on a democratic vote to choose a true leader. He raised his hand emphatically as if begging to be considered for the role. Some classmates questioned how they could trust people they had known for only a short time, and others pointed out that if everyone voted for themselves, the person with the most votes might be the most suitable. Aizawa said he did not care who they chose as long as the class made a decision before the PRD ended, then settled back into his capture cloth to sleep. The class proceeded to vote. To Izuku's surprise, he learned that he had received 3 votes. Bakugo erupted in indignation and demanded to know who had voted for him. A brown-haired girl quietly whistled, indicating she had been one of those votes. The student with the second most votes was Yaoyorozu. Ida, meanwhile, realized he had received 0 votes and trembled with frustration, convinced this outcome was to be expected from someone so insistent on the position. Some felt pity for the blue-haired student with glasses, and following the class decision, the chosen leader was the blind green-haired student. Many thought it was madness to select someone who could not see as president, but they had no choice but to accept. The green-haired student had not actually wanted to run. Aizawa announced that the class president would be Midoriya and the vice president would be Yaoyorozu. Izuku sighed and explained that he had not even run and had not voted for himself. Yaoyorozu reacted with frustration. Izuku then joked sarcastically that if she felt uncomfortable being second in command, she could give the position to someone else. Yaoyorozu replied seriously that the same applied to him. Izuku admitted he was reconsidering and added that he had always secretly wanted his own assistant and secretary, speaking lightly. Yaoyorozu turned her back without responding, clearly displeased. Izuku offered a sarcastic apology, commenting that he had forgotten what family she came from and that she was likely more used to giving orders than taking them, then laughed that this was democracy. Yaoyorozu was about to retort, but the lunch bell rang and everyone moved to the cafeteria, leaving the disagreement unresolved. In the UA cafeteria, students from the hero course and other departments were eating while Midoriya sat beside his classmates. Achiko complimented how phenomenal the food was, savoring her plate of rice. Izuku admitted that even though he had been chosen class president, he had no real interest in the position and did not feel qualified for it. Achiko told him that he was qualified. Ida assured him that he would be fine, saying that Izuku's courage and consideration during difficult moments made it worth following him. That was why Ida had voted for him. Izuku was surprised to learn that Ida had voted. Achiko asked if Ida had not wanted to be class president as well, teasing about the glasses. Izuku observed silently that Achiko did not fear speaking her mind. Ida explained that wanting to do something and being suited for it were very different things, and that he had merely done what he felt was right. Both Izuku and Achiko found the word choice unusual. Achiko then, innocently, asked if Ida came from a wealthy family. Ida tried to hide his surprise and admitted that he had attempted to change his manner of speaking so others would not view him that way. The others looked at him, and Izuku began to put together who Ida's family might be. Izuku asked if Ida had any relation to the hero Ingenium. Ida was surprised and asked how Izuku had guessed. Izuku explained that the sound of the motors in Ida's legs resembled those of Ingenium. Ida was astonished that Izuku had identified the connection by sound alone. Izuku reflected that being blind had its advantages, like recognizing the same sounds in different people and objects. He also remembered that Ingenium had once tried to capture him in the past but had failed because Izuku could always tell where an attack would come from. It felt ironic to him to meet a relative of Ingenium. Ida clarified proudly that Ingenium was his older brother. Achiko was impressed that Ida no longer felt shy about saying it. Izuku could feel the emotion, pride, and happiness in Ida as he spoke. It was clear that Ida admired his brother and aspired to be a great hero like him. Izuku expressed happiness at Ida's ambition. Ida admitted that he felt it was too soon for him to lead others, and he acknowledged that Midoriya had understood the true purpose of the practical exam. Even without sight, Midoriya had seen what others could not, so he believed Midoriya was the most suitable person for the position. Ida smiled and expressed that confidence. Midoriya listened carefully to Ida's words and felt their sincerity, which left him deep in thought. He considered that to Ida, Ingenium was what All Might had been to him, and he resolved that he should speak to Ida about the entrance exam. His thoughts were cut short by the distant sound of a crowd running through the UA halls. Midoriya alerted everyone that something was wrong, and before he could finish, the security alarm blared, announcing a breach and instructing students to evacuate. Ida asked another third-year student what a level 3 security alert meant. The student explained that it meant someone was intruding on school grounds. Chaos erupted in the cafeteria and the corridors as students pressed together, pushing and trying to move through the crowd. Achiko grimaced against the pressure. Ida praised how everyone had reacted quickly in the crisis. Midoriya noted that they had reacted so fast it had caused panic and added that it did not appear to be a villain invasion. He told them that a pack of reporters had entered the grounds without authorization. When Achiko asked how he knew, Midoriya said he had heard them and that the leading reporter was as stubborn as a mule. Ida realized the same when he was shoved against a window and saw reporters and paparazzi who had somehow gotten onto the grounds. Tired of being crushed in the crowd, Midoriya slipped his multi-purpose baton from his pocket. He had once thought it excessive to bring it to class for emergencies, but now he steeled himself for whatever came next. It was clear to Izuku that he had not been wrong. He thought seriously. Using the fiber cable built into his baton, the green-haired boy fired one end and managed to pull himself out of the crowd, dangling in the air from the retractable line. From that vantage he located Ida and Achiko, who were still trapped and struggling to breathe and move through the mass of students. He could feel Ida's determination and the urgent need to take action to stop the panic. Izuku thought that panic would not stop until someone told everyone it was a false alarm. He also thought that someone needed to calm and control the situation. Although he could have tried himself, he worried the others would not take him seriously because of his blindness. He considered that Ida, however, would be listened to. Izuku climbed to a high point in the hall and launched the fiber cable toward Achiko and Ida, who were close to one another. Once he had them secured, he used his strength and the batten's retraction to pull them free from the crush of students, leaving them suspended near the ceiling. Izuku ordered Achiko to use her quirk to make Ida float. Achiko hesitated briefly but refused to waste time and complied, levitating Ida into the air. Izuku then told Ida that he needed to calm the students and inform them of what was happening. Ida understood Izuku's plan immediately and activated the engines on his legs to propel himself to a place where everyone could see him. Ida thought that this was exactly what Midoriya would have planned. Someone had to maintain order, and Midoriya had trusted him with the task. Ida smashed briefly against a wall to draw attention and announced with authority that everything was fine, that it was only the press and there was no reason to panic. He reminded everyone that this was UA and they should behave accordingly. His clear, confident words calmed the students. Izuku smiled in satisfaction. His plan had worked even better than he expected. He thought that if anyone deserved to be class president and lead their peers, no one was more qualified than Ida. The police soon arrived, escorted the press and reporters off UA grounds, and restored peace to the school. Back in Class 1, after the incident in the cafeteria and across UA, the students returned to class, and Izuku prepared to make an important announcement. He told the class that, before continuing with the election of class officers, he had a small announcement to make. The room fell silent and focused on him. Izuku announced that he had decided to cede his role as class president and that he believed Ida should take the position. He explained without hesitation that Ida had captured everyone's attention in a surprising and bold way, and Izuku firmly believed Ida would make a better president. Ida did not know how to respond at first, but one by one his classmates agreed with Izuku's recommendation. Aizawa, irritated, told them they were wasting time and to hurry up before going back to sleep. Ida stood firm and accepted his classmates' decision and his friends' trust. He swore to fulfill his duties as class president from that day forward. The class cheered for their new leader. Momo Yaoyorozu, feeling a bit forgotten, asked what about her. Izuku replied with a teasing grin that the silver lining was she would no longer be his secretary and would instead be the assistant to their new president. Momo protested that it was the same thing, and Izuku offered a sarcastic remark about not seeing the difference. Momo felt torn between offense and being overlooked, while Izuku added a half-joking line about sometimes respecting her. As the class continued, the teachers investigated the earlier intrusion by the press. At the UA entrance, the armor doors were closed but there was a gap as if something had been forced through. Nizu wondered how members of the press could have done such a thing and considered whether someone sinister had instigated it, asking whether it could be a declaration of war. The teachers were disturbed and feared that something bad might happen soon. Later that day, after school, Izuku went to the old cafe where he used to meet his friend Foggy Nelson to catch up. Izuku explained that the press had caused a big commotion at his school. Foggy, surprised, commented that he had thought law classes were boring but that you always found ways to be exciting. He joked about hero students being able to walk the streets in disguises and flashy outfits without looking like oddities. Izuku explained that hero costumes were meant to present an image so society would not fear them and could trust them, and that costumes also helped improve or control quirks. Foggy said that as a lawyer he only needed to worry about giving a good professional image and not about what he wore. He then asked curiously what Izuku's hero costume looked like. Izuku laughed and said that he would like to describe it, but because he had never seen himself wearing it he could not really say. Foggy remarked that Izuku's blind jokes always brought out his sarcastic, serious personality. Izuku said sarcastically that what could he say, it was part of his charm. The two friends continued talking until the green-haired young man's alarm signaled that he had to get ready for his night work. Izuku told Foggy that he was glad they had caught up but that he had a lot of homework to finish. Foggy replied wearily that he did too and asked if they could meet again the next day. Izuku answered that he wished they could, but they had another activity in the hero course tomorrow and he imagined it would be exciting. Foggy sighed and accepted that it would have to be another day. Izuku said he would see him later. Foggy teased him to avoid staying up too late studying. Izuku muttered under his breath that if Foggy only knew. The friends went their separate ways. Izuku headed home to prepare for going out that night. Foggy had been right, Izuku would stay up late that night, but not to study. Later that night, on a rooftop in Mizudafu, the masked vigilante known as the Devil of Mizudafu ran and leapt across the city's roofs. His enhanced senses had picked up the distant sign of an illegal drag deal, and he was trailing one of the sellers. Izuku thought grimly that as if criminals and kidnappers were not enough, now drag traffickers prowled his city. He was determined that drags would not be sold in Mizudafu while he was on watch. The sellers rode in a taxi being used as a cover. When the vehicle stopped in an alley for the exchange, 2 of the 3 men got out, armed, and began checking the area. One guard ordered the third to stay and wait for buyers while he secured the perimeter. The other guard warned to keep the police and any heroes away. The man left in the taxi sighed that it was hard to find good security these days. One guard walked away from the vehicle to inspect a darker corner. A metallic clanging came from the alley's fire escape. He approached and saw something lying there, but before he could finish his sentence, a hard metal object struck the back of his head. He collapsed, unconscious, and from the shadows the vigilante emerged. Izuku noted dryly that it was not a police baton but a pair of collapsible batons. Taking his batons, the vigilante climbed the fire escape to the rooftop and moved toward the second guard. That guard complained about how long the inspection was taking and mocked the idea that anyone passed through the alley. As he walked toward where his companions had been, something landed nearby. A thin wire caught his ankles, tripped him, and dragged him into a darker part of the alley. He screamed in alarm. The seller in the taxi, alarmed by the shout, burst out of the vehicle and fumbled for a gun. Terrified, he fired blindly into the shadows, trying to hit whatever moved. His shots missed, only increasing his own panic. Suddenly one of his guards dropped unconscious onto the car windshield and the other fell against a nearby dumpster, both clearly knocked out by a swift confrontation. The seller decided to flee, but he did not get far. A fiber cable wrapped around him and pulled him back, and he was sent tumbling to the ground after a spinning kick to the face. Izuku asked coldly if the seller was leaving so soon, saying he had thought the sale would start any minute. The seller tried to aim his gun, but Izuku grabbed the weapon hand and pried the gun away, sending it skidding across the pavement. Izuku warned him not to try that again and struck the man, leaving him on the ground. The seller begged not to be killed and offered the merchandise in exchange for his safety. Izuku opened the seller's case and was hit by a sharp chemical odor coming from inside. He said he wanted none of that chemical rubbish and demanded to know who supplied it, asking if the seller worked for Kingpin. The man said he did not work for Kingpin and insisted that Kingpin was dangerous but not half as dangerous as the person who had hired him. That answer left Izuku puzzled. Pressing him further, Izuku asked again who supplied the drags and warned the man not to lie. The seller, terrified, admitted that he did not know the top figures' identities. He explained that the operation was part of a network trafficking drags and weapons from China. When Izuku asked if it was the Chinese mafia, the seller shook his head and said those criminals were nothing compared to these people. They had operated in Japan for years, hiding in the shadows. The chemical product they sold was addictive and highly sought after, to the point that even the Yakuza had tried to obtain it. Izuku asked whether the group worked with any Japanese criminal organization and how they had managed to establish themselves in Japan. The seller could offer no answers. He only repeated that no one seemed to know the full reach or leadership of the network. A frightened criminal said that they had appeared out of nowhere and that no one had dared confront them since their arrival, not even the Yakuza. It added that there was something strange and dangerous about those individuals. Izuku demanded a name and insisted he needed to know who was distributing the drags. The terrified criminal repeated that he did not know any real names. He only knew one alias and doubted it was genuine. Under pressure, the criminal revealed that traffickers and the men who worked for her referred to her as Madame Gao. Izuku asked where he could find Madame Gao, but before the criminal could answer, the sound of police sirens and approaching patrols alerted the vigilante that he had to leave before they saw him and called the heroes. Izuku thanked him for the information and said he had to go. Izuku delivered a swift, incapacitating strike that left the criminal unconscious and escaped up the fire escape, putting distance between himself and the scene. From afar he heard officers arrest the other criminals and take them away. Once at a safe distance, he stopped to reflect on what the trafficker had told him. Izuku thought that the situation was getting worse. First, a crime lord known as the Kingpin had been stalking his city, and now a drag ring operating in his city and possibly across Japan had been moving beneath the notice of the Hero Society. He also had to contend with another criminal leader, this one a woman called Madame Gao. He took a small packet from his pocket that had come from the trafficker's briefcase as a sample. A red, wingless dragon emblem was printed on it. Izuku resolved to find Madame Gao and put an end to her illicit business, and he also resolved to deal with the Kingpin. With that determination, he returned home, thinking about how Japan seemed to be becoming the center of multiple criminal organizations. He believed the vigilante of Mizudafu would not allow them to prevail and that, sooner or later, justice would fall upon them. Later, Izuku reflected on the night he could not forget, the memory of the man's life ending before him. Even without seeing every detail, he had felt the man's paranoia and fear, and how the man had chosen to take his own life rather than face his boss after betraying a name. Izuku wondered what kind of criminal mind the Kingpin possessed and why Elektra had reacted angrily upon hearing his name. Those questions continued to trouble him, and he feared the worst might be closer than he wanted to admit. At UA Academy, Class 1A began another day of lessons, but Izuku remained lost in thought about his recent conversation with All Might, who had warned him about the danger of revealing the secret of One for All to Bakugo after what had happened during their combat training. Izuku felt relieved that Bakugo had not believed him and chastised himself for being foolish enough to reveal such an important secret. He knew it had to remain absolute and hidden, otherwise villains would try to take it, and he could not allow that. The provisional hero teacher announced the day's basic hero training and explained that the class had been combined under 3 instructors: All Might, Aizawa, and another person. When a student asked what the exercise would involve, Aizawa said it would focus on disasters, shipwrecks, and similar situations rescue training. The students grew excited at the chance to test their powers in rescue scenarios. Kaminari remarked that rescue work would mean a lot of hard effort. Mina responded cheerfully. Kirishima declared that rescue was a hero's duty and that he was eager. Tsuyu noted she excelled in the water. One by one, the students boasted about their skills and grew more enthusiastic. Aizawa warned them to be quiet and explained that they could choose whether to wear their hero costumes, since some suits might limit their abilities. He added that the training would take place off campus and that they would travel by bus. After class, everyone prepared to change into their gear. Izuku, however, remained uneasy and noticed his classmate Uraraka leaving the classroom. Given recent events and her emotional state, he felt anxious about the day. Izuku changed into his costume and later rejoined his classmates at the UA exit. He was wearing his red leather suit with initials and, to some surprise, a new leather mask with horns. Achiko approached and noted that she had thought his previous mask had been destroyed during the combat training and that his suit had looked damaged. Izuku explained that his previous mask had been destroyed but that his mother had already made a replacement, anticipating he might need another. At that moment, Class President Ida blew his whistle and called for Class 1A to assemble. A teacher said firmly that everyone should form 2 orderly lines with their student numbers so boarding would be organized. However, Izuku could feel that his friend Ida seemed a bit tense. Izuku was surprised and wondered whether he was imagining things or if Ida was really going all out. Achiko agreed that it looked that way. Several kilometers later, the students had boarded the bus and were seated in different rows, with Ida looking extremely downcast. Ida complained in frustration that he never imagined the bus would be this kind. Mina laughed and called it pointless in a teasing way. Izuku thought he wanted to feel sorry for his friend but found it amusing, and reminded himself that it was another reason he did not want to be class president. Tsuyu told Midoriya that she always said whatever came to mind and looked at him. Izuku responded seriously and asked if she had something to say. Tsuyu told him to call her Tsu and then said without further pretense that his quirk was similar to All Might's. Izuku was a little surprised because he did not expect any classmate to notice the similarity between his new quirk and All Might's. He downplayed it, admitting that the disproportionate strength and superhuman agility were only some extra aspects of his ability. Kirishima agreed that it made sense and added enthusiastically that Midoriya's quirk did not seem identical to All Might's because All Might never got hurt when he used his power. In that sense they were only similar to each other. Izuku appreciated Kirishima's supportive words and thought the boy knew how to encourage a friend. Tsuyu then pointed out that Midoriya had never told them the name of his quirk or how it worked. The question drew the attention of much of Class 1A, who listened intently to the blind, green-haired Izuku's response. Izuku reluctantly agreed that they should know. He explained that his quirk was called echolocation. Many were left confused by the name and its meaning. Kirishima asked for clarification about what echolocation meant. Izuku chuckled and acknowledged that the name was awkward to pronounce and remember, then explained that the quirk allowed him to see without using his eyes, but not in the same way as others. That explanation intrigued the group because many had wondered since the day he arrived how a blind student had been admitted to UA. Tsuyu asked what he actually saw when he used his quirk constantly. Izuku paused because no one had asked him how it felt or what seeing through his ability was like. Izuku answered seriously that it was more complicated than that. He said that his ears could hear everything. Even now he could hear the sound of the bones in Tsuyu's ribcage moving when she breathed. The frog girl was left speechless, unsure whether to feel impressed or uncomfortable. Mina asked how that was possible and commented that, although he was blind, he seemed to see too much. Izuku smiled slightly, which confused the others, and said they had to think beyond the five senses. He explained that he could perceive balance, direction, micro-movements, air density, releases, and slight temperature variations. Everyone was stunned because what Izuku described went beyond normal understanding. He added that he also picked up sounds and subtle smells and that all those fragments formed an impressionistic painting in his mind. Rather than clarifying everything, his explanation left many classmates with more questions. Tsuyu asked again what it felt like and what he really saw. Izuku described it as a world on fire. Through Izuku's perception the environment appeared bright and as if everything were burning around him, though there was no actual fire or heat, it was simply how Izuku saw the world. Kirishima expressed awe and Ida said he could not imagine having to see flames in his eyes all the time. Izuku admitted that it frightened him at first, but over time he learned to ignore the fear and look beyond it, speaking playfully. Kirishima admired having a quirk that amplified senses and improved strength and agility, saying it sounded like something a professional would have. Izuku agreed enthusiastically that his quirk could truly be seen as professional level. Kirishima liked the sound of that and seemed convinced. Aoyama boasted that his naval laser was professional in both spectacle and power. Mina teased that it was not so great if it gave him a stomachache, prompting laughs from the group. Kirishima declared that when talking about showiness and power they had to mention Todoroki, Bakugo, and Midoriya. Bakugo ignored the comment and Todoroki slept on the bus. Tsuyu observed that Bakugo always seemed angry, so he did not seem likely to be very popular. The remark irritated Bakugo, a vein popping on his forehead with anger. He reacted furiously and demanded to know what she meant and if she wanted to fight. Tsuyu pointed out the reaction and the others teased Bakugo about his personality. Kaminari joked that although they had not known him long, it was surprising that everyone already knew his temper as if stepping in a sewer. Bakugo shouted in fury and threatened to make Kaminari pay. While the boys continued to tease Bakugo and Izuku quietly enjoyed watching his former childhood bully face some payback, the girls had their own conversation. Yaoyorozu commented that the discussion had been vulgar. Achiko admitted that she liked that kind of banter as well. It was then that Eraserhead drew the students' attention. Aizawa arrived and ordered them to stop wasting time, his tone stern. The students replied in unison that they understood. Some time later, the bus stopped in front of a vast building. The students filed into the area and were greeted by one of the instructors for the class. The stranger welcomed them warmly, and Izuku immediately recognized the voice and the distortion of the hero's helmet. Izuku identified him as Space Hero 13, a gallant rescue hero who specialized in natural disaster response. Achiko reacted with visible excitement at the mention of him. 13 invited them to enter. Class 1A stepped inside and found themselves beneath a huge dome divided into different disaster zones: collapses, fires, floods, earthquakes, and more. 13 explained that the facility simulated shipwrecks, avalanches, blazes, storms, and other emergencies. He said the training ground was designed to recreate a variety of unexpected accidents and that it was called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, abbreviated USJ. The students listened in awe until Aizawa approached 13 and asked where All Might was, mentioning that they had been supposed to meet there. 13 leaned in and quietly explained that All Might had taken on many heroic jobs on the way and had run out of time, so he was resting in the teacher's room. Aizawa expressed irritation at the situation but accepted it and asked if they should begin. Before the exercise started, 13 addressed the group and spoke seriously about his quirk, black hole, demonstrating how it could absorb and reduce objects to dust. Izuku noted that 13 had used that ability to rescue people from disasters, and 13 confirmed that while it was useful, it was also dangerous and could easily kill if misused. His warning quieted the room and shifted the tone to something more solemn. 13 reminded the students that some quirks, even those that seem regulated, have the potential to be lethal if mistakes are made. Izuku reflected on this deeply. Since receiving One for All, he realized that the power he now carried could cause serious harm if handled poorly. He thought about the thin line between using his power to punish wrongdoers and using it to protect and aid others, resolving that he needed to change his approach. 13 concluded his remarks by saying that the class was a new beginning. They would learn how to use their quirks to save lives. He emphasized that their powers existed to protect and help people. The students applauded and felt motivated. Aizawa moved to begin the lesson. Before he could finish explaining, the lights began to flicker, causing concern among the students. Izuku felt an alarming new sensation, an unfamiliar chill, a sense of darkness, and a wave of hostile intent nearby. A purple portal suddenly opened in the middle of the USJ grounds, prompting immediate alarm among both teachers and students. Aizawa commanded everyone to gather and stay put while instructing 13 to protect the students. Kirishima asked what was happening, visibly worried. From the purple portal, several intimidating figures emerged, and leading them was a man with pale blue hair and multiple hands attached to his body. Kirishima compared the scene to the chaotic start of their entrance exam, but Izuku stressed that this was not a test, it was a real attack. Aizawa ordered everyone to remain still and put on his special capture goggles, his expression serious and focused. He identified the intruders as villains. The students of Class 1A were stunned real villains had invaded the USJ. Izuku's heightened senses confirmed they were under true attack. The villain leader looked toward the group of students and teachers, and one of the intruders with smoky form and yellow eyes spoke, expressing disappointment that All Might and Eraserhead were present according to the schedule they had received, but noting All Might's absence. The leader complained that he had gone to the trouble of bringing all his people and could not believe All Might was not there. He then suggested, with a cold edge, that perhaps causing harm to one of the students might draw All Might out. Aizawa bristled and prepared to defend his students, tightening his binding scarf and steeling himself to prevent any villain from touching them. Kirishima reacted with disbelief that villains could have entered a hero school. Yaoyorozu calmly inquired about the intrusion sensors. 13 confirmed that sensors were in place but did not finish his thought. Todoroki asked whether the breach was confined to the area or affected the entire school. He observed that the lack of sensor response suggested the attackers had someone with a quirk capable of disabling them. Todoroki then noted that the attack had come in an isolated area of the campus during the hour when a class was scheduled to be there. The arrival of the villains marked the beginning of a tense, fast-moving confrontation, and the teachers and students braced themselves for an intense, anime-style struggle to protect everyone inside. An analytical voice observed that they might be idiots, but they were not fools. The speaker added that the surprise attack had been carefully planned with a specific objective. The comment worried some classmates, but Izuku Midoriya knew he could discover the villain's goal more quickly and efficiently by listening to them. Izuku thought he needed to pay attention to what the villains said. Perhaps he could overhear something that revealed their plan. Aizawa instructed 13 to begin the evacuation and to try contacting the school. He noted seriously that the villains even had something to counter sensors, and suggested that someone with a quirk to interfere with radio waves might be blocking communications. The quirk-erasing hero glanced toward the boy with a Pikachu-like look. Aizawa then told Kaminari to try contacting the school with his quirk. Kaminari responded with a quick affirmative. Izuku asked whether Aizawa would fight alone, concerned that even if Aizawa could erase quirks, there were too many villains for a frontal assault. Aizawa reminded him that a hero could not rely on a single trick. Izuku could sense what his teacher intended. Aizawa was determined to hold the villains back to protect his students, and nothing would change his mind. Aizawa told 13 that he was leaving the students in his hands. Without waiting, Aizawa the quirk-erasing hero launched himself from above toward the group of villains. The villains had assumed they would take the hero down easily, but their confidence vanished when their quirks stopped working. Aizawa had erased their abilities with his power and then used his capture bands to entangle them, knocking them out of the fight with swift, precise maneuvers. A furious villain warned that the hero could erase quirks just by looking and identified him as Eraserhead. One villain with a rock-like quirk lunged at the eraser, but Aizawa evaded with practiced precision, countering with a clean strike that sent the attacker tumbling before restraining him with his bands. Other villains who tried to attack from behind were dispatched with swift kicks. The leader of the villains watched Aizawa's actions with interest. An observer mused that Aizawa was also strong in close combat, and because he hid his eyes behind goggles, no one could tell which quirk he was erasing. When he fought a group, coordination among attackers became much harder. Aizawa continued to take down any villain who challenged him, erasing quirks and responding with speed and force. Another voice expressed disdain for professional heroes and remarked that ordinary people had no chance against them. Meanwhile, Izuku felt the rhythm of his teacher's fighting style and listened to the determined, martial tempo of the battle. He was astonished at how skillful Aizawa was, even unseen. He could feel the teacher's combat prowess as Aizawa fought alone against the villains. Ida snapped that this was not the time for analysis and urged everyone to hurry. All the students ran for the USJ exit accompanied by the hero 13, intending to escape and warn UA about the attack. Their progress, however, was halted by a villain with a blue-haired leader's associate who emerged through a purple portal in the ground and blocked their path. The spectral-looking villain declared that he would not let them leave and introduced himself formally as Kurogiri, stating that many of them would likely die that day. He presented himself as a member of the League of Villains and admitted they had come to UA High School with a purpose. Aizawa lost sight of the spectral villain for a moment, and in that gap the villain used the distraction. Aizawa tried to return to his students, but the group of villains prevented him from reaching them, engaging him in combat and leaving the students temporarily vulnerable. Kurogiri spoke formally, announcing the League of Villains' presence on the hero's turf and ominously declaring their intent to force All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath. Everyone was frozen by the threat, except for Izuku. He thought to himself that Kurogiri was not lying about targeting All Might, but something felt off about the villain. His heart seemed to beat weakly, as if he were in a trance. Kurogiri remarked that All Might should have been there and asked whether there had been any change. He decided that, presence or not, he would carry out his part of the plan. 13 prepared to defend the students from any attack the spectral villain might attempt. Bakugo and Kirishima impulsively lunged at the misty figure, but Izuku sensed that Kurogiri did not seem threatened. He appeared calm, and that calmness set off alarms in Izuku's mind. Izuku warned Bakugo and Kirishima to stop, but they ignored his caution. Kirishima attacked the misty villain and Bakugo followed with a powerful explosion. When the smoke cleared, the villain stood intact, much to everyone's surprise. Kurogiri commented dryly that even if they were students, they were excellent targets. Izuku felt the villain's intent to strike, and before 13 could react, Izuku realized what Kurogiri planned and called for everyone to move away. 13 called the situation bad and ordered Bakugo and Kirishima to distance themselves. Kurogiri threatened that his work was to disperse them and torture them to death. He activated his quirk, generating a dense purple mist that formed a dome around the students. Izuku could sense the villain's plan, and before the mist could enclose them all, he grabbed one of his modified baton-like cables and threw the fiber cord toward Kurogiri. The cord passed through the villain without effect. Kurogiri dismissed the attempt as a good try but ultimately failed. Calmly, he used the other end of the cable to fling it toward Achiko Uraraka. Izuku clarified that he had not aimed at her and urgently instructed everyone to hold on to Uraraka to prevent being swept up by the mist. Only a few managed to hold onto the brunette. With the baton in her hand, she understood the green-haired boy's plan. Someone used their quirk to nullify gravity for those clinging to her, and the retractable cable pulled them, including Ida, Sato, and Achiko, out of the dome just in time. They watched helplessly as the green-haired boy and his companions were enveloped by purple mist and transported elsewhere. Ida cried out in alarm. At the USJ wreckage zone, the green-haired boy emerged from a portal and fell into the lake, plunging beneath the surface. Underwater he could barely hear, but he could sense any disturbance or movement that rippled through the water. Izuku wondered if teleportation was the enemy's quirk and grew serious over the possibility that they intended to kill All Might. A red-suited villain with horns began to swim upward toward the surface before running out of air. As he neared the top, he felt a sudden, fast movement closing in on him and braced for an attack. The shark-like villain shouted that he had nothing against him but intended to leave, and opened his jaws as if to strike. A loud impact interrupted the attack. Tsuyu had extended her tongue, wrapped it around the green-haired boy, and hauled him to the surface. She threw him onto the deck of a ship that sat in the middle of the wreckage lake. Izuku coughed and expelled water from his lungs while Tsuyu surfaced with an awkward companion clinging to her. Mineta clung nervously to Tsuyu, making an awkward remark that made her uncomfortable. Tsuyu quickly sent Mineta onto the ship's deck and climbed forward to the same spot. Izuku thanked Azui for the rescue. Tsuyu insisted that he call her Tsu, and he apologized before thanking her again more casually. Tsuyu warned that the situation had become dangerous. Izuku agreed and analyzed the villain's words. They had known Yue's schedule. He realized they must have allowed the press to enter so they could gain information about the students' movements to the USJ. The attackers had been waiting to strike, just as Todoroki had said. Mineta protested confidently that once All Might arrived he would defeat those attackers, but Tsuyu asked if he really believed the villains had not come this far without a way to kill All Might. The suggestion caught Izuku off guard. Thinking back over events, he could no longer dismiss the possibility. The villain had said they would torture them to death, and Tsuyu wondered whether they could hold out until All Might arrived or even survive intact if he did come. Mineta grew frightened, but Izuku forced himself not to panic. He reminded himself to stay calm and resolute, the way he always had, to live without fear and to protect the innocent. He resolved that if the villains truly had a method to end All Might, their duty was to stop the plot by fighting and winning against them. His classmates might not see the expression behind his mask, but they could feel the absence of fear and the courage he radiated. Izuku noted that his classmates were also fighting, struggling to survive and resist the villains. At the avalanche zone, his classmates had already engaged the attackers. Todoroki used his ice quirk to freeze several villains and immobilize them. Todoroki coldly called it pathetic to lose to a mere child and told an adult opponent to concentrate. In the collapse zone, Bakugo and Kirishima fought a group of villains inside a ruined building, standing back to back as they were surrounded. In the mountain zone, Yaoyorozu used her creation quirk to form a bow staff and took a defensive stance alongside Kaminari and Jiro as villains closed in. In the fire zone, Ojiro stood on guard amid the flames and enemies, preparing for any attack and searching for a way out of the inferno. In the storm zone, Tokoyami and Koda found themselves on a rain-slick street, encircled by multiple villains awaiting the right moment to strike so they could counter with equal force. At the entrance to the USJ, the classmates who had avoided being teleported thanks to Izuku and Achiko still faced the threat of the mist villain Kurogiri. The young group consisted of Achiko, Mina, Ida, Shoji, Sato, and Siro, while Eraserhead continued to contend with waves of villains attacking without pause. Ida asked anxiously whether Shoji could confirm if everyone was present. Shoji replied seriously that everyone was dispersed but still inside the building. That reassured the group, At least their friends and classmates were within the facility, scattered across different areas. Zero, frustrated, noted that Kurogyri's mist could not be reached by physical attacks and that Kurogyri could transport things, calling the quirk the worst for their situation. At that moment, the pro-hero 13 devised a plan to protect and evacuate the students. 13 told the class president, Ida, that she entrusted him with a duty. She instructed him to use his quirk to go to the school and inform them of the situation. She explained that alarms were silent and phones had no signal, indicating someone might be interfering with communications, and that it would be faster to get external help than to waste time trying to locate whoever was causing the interference. Ida hesitated, saying it would be dishonorable to leave the others behind as class president. Sato urged him to head for the emergency exit, reasoning that if he could get out, alarms would likely start, and that could explain why the villains attacked inside. Zero encouraged him to get moving and to use his legs to pierce the mist, insisting that the villains would not follow him if he managed to escape. 13 urged him to use his quirk to save others. Ida looked astonished at the determination and trust his classmates placed in him. Achiko affirmed their support and said she would cover his back, putting on her ninja-style mask and telling him to go. The students and the professional hero took their positions to prepare Ida's escape, accepting the task and vowing not to fail him. Kurogyri mocked them for speaking plans in front of their enemy and then unleashed a wave of mist toward the students. 13 anticipated the attack and activated her quirk. She stated that it did not matter if their plan was discovered and used her black hole ability to begin absorbing the villain's mist, creating an opening for Ida's escape. Back in the shipwreck zone, after Midoriya expressed determination, one of the others responded in panic. Mineta reacted with fear and called Midoriya foolish, arguing that the villains could kill their allies and that their best plan was to stay put and wait for the UA heroes to arrive. His panic intensified. Midoriya, silent and composed, then delivered a sharp reprimand. He struck Mineta with a forceful blow that halted the outburst, leaving Mineta and Tsuyu stunned. Midoriya then spoke coldly and plainly. If Mineta wanted to remain paralyzed by fear, he could do so quietly and stop obstructing those trying to find a way to save themselves and their classmates. If he would not help and was only going to be a burden, he could stay behind and face the consequences, or he could shut up and follow instructions to live. The severity of Midoriya's words left Mineta and Tsuyu speechless. They had not seen such a hard, serious side of him before. Midoriya took a deep breath and worked to calm himself. Midoriya observed that the villains below seemed to be assuming they would fight in the water. Mineta complained about the earlier reprimand while rubbing his cheek in disbelief. Tsuyu wondered aloud whether the villains had known what was in the facility before splitting up. Midoriya confirmed that they had gathered information meticulously, but something seemed off. The villains had sent Tsuyu to the shipwreck zone, which suggested they did not know each student's quirk. Tsuyu agreed, noting that if the villains had known she was frog-like, they would have sent her to the fire zone. Midoriya reasoned that the villains had separated them because they lacked precise knowledge of quirks and chose to overwhelm them with numbers rather than tailored strategy. They were outnumbered and inexperienced, or at least some of them were. When Tsuyu asked what he proposed to do, Midoriya said their only hope was to take advantage of the villains' lack of information and their uncertainty. He pointed out that the fact the villains had not boarded their ship supported this theory, but warned that the villains should not be underestimated. Tsuyu offered more details about her quirk, explaining that she could make large jumps, adhere to walls, and extend her tongue up to about 20 meters. She admitted that she could also perform a stomach-expelling maneuver to clean it and secrete a toxic mucus, though she found that unpleasant and considered those aspects less useful. Mineta reacted internally in shock. Tsuyu dismissed the less appealing traits as nearly useless and told them not to rely on those aspects. Midoriya reassured her that he considered her strong in many respects. He then explained his own quirk, called echolocation, describing how it gave him a radar-like sixth sense and enhanced his remaining 4 senses, which helped compensate for his visual impairment. Izuku Midoriya explained that his power also granted him enormous strength, but once he used it he became exhausted for a time, as if it were a double-edged sword. He had deceived them about that last part, since that drawback belonged to a different ability. Mineta demonstrated his quirk by pulling a purple orb from his hair and sticking it to the wall, explaining that the orbs adhered very firmly and, depending on how he felt, could remain stuck for an entire day. He added that if he pulled too many at once he would start to bleed. In that case they would not stick to him but simply bounce off. After the explanation, Tsuyu stared at Mineta, and Izuku said nothing aloud, though his expression suggested doubt that this was all there was to it. Izuku thought ironically that people had said it was impossible for a blind boy to enter UA, and he considered seriously that it might be even more remarkable for someone with a quirk like Mineta's to have been admitted without training. Tsuyu remarked that if she had already thought it surprising that Midoriya, being blind, could get into UA, then it seemed almost a miracle that Mineta had managed to get in at all. Mineta burst into frustrated tears and insisted that his quirk was useless in combat. Izuku acknowledged that Mineta's ability might not be ideal for fighting, but he said calmly that it could still be useful and urged Mineta to stop panicking so they could think of a plan. Their discussion was cut short when a villain used his quirk to form a giant hand of water and strike the ship, damaging the hull. One of the villains announced that he was growing impatient and wanted to finish things now. The three young heroes held themselves together after the impact, but time was running out and the attackers were losing patience. Tsuyu exclaimed in surprise at the power that had breached the ship and concluded that the vessel was badly damaged. Panic took hold of Mineta, and he began throwing his purple orbs into the water in a fearful frenzy. Izuku ordered him to control himself and warned that panicking would reveal the nature of his quirk. He noticed the villains acting cautiously around the thrown orbs, seeming unwilling to touch them. The villains waited for the ship to sink completely before beginning to board and attack the students. One of them predicted the boat would go down in less than a minute, and once everyone was in the water their victory would be assured. The sinking ship terrified at least one of the three young heroes, and they had to devise a way to escape. Mineta reacted in terror, while Tsuyu asked him if he had really come to UA to become a hero. Mineta snapped defensively that it would be weirder not to be scared in this situation, and he pointed out that the strangest thing was that Midoriya showed no sign of fear at all. Izuku ignored the jab. He had stopped feeling fear long ago, so he no longer considered himself normal in that regard. Mineta panicked about how they had only just been in middle school and how it felt like they were about to be killed so soon after the year began. He then blurted an inappropriate, unrelated remark and quickly fell silent. Izuku recalled the advice All Might had given: when the enemy feels certain of victory, that would be their chance. He retrieved two batons, connected them, and twisted a mechanism to extend them into a bow staff. He declared that this was their only way to win and asked the others to listen carefully as he laid out the plan. Outside, the villains prepared to board what remained of the ship. One commented irritably on how childlike their targets were, and another reminded him that Shigaraki had told them not to lower their guard. He warned that they should not underestimate the students, noting that their quirks gave them an advantage in the water. He formed a claw of water with his power and readied himself. Izuku appeared on the edge of the ship, bow staff in hand, and stared at the villains without a trace of fear. He challenged them to a real fight and taunted them to come up and fight properly, calling them cowards. The insult enraged the villains, and one shouted orders to kill the boy in the red suit with horns. The attackers began to board, and Izuku waited until they came close to the hull. He fired a grappling line from his modified baton and secured it to the side of the ship. Then he launched himself, running along the hull and using the bow staff to strike several villains trying to climb aboard, knocking them back into the water and rendering several unconscious. Izuku ordered Tsuyu and Mineta to wait for his signal. The two nodded and moved to the highest point of the ship to await it. Izuku jumped back down toward the water, separated his batons from the bow staff, and hurled them as projectiles at several villains approaching from the sides, striking them and taking them out of the fight, reducing the attackers' numbers. One villain raged at the sight, calling them mere children who used sticks and demanded that they be killed. Several villains had managed to board the deck and move toward their companions, but Izuku perceived the imminent danger and threw a baton with its cable to snag one of the villains on deck, using him as an anchor to climb back aboard. Once on deck again, Izuku tossed the villain into the water and ran to confront the remaining attackers, reconnecting his batons into the bow staff as he moved. Izuku asked, rhetorically, whether they had forgotten someone. He ran toward the villains who tried to stop him with water-based quirks. The green-haired boy jumped and flipped, evading their attacks with ease. Closing in, he incapacitated them with precise, non-lethal strikes from his bow staff, sending them tumbling overboard and into the water. One villain, furious, declared he was tired of the kids' games and formed a massive arm of water to strike. Izuku Midoriya leapt into the water toward that villain, detached part of his bow staff, and threw one of its baton tips at the villain's head, staggering him. He prepared the final phase of his plan. Midoriya knew he had put most of them out, but they would recover. He could not sacrifice his whole arm. He had to reduce the power if he wanted to use one for all to save his friends. Imagining that the egg might not explode, he focused and channeled energy into one finger, ready to release a concentrated attack. His teammates watched in awe at the courage the normally bone-folded green-haired boy displayed, confronting the villains with nothing but his batons and his ingenuity. Mineta marveled inwardly that despite fear and the dire situation, Midoriya never showed any sign of panic. Midoriya finished charging and unleashed his technique, shouting its name as he did, and sent a powerful blast of air from his finger toward the lake. The blast created a whirlpool that drew all the villains in and pulled them beneath the surface. Midoriya signaled Tsuyu and Mineta to act. Tsuyu obeyed and made a great leap into the air. Midoriya, his finger now injured and unusable from the effort, used his other arm to fling the cable of his baton toward Tsuyu. She caught the other end midair and helped lift him out of the water. Mineta, frustrated and determined not to stand by, launched his purple adhesive spheres into the center of the whirlpool. The spheres stuck to the villains. As they collided with one another, they became tangled and immobilized, caught in the hero's trap. The group headed back to shore while Midoriya considered his next move. They had cleared this first obstacle, but the battle was far from over. They still needed to stop the remaining villains, regroup with the others, and prevent the villains from carrying out their plan. Midoriya resolved not to let them succeed. Justice, like him, was blind, and that would be the face of his resolve: blind justice. To be continued. Izuku narrated that the day had been supposed to be like any other, another step toward becoming pro-heroes, and now they were fighting for their lives. The villains had invaded the USJ, scattering Class 1A across the facility. While waiting for UA heroes to respond, they had to hold out, save their classmates, and survive. Outside the wrecked zone on the shore of the lake, thanks to a clever plan by the green-haired student who dressed like a devil, the three young heroes had escaped the most dangerous part and reached the water's edge. Mineta complained that a stomach cramp earlier had left him uncomfortable for the day. Izuku replied optimistically that they were lucky the villains had fallen into the trap, even if he had injured one finger and lost some mobility. Tsuyu suggested that they think about their next move. Izuku agreed and became serious. Izuku held the hand where one finger had gone purple and might be broken, but, accustomed to injuries like this, he minimized it for the moment. Tsuyu asked if he was all right. Izuku said that he was, but that their priority now was to seek help. He urged his friends to move toward the shore and try to regroup with the others, and to avoid the central plaza where the villains were still battling Aizawa. Mineta asked what about Izuku and whether he would come with them. Izuku focused on his classmates, showing a firm, serious gaze. He explained that Aizawa was trying to hold back the villains alone and had probably overextended himself. Many villains were still spread out, and their classmates were doing the best they could. Izuku added that he knew where every one of their classmates was located. His companions were surprised, intuiting what he planned. Mineta protested in alarm, and Tsuyu agreed that it was too much for them to handle. She reminded Izuku that they had barely escaped the wreck and cautioned him against throwing himself back into danger. Izuku did not respond verbally. He drew one of his modified baton devices equipped with a cable and hook and fired it at a nearby structure. He spoke coolly, telling them to just watch, then reeled the fiber cable back in, pulling himself out of the lake and away from the immediate area. He climbed to a higher point on the facility and listened intently in every direction for his classmates. Izuku thought that one was never truly ready to risk their life when it was about saving others. He refused to wait passively for heroes to arrive because a hero was already there on the scene, mask or no mask. He resolved that he would continue to be the devil of Mizudafu. He heard distant cries of panic and the sounds of a battle not far away. Determined, he launched himself from his vantage, fired his extending cable at an elevated structure, and swung quickly toward the nearest disaster zone, thinking of defending the innocent and bringing justice. He descended into danger without hesitation, committed to his duty whether as a UA student or as a vigilante under his chosen alias. In the avalanche zone, after a fight that lasted only a minute, Todoroki stood before the villains, who were immobilized by a thick layer of ice. Todoroki scolded them for appearing like people with powers who had no idea how to use them. He approached a frozen villain. One stunned villain trembled and wondered aloud whether Todoroki could really be so young. Todoroki considered the villain leader's earlier order to disperse and defeat them and reflected that at first glance he had thought the villains had gathered elite fighters to overwhelm them by numbers. Up close, however, they looked like a haphazard collection of thugs. From what he had seen, only 4 or 5 looked truly dangerous, and he began planning his next move. When one villain rose and lunged at Todoroki from the front and another tried to strike him from behind with a metal pipe, Todoroki stomped the ground and used his power to freeze the attackers, stopping them without effort. He warned one of the frozen villains that at this rate their cells would suffer over time and that he preferred to avoid cruelty if possible. He then pressed his hand in front of the villain's face, activating his ice ability and pinning him in place, and demanded to know how they planned to defeat All Might and what their plan was. On the mountainside of the facility, a trio of young heroes faced a group of villains who outnumbered them. Kaminari expressed alarm, stunned by the chaos around them. Yaoyorozu and Jiro fought using steel rods that Yaoyorozu had created with her quirk. Jiro urged them to worry about other things later and focus on how to stop the villains now. Kaminari asked Yaoyorozu to give him a weapon. Jiro reminded Kaminari that his quirk was electricity and urged him to act quickly and deal with the enemies. Kaminari insisted that in combat training she had seen his limitations. He could protect himself with electricity and discharge it, but he had trouble controlling it, which made wide-area attacks risky and might endanger their allies, including Todoroki. The group continued to coordinate and press forward, each student doing what they could to protect one another and regroup the scattered class. Kaminari said seriously that they could count on him now and that he counted on them, trying to act cool. Jiro ignored the attempt at bravado and averted her gaze. Jiro then spoke curtly to the electric blonde, telling him to stop crying and declaring she would use him as a human taser before kicking him toward a nearby villain. Kaminari reacted with surprise and then found himself releasing electricity through the villain, immobilizing him. Kaminari said with renewed confidence that it worked and that he was strong, insisting they could count on him. Jiro remarked that he looked far too happy. A villain tried to strike the girl with musical powers using a huge rock, but she used her ability to unleash a burst of sonic waves that shattered the rock and left the assailant exposed to Kaminari's lightning. Yaoyorozu warned them to be careful. Jiro launched a conductive cable net at another villain, causing him to be caught in the electrical discharge along with his companions. Yaoyorozu admonished that they should take the situation more seriously. Jiro apologized and said she had thought it would be a good idea. The rock girl continued pressing the attack, using sound to weaken and render several villains unconscious. Yaoyorozu reported that the immediate threat there had been handled. When Jiro expressed confusion, Yaoyorozu explained that creating something so large took time. She produced a massive insulating tarp from her back that covered both heroines. Jiro asked if it was a sheet or a shield, and Yaoyorozu confirmed it was an insulating blanket 100 millimeters thick. She signaled to Kaminari. Kaminari understood the plan and unleashed a powerful electric discharge across the area. The surge hit every villain nearby, except for the young heroines, who were protected by the insulating blanket. Yaoyorozu said she was worried about the others and that they needed to join the rest of their group immediately. She quickly recreated appropriate clothing to replace what had been damaged. Jiro pointed out that Yaoyorozu's outfit had been disrupted, and Yaoyorozu confirmed she could make it again. While Yaoyorozu worked, repeated use of his power left Kaminari in a dazed state with a goofy expression and thumbs raised, unaware that one villain had remained conscious and was emerging from the ground. The villain roared and, seizing the opportunity, grabbed Kaminari by the head, taking him hostage and surprising the heroines. The villain ordered everyone's hands up and threatened to kill Kaminari if anyone used their abilities. Yaoyorozu called out for Kaminari. Jiro cursed that they had been caught after letting their guard down and complained that they had been ambushed. She could not believe they had not predicted it. The villain said he did not want to kill someone like Kaminari but threatened to do so if they used their powers. With no option but to comply, the girls raised their hands, fearing for their teammates' life. Suddenly, an object struck the villain's face, causing him to release Kaminari. The villain wondered if it was a police baton. Then a cable wrapped around his neck and forced him to his knees. He looked back to see the attacker. Izuku Midoriya, dressed in a devilish costume, had launched his cable-bound baton and yanked the villain toward him. Midoriya struck the villain, followed with a spinning kick that sent him to the ground. The villain attempted to rise and use his power, but Midoriya threw another cable-bound baton to pin the villain's arms tightly, preventing him from moving. Midoriya ordered Jiro and Yaoyorozu to act now. The heroines responded instantly. Jiro's rocker used a sonic blast to weaken the villain while Yaoyorozu formed reinforced H&D CFFs to secure him. The villain muttered in disbelief as he began to lose consciousness. Midoriya, aiming to finish it swiftly, threw a baton with precise force to the villain's head and knocked him out cold. Yaoyorozu then cuffed him. Yaoyorozu said she was relieved it was over. Jiro thanked Midoriya. Midoriya replied that it was not over yet and explained that villains were still attacking several classmates scattered across the area. He reported that he could hear some classmates holding their own while others were struggling. Yaoyorozu asked where Aizawa-sensei was. Midoriya said Aizawa was near the USJ entrance fighting multiple villains at once and sounded exhausted. He did not think Aizawa could hold out much longer. Midoriya said he needed to return and try to help. Jiro asked about the others and whether he would go rescue them as he had them. Midoriya explained that some classmates had managed to face and defeat opponents and that most were near the entrance. He acknowledged he could not be everywhere at once and that the best he could do was help those in greatest danger and trust the rest to hold until reinforcements arrived. The girls fell silent, accepting that he was right. Midoriya advised them to stay put until UA heroes arrived but said he would not stop them if they chose to go help others. He retrieved his cable baton and launched it to a high point, then activated its retracting function to swing through the air toward his next target, leaving the heroines on their own. Near the USJ entrance, Aizawa continued to fight as many villains as he could, capturing them with his binding tape, neutralizing their abilities, and subduing them with powerful close-quarters strikes. After so long using his power, his eyes began to dry and redden from the strain. At that moment, the leader of the villains prepared to make his move. Shigaraki counted the seconds as the attack approached. 23 seconds. 24 seconds. 25 seconds. Eraserhead prepared to attack and launched one of his tapes, but the villain caught it. Aizawa then charged from the front and struck the villain in the stomach with an elbow. The villain kept hold of Aizawa's arm and activated his quirk, but Aizawa neutralized it almost immediately. Shigaraki observed with a serious tone that it was hard to see because Aizawa kept moving, but that there was a moment when his hair fell. Shigaraki noted that when Aizawa blinked, his quirk deactivated for a few seconds, which was more than enough time for the villain. Shigaraki added in a sinister manner that the space between actions was growing shorter. The villain used his power against Aizawa's elbow, weakening it and causing Aizawa to panic. Shigaraki warned Aizawa not to overexert himself. Before the disintegration power could cause greater harm, Aizawa freed himself, shoved the villain back, and leaped away. His arm, however, had been damaged and was unusable for the moment. Aizawa thought in alarm that his elbow was crumbling. More villains took advantage of his weakened state and attacked together. Shigaraki remarked coldly that Aizawa's quirk was not suited for prolonged fights against a group, that Aizawa excelled at short engagements and surprise strikes. He taunted that Aizawa had still come out to fight them head-on, implying it was to reassure his students. Despite the injured arm, Aizawa continued to erase quirks, bind villains with his bandages, and topple them. Shigaraki smirked and called Aizawa impressive in a mocking tone, then pointed out that he was not the final threat. From behind Aizawa, A strange, crow-like creature with an unnerving bare skull and immense muscles appeared. Shigaraki revealed in a malicious tone that this was not the final boss but the bioengineered anti-symbol of peace known as a Nomu. The Nomu lashed out, knocking Aizawa's visor free, startling two young heroes who were watching students whom Midoriya had helped in the wreckage area. Tsuyu and Mineta called out in worried voices, concerned for Aizawa. At the USJ entrance, the Hero 13 was holding his ground against the villain Kurogyri, using his quirk Black Hole to keep him at bay. Kurogyri acknowledged the power and noted that 13 was a rescue hero whose combat experience was far less than that of a typical hero. Then Kurogyri formed a portal behind 13, redirecting the absorption power toward him. 13 warned that a portal had opened, but the absorption force tore through much of his suit, leaving him incapacitated and shocking the students present. Kurogyri coldly stated that 13 would be reduced to dust. 13 realized he had been caught and fell hurt to the ground. Mina cried out for the professor. With 13 out of action, the students still had to follow the plan, get Ida out of the USJ and bring back support. Sato urged Ida to run and hurry. Frustrated but determined, Ida began to sprint using his quirk. Kurogyri thought strategically that one student had not been dispersed and that they were waiting for All Might. He created a portal in Ida's path to trap him. Just as the portal threatened to pull Ida in, Shoji leaped forward and used his quirk to catch the dark mist between his limbs, blocking the portal. Shoji urged Ida to go. Ida resumed running, telling himself to wait for the others and keep moving. Kurogyri cursed and expanded his mist to reach Ida near the exit, determined not to let him pass. At that moment, someone seized Kurogyri's body and checked the mist's advance. Achiko, holding the villain's metal collar, declared that she did not know the theory behind it but that using a collar like that meant the villain had a physical body. She removed the collar's weight and threw it upward with all her strength, shouting for Ida to go. The villain felt his body flung and recoiled. Close to the door, Ida used all his strength to pull it open while the villain attempted to resume the attack. Shiro intervened and announced he would not let Kurogyri stop them, shooting a tape to the metal collar and then passing it to Sato. Sato used his strength to spin the villain and hurl him as far away from the exit as possible. Sato told Ida to go, and Ida escaped through the door, running as fast as he could toward UA to bring help. Kurogyri watched in anger and frustration and warned that calling for help would mean game over for the villains. Back in the plaza, the Nomu had pinned Aizawa to the ground and was pressing down, while Shigaraki watched with satisfaction. Shigaraki identified the creature aloud as the Nomu and called it the anti-symbol of peace. The Nomu grabbed Aizawa's arm and squeezed with overwhelming force, jamming and crushing the limb until it stopped functioning. Aizawa cried out in pain. Shigaraki mocked Aizawa's reliance on erasing quirks, saying it was fine but not impressive, and suggested that in terms of raw power Aizawa might as well be quirkless. Angered, Aizawa tried to use his quirk against the Nomu, but the Nomu responded by clamping down on his other arm with brutal strength, leaving it unusable as well. Aizawa screamed, feeling the force of the attack, and thought that it felt like a brittle break. He also realized with relief that he had successfully erased the Nomu's quirk, which mattered for what would come next. Aizawa realized how strong the enemy was as the Nomu seized him by the head and slammed him to the ground hard, leaving him badly hurt. Near the lake, Tsuyu and Mineta watched in horror. Mineta stammered that he could not bear it any longer and wondered aloud where Midoriya was. Tsuyu admitted that she did not know and felt equally frightened. Kurogyri appeared beside Shigaraki and informed him that he had put 13 out of action but had been unable to disperse all the students. He explained that one student in a red leather suit with horns had intervened and that another student had managed to flee. Shigaraki reacted with anger and frustration, slashing at his own neck erratically and injuring himself in the process. He told Kurogyri that if Kurogyri were not their escape route he would kill him, then declared the mission a failure and insisted they return home. For a moment, Mineta felt a huge relief and hugged Tsuyu. Tsuyu pulled back immediately. Shigaraki then announced with sinister intent that before they left they would crush some pride as a symbol of peace. He moved in front of Tsuyu with his hand extended, ready to use his quirk to disintegrate her. Using the little strength he had left, Aizawa tried to activate his own quirk to stop the attack. At that instant, a red baton flew at great speed and struck Shigaraki's hand, lodging there and stopping him. The sudden strike shocked both villains and students alike. Shigaraki screamed in pain and horror, clutching his hand, while Kurojairi shouted his name in alarm. Shigaraki attempted to use his power to destroy the baton, but his quirk would not respond because Aizawa had intervened and prevented it. The Nomu responded by slamming Aizawa's head down again, and before Shigaraki could do more, Midoriya arrived. He swung in from a great height on the cable attached to his red baton, landed between Shigaraki and the others, and delivered a double kick to Shigaraki's face, forcing the villain to retreat. Midoriya announced that the baton was his gift and that Shigaraki could keep it if he liked, adding that he had many more where it came from. Tsuyu and Mineta reacted with surprise and relief when they realized Midoriya had come. Shigaraki recognized Midoriya as the horned youngster Kurojairi had mentioned and accused him angrily, calling him that demon kid. Midoriya insisted that he was not a demon and declared that he was a justice devil. He then readied his weapon and warned the villains. Midoriya launched himself upward on the cable and struck at the tallest point, then brought his attack down with full force, yelling a smash. The strike created gusts of air and raised dust, but to everyone's surprise the blow did not break anything. Midoriya realized that the target he had hit was the Nomu, which had moved into position between him and Shigaraki and showed no obvious signs of damage. He noted that he could not sense any normal reactions from the creature and that it felt as if it were dead yet still moving. Shigaraki acknowledged Midoriya's movement and his smash, wondered if Midoriya was a follower of All Might, then vowed to tear him apart for what had been done. The Nomu obeyed Shigaraki's order and lunged at Midoriya. Midoriya listened for the creature's movements, flipped backward, kicked its chin, and created distance while preparing to defend himself. Shigaraki shouted for the Nomu to finish Midoriya, and at the same time he prepared to strike at Tsuyu and Mineta. The action halted instantly when the entrance to the USJ was smashed open by a single powerful blow. Midoriya smiled with relief, recognizing who had come to their aid. All Might entered, announcing that everything was all right and that he was here. He explained that he had felt a bad premonition, interrupted his conversation with the principal, and had met Ida along the way, which had led him to come. He stepped inside with heavy, determined footsteps, his face set with anger as he looked at the villains responsible for the attack, and reiterated that everything was all right now because he had arrived. He tore the tie from his shirt in fury. Izuku Midoriya felt from a distance the raw anger in the hero's words. Izuku observed that All Might was not smiling. He appeared extremely furious and determined to stop the first villain who dared attack. Shigaraki Tamura did not let the hero intimidate him. He rose to his feet and focused all his attention on All Might. Shigaraki told the hero he had been waiting and taunted him as societies. Refuse with disgust. The other villains in the area grew anxious when they saw the symbol of peace arrive. Some of them feared him, others thought they could take him, but All Might moved with blinding speed. In an instant he felled a great number of villains with a single, powerful barrage and rushed to take Aizawa, who was in bad shape. All Might apologized to Aizawa and then looked toward Izuku and the others. All Might swiftly gathered the three young students and whisked them away from danger in the blink of an eye. Mineta expressed surprise at the speed of All Might's actions. All Might instructed everyone to go to the entrance and entrusted Aizawa to them, saying Aizawa was unconscious. Mineta acknowledged, and Tsuyu made a frog-like croak in response. Izuku wanted to object to leaving All Might alone against such a monstrous foe, but he knew his priority had to be getting Aizawa to safety. He reluctantly followed his mentor's command. Shigaraki muttered anxiously to himself, apologizing to his father and slipping his hand back over his face like a mask. He noted that he could not keep All Might fully in sight and that the hero was not as fast as he had expected, adding with a sinister tone that All Might seemed to be weakening. Izuku warned that the muscular creature had been able to withstand one of his heavy blows without taking damage and that it was dangerous. All Might reassured Izuku confidently that everything would be all right, showing calm and trust that eased Izuku's worry. With his teammates, Izuku carried Aizawa to a safer area and left All Might to continue the fight without obstruction. All Might turned his attention back to Shigaraki and launched a powerful assault. Shigaraki ordered the Nomu to engage. All Might struck with a crosswise chop, but the Nomu did not seem affected and moved to grab the hero. All Might dodged quickly. All Might noted his surprise that the attacks were not harming the Nomu. He struck the creature 2 more times in the face, but the blows produced no lasting effect, forcing the hero to pull back. Shigaraki explained arrogantly that the Nomu absorbed impacts, and that to actually damage it would be more effective to land repeated, focused strikes on its weak points. Whether All Might would be allowed to carry out such an approach was another matter. All Might took that information and used a wrestling suplex, grabbing the Nomu's torso and throwing it backward with tremendous force, creating a massive impact that the students witnessed at a distance. Izuku, however, realized they were celebrating prematurely. He understood that All Might was reaching his limit trying to sustain his larger form and that his vulnerable point was already being exploited. When the dust settled, it became clear why. Before the Nomu hit the ground, a portal opened beneath it, and the creature used it to reach All Might, clamping onto the hero at his torso precisely where his weakness lay. All Might winced and strained under the pressure on that spot, visibly pained. Shigaraki taunted that All Might would not be stopped by burying the Nomu in concrete. Kurojairi spoke that he did not want to witness gruesome scenes, but that he would be pleased to take someone as large as All Might. The portal began to pull a significant portion of All Might's body inside, pinning him and making it difficult for him to breathe or move. Kurojairi explained coldly that All Might's speed for the human eye was one thing, but the Nomu had done the work of restraining him. Once half of All Might's body was inside the portal, the opening would close and Kurojairi would be able to finish him off. All Might registered that his weak point was being targeted and tried to break free, but the Nomu's grip was too strong. From a distance, Izuku heard every word the villain spoke. He could not remain and wait for what might happen. With his resolve hardened, Izuku instructed Tsuyu to take Aizawa-sensei to where the others were gathered. Tsuyu responded with a questioning croak, worried and curious about the sudden urgency. Izuku deployed his wired baton with its hook, casting the cable toward the highest available point. Izuku told Tsuyu that he was about to attempt something reckless. Izuku Midoriya rose into the air, swinging his wired baton toward where All Might and the villains waited. He recalled his oath to protect the innocent, never to give up or back down, and most of all to live without fear. He pushed himself forward, determined to reach All Might. As Izuku launched his baton to pull All Might clear, Kurojairi opened a portal right in front of him, threatening to swallow his attack. An explosion suddenly ripped through the area and disrupted the fog villain's portal. Bakugo had blasted into the scene, forcing Kurojairi out of the way and slamming his head into the ground to pin him. At the same time, Todoroki had created an ice formation that froze Nomu in place. All Might looked toward Todoroki in astonishment and noted that the creature was immobilized. Todoroki coldly declared that he had heard the villain's intent to kill All Might. Before anyone could react further, Izuku felt another presence materialize nearby. A red and black figure appeared where Nomu held All Might. The figure wielded twin sai and moved with sharp precision, slicing through Nomu's arms and striking its head in a single fluid motion that disabled the creature without gruesome detail. The attacker revealed herself as Achiko Uraraka, and her quick action surprised Izuku and brought a relieved smile to his face. With Nomu subdued, All Might seized the chance to break free from the creature's grip. Izuku thanked Uraraka for her help, and she replied with a light, teasing comment that suggested there was more to her than expected. Kirishima lunged at Shigaraki but missed as the villain kept his distance. Bakugo kept Kurojairi restrained and warned the fog villain not to move under threat of further explosive force. Todoroki told the villains that the symbol of peace could not be taken down by people like them. The 5 young heroes and All Might had boxed in the villainous leader, with one ally immobilized. Shigaraki, watching the situation, noted that their portal access had been cut off and that they were in trouble. Kurojairi tried to resist but Bakugo detonated a small blast against his metallic collar to control him. Shigaraki complained that the heroes of today barely bore marks and lamented that the new generation made the League of Villains look ineffective. He ordered Nomu to recover their